Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
In an unknown primeval forest, Yimeng sat there absent-mindedly, stroking a massive cat, while at the same time checking out the gift he'd just received from his motherland and Grandma Earth, a system. After waking up, he discovered that he'd somehow traveled to a place that looked like a wild, untouched forest. And then he got attacked by a tiger. Not an ordinary tiger, either, a monster the size of a full bus. The moment Yimeng saw that thing, he understood this wasn't the Earth he knew anymore. If a bus-sized tiger existed back on Earth, the headlines would have exploded ages ago. What surprised him even more was his own reaction. He could clearly feel that both his body and his mind weren't panicking. No trembling, no paralysis, nothing. He was eerily calm, like a failing student on the night before finals who, for some reason, feels completely zen. By the time he processed all that, the tiger had already leapt at him. Yimeng's body moved purely on instinct. His fist snapped out, an inch punch that might as well have split the sky. He almost killed the tiger in a single blow. If he hadn't fished out a life-saving healing potion from the pile of random loot in Gilgamesh's king's treasure, that tiger would have been dead on the spot. So why save a creature that had just tried to eat him? Because of how Yimeng was raised. He's not someone who kills easily. Not people, not animals, not anything alive. He doesn't give second chances to those who truly threaten his life. But his first instinct is still to avoid killing if he can. Right now, he had just crossed over. His mindset hadn't fully adapted to this new world yet. In his previous life, he'd never even killed a chicken. Coupled with the education he received, he still held a deep respect for life. On top of that, in his memory, tigers, especially rare ones, were protected animals. His body subconsciously held back, and he let the creature live. Only afterward did he fully realize. This was no longer his old world. This protected animal was no longer protected by any law. Even so, Yimeng had no intention of finishing it off. Why? Because this wasn't just any tiger. It was a white tiger. Yimeng was born in the year of the tiger, and a white tiger was the kind of rare existence you'd only ever see in documentaries. He really couldn't bring himself to kill it. Besides, it would make for a pretty amazing mount. After eating Yimeng's punch, the giant white tiger was now as obedient as a house cat, letting him manhandle it however he liked. And honestly, it felt great. After settling the big guy and getting himself something to eat, Yimeng finally did what all fanfic readers do in this situation. He started silently calling out to his system in his mind. Sure enough, a response came. He'd received the Wanjie commission system, a favorability template, and a replacement template. On top of that, he'd taken out 5 abilities as A-rank loans. The only catch, the loan conditions were a bit shady. To repay them, he either had to help the original owners complete an A-rank commission task in their own worlds, or pay back the debt with an S-rank entry. Yimeng wasn't too bothered. The hints had already told him there were strings attached, and he'd long since had the idea of visiting their worlds anyway. He just hadn't expected that paying them back directly would require a higher tier ability. Still, it wasn't a loss. He'd chosen extremely practical powers. Taishu's sword god, Fu Hua, granting him tremendous combat abilities straight off the bat. Additional magic, Irene. Any gamer knows how broken buff skills can be, and Irene's support magic is versatile enough to help with almost anything. King's Treasure Gilgamesh, the classic time traveler's must-have. A spatial treasury full of weapons, nearly endless wealth, and a mountain of treasures. The only downside, Yimeng didn't have the star creation that splits heaven and earth, so he didn't know the true names of most of the noble phantasms. Without their true names, he couldn't unleash their ultimate moves. For now, he could only fire them in barges like high-end arrows. But after carefully studying the info on the King's Treasure, he realized something important. The King's Treasure used by heroic spirit Gilgamesh isn't actually the real thing in the purest sense. It's more like a high-density database of magic structure information. After all, heroic spirits summoned by the Holy Grail aren't their true bodies. They're temporary forms woven from mana. If even the heroic spirits themselves are just magical constructs, then the noble phantasms they wield are most likely projections too. If that's the case, it's no wonder the counterforce favors Amiya, Shiro, so much. He's like Sona from League of Legends. All the speed boosts, slows, shields, healing, hard CC, everything comes from her code. Even a fountain is like a giant, invisible Sona constantly healing you. Every time a hero casts a spell on Summoner's Rift, it's like an invisible Sona silently paying the price for you. In the UBW route, Shiro Amiya used another ultimate beyond unlimited blade works, Projection Fill, which flawlessly reproduced Heracles' skills and power to destroy all 100 of his lives. So the existence of Amiya Shiro is basically the underlying system code for the counterforce and the entire heroic spirit framework. Calling him the Pro-Max version of projection magic wouldn't be an exaggeration. Realizing this, Yi Ming could only laugh dryly. Still, it was good news. If these noble phantasms were essentially recorded data, then as long as he had enough magic and some time, they could be restored. That meant he could fire them off like disposable missiles without worrying about wasting them. Even if they exploded, all it would cost him was mana and a cooldown. No wonder Gilgamesh didn't bat an eye when his treasures blew up, yet seemed so stingy in the seventh singularity. Sure, part of that was him wanting to reserve everything for his country, but from the outside, it definitely came across as a bit miserly. The reason for this is that when people are alive, those things are real, but after they die and become heroic spirits, they're just replicas of magical creations, so they don't feel bad at all when used. In addition to the so-called king's spirit, it is also because these things can actually be regarded as a kind of projection magic. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the Pro-Max version of projection magic. Of course, the above are just personal guesses and complaints, just for fun. Just take a look. Replacement Magic Angelica, A. Material Transformation, Form Replacement, and the Power of Space. Time is supreme. Space is king. Fate is undeniable. Cause and effect are king. Destruction is immeasurable. Life is saved. Creation is unparalleled. The 5 elements are dominant. Yin and Yang are together. Power is supreme. Reincarnation controls the field, and nothingness returns to its place. Basically, none of the above abilities are weak. Moreover, apart from anything else, the space teleportation and space damage transfer alone are enough for Yi Ming to choose this ability, which makes him basically invincible. Tiger Talisman Daddy A. Although this is indeed useless when used alone, if it is used together with multiple abilities, the effect will be exaggerated. Everyone knows that ice and fire are mutually exclusive, and they basically cannot coexist. Only the protagonist can master this ability by relying on the protagonist's halo. But the existence of the Tiger Talisman can, undoubtedly, directly help you balance the conflicts of all abilities in your body. It can be said that as long as the ability is that which will cause conflict, there is no need to worry as long as there is the Tiger Talisman. As a time traveler, I guess there aren't many protagonists who specialize in one path, right? They must all be people with multiple attributes, not for any other reason, just because they are so handsome. It's that simple. The Tiger Talisman can perfectly help you avoid all forces that may cause conflicts in your body. Moreover, all entry levels start at a level. According to the system's differentiation of entry levels, the abilities granted by A-level entries also represent that the mastery of this ability has reached the level of perfection. In other words, as long as Yi Ming has the idea of fighting back, his body will subconsciously use the moves he wants to fight the enemy. This is the main reason why, when the big white tiger attacked him, he instinctively used Fu Hua's attacking moves to counterattack. After understanding the system he had obtained and the abilities he currently possessed, Yi Ming began to wonder where he was now. After all, he is not a savage, so he can't stay in this primeval forest forever, right? Although Yi Ming can cook, he doesn't know how to survive in the wilderness. Besides, there are no tools to cook for Yimeng, so he still has to find a place where people live first. However, in this remote place, where should I start looking? Just when Yimeng was thinking about which direction he should go first to find a place where people live, the system in Yimeng's mind suddenly popped up a task commission. Ding! A commission task has been detected. Please check it. Hearing this prompt, Yimeng also thought to himself, check the order. It's true, this system, specially customized by my own motherland, is quite thoughtful. They were afraid that I wouldn't be able to play it well, so they made it into a game that I would frequently play. There is a sense of disconnection between the task panel and the character panel. The task panel is from Genshin Impact, and the character panel is from Type Moon. Moreover, on the character panel, the attributes of his ability numerical panel are all E-level, but because of the powerful ability entries he possesses, Yimeng's overall strength is almost at the explosive level, which is almost the same as Jotaro, Fishman Arlong, Hama Yujiro, and Musen Kibutsuji. Yimeng's current attributes were powerful, but he had just traveled through time and was wearing a mask, so his base strength was relatively weak. Even if the amplification effects of these attributes were stronger, they couldn't increase Yimeng's strength to a very high level. The biggest benefit that this time travel brought to Yimeng was that his body was like being cleansed and all the impurities in his body were removed. His sub-healthy body became completely healthy, and all his body functions were restored to their peak. Yimeng now feels that his physical fitness seems to have returned to the peak of his high school days. Well, this is not an illusion, but Yimeng's physical age has really returned to the age of 16 in high school. After all, the adult body always has a kind of fatigue and heaviness that is difficult to eliminate, so this feeling is particularly obvious after Yimeng regained his youthful body. No wonder the people in those novels are always so eager to regain their youth. It must be said that young people's bodies are really great. Yes, they are really great. I don't mean anything else here. Please don't think too much about it. As the task panel appeared in front of Yimeng, the content of the task commission also appeared before his eyes. Client, Lala. Mission, dissatisfied with her father's constant arranging of blind dates for her, she eventually decided to run away from home. Unfortunately, as the eldest princess of the planet Deberic, her family's influence is unparalleled, making it incredibly difficult for her to escape her parents' reach on her own. She was only able to leave Deberic with the help of her two younger sisters, but even then, she was quickly caught up and taken back home. Commission request. Help the three sisters Lala who are running away from home and go to a place where their parents can't find them. When Yimeng saw the content of the commission, his eyes suddenly lit up. Such a good task comes right at the beginning. Good things kept happening. Just when Yimeng was feeling happy because he had gotten a good task right at the start, he heard the system prompt sound again. Ding! It's detected that the host has accepted the first Wanjia commission. If you can make a good start and receive 5-star praise, you will be awarded a critical hit reward and an S-level Wanjia draw opportunity. Seeing the content of this commission, Yimeng also raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh, are there any newbie benefits?" At first, Yimeng thought the 5 loan entries were novice rewards, but he didn't expect that they were not. Have we really underestimated the love that our motherland has for the Huxia people? However, Yimeng was not in a hurry to complete the task so soon. This can be considered as a habit of delivering food. After all, we can't just run away one by one, right? Therefore, they will take some orders along the way so that they can maximize their profits within the specified time. So the question is, are there any good things in the world of Telovru that you can get? It seems not. Either the everyday world or the space technology on the planet Debuluk. But with Lala, the universe's #1 inventor, there's no need to go back to Deberic to get these cosmic technologies. Besides, they're already fleeing from their homes, so how could they be willing to go back? So we definitely can't go to Debuluk. There is no place to live on Earth now, so there's no point in going there. At least it doesn't mean much. Since there's no way to gain any benefits, the only thing we can do is think about how to complete this task. Well, it's not difficult. Just bring the person back to this world. I guarantee that Kaido won't be able to find the person. Thinking of this, Yimeng also asked, "System, can I come back here during the mission?" System, ding, Crossing midway that is not required by the mission requires spending entries as a monetary cost. Ding! The commission is detected to take the client to a place where the pursuers cannot find them. Based on the pursuer's power, there is no place in this universe that the pursuers cannot reach. Can the temporary team function be triggered to take the client out of this world? Hearing this somewhat familiar system voice, Yimeng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and even a pink blurry figure suddenly appeared in his mind. However, Yimeng didn't think much about it. After all, the task panel used Genshin Impact and the character panel used Type Moon, so it was normal for the system voice to use a voice that Yimeng was familiar with. After all, this is a gift from the motherland to her own child. How could it harm him? So, Yimeng, who got the solution, decisively started this commission task. As Yimeng's mission began, a pink magic circle appeared under Yimeng's feet. Huh, why is the magic circle for traveling through pink? However, what Yimeng didn't notice was that this commission was somewhat different from what he had imagined. The mission requires taking the three sisters away, which is different from Yimeng's impression of the anime, where there is only Lala. Secondly, Lala is called Grand Princess. It sounds like there is no problem, but for a force that has a position that needs someone to inherit, it is very different. Big does not mean eldest. Usually only the eldest is the first-line heir, while big only means the oldest among the children in the family. Therefore, it is obvious that the identity of Lala that appears here is somewhat different from what Yimeng has in mind, and she is not the heir of the planet Debuluk. The world of Delovru. In the starry sky of a universe, a small spaceship is evading nimbly by using the terrain of meteorites in space, while trying to use these meteorites to shake off three similar spaceships that are chasing it closely. Damn it! Why is this guy Sardin chasing me so hard? Why haven't I seen him so powerful before? The person who started to complain and express indignation was a girl with pink twin tails, and her figure looked a little thin compared to the other two girls on the spaceship. A pink-haired girl who looked 90% similar to him said helplessly, "Sastin is the captain of the Royal Guard of Debuluk. After all, isn't it normal for him to have such strength?" Okay, forget about that for now. Just focus on driving. This is a meteor shower. If you're not careful, you could crash. If she hadn't considered our status as princesses, how could she have been bullied by us? Of course, the girl with short pink hair did not say this directly. After all, she was not a person without emotional intelligence, and she did not want to start an internal conflict while she was running away. After all, they just ran away from home, not fled, so it wouldn't matter if they were caught and taken back. But she decided to run away from home with her sister because she didn't want to stay at home. After hearing what her sister said, the girl with pink twin tails curled her lips in dissatisfaction. But the fact is, in order to avoid the pursuit of Sastin, the captain of the Royal Guard of Debuluk, they deliberately chose to circle around in this meteorite group in order to use the terrain here to shake off the team led by Sastin. They can't let themselves be trapped at this time. At this moment, the girl with pink twin tails suddenly noticed something and said, "Huh? Sister Wong, why have you been silent since just now?" As a younger sister who has always lived with her sister, she naturally knows very well what kind of personality her sister has. This is an extremely enthusiastic and cheerful existence, as if all the good things are concentrated in her, and she has almost no worries. It wasn't until their father arranged blind dates for their older sister that they encountered their first trouble in life. Hearing her sister's question, Lala, who was called Sister Wong, and was also Yimeng's client this time, smiled and said, Nana, Ming, a voice suddenly appeared in my mind just now, asking if I needed help to get out of my current predicament, and then I agreed. He should be here soon. When Nana and Ming heard Lala's words, their bodies suddenly stopped. Then the two looked at each other. This is so spicy. My sister is crazy. She's really been driven crazy by their old father. This is already an auditory hallucination. They were absolutely certain that, apart from the three of them and the universal costume-changing robot created by Lala, there was no fifth person on the ship. Sastin, are you hiding anyone on our ship? Although it is true that Sastin is now chasing them, they just ran away from home and did not commit any serious crime, so they will naturally keep in touch to avoid any accidents. After all, this is the universe, and they don't have the ability to survive in the universe. Therefore, it is natural to stay in touch. Well, it feels a bit like playing house. Hearing Mingming's question, Sastin, who was chasing behind, was also stunned. What the hell? Princess Mingming, if I had hidden someone on your spaceship, I would have ordered him to stop the spaceship long ago. Why would I have gone through so much trouble chasing you? That's it. My sister has really been driven crazy by my father. Now she's even hallucinating. What the hell? Something's wrong with Princess Lala. This time, Sastin was really anxious. Lala is not only the beloved daughter of General Chidwa, but also loved by Queen Saifei as her own daughter. In fact, if Queen Saifei has no children in the future, then Lala or Lala's child will be the first heir to the planet Debuluk. This shows how important Lala is. Although they have been chasing the 3 princesses who ran away from home, given the strength of their planet Debuluk, if they really want to hunt down one person with all their strength, it will not take much time at all, and it is even more impossible to just send 3 spaceships of the same model to chase people. They are not without better conditions. So in the final analysis, I am just playing with these 3 children. When they have had enough fun, I can take them back. And now, you actually told him that something was wrong with the princess? How could he not be anxious about this? At this moment, a pink magic circle suddenly appeared on the spaceship where the 3 Lala sisters were. Because the noise was quite loud, it quickly attracted the attention of the 3 people on the spaceship. Seeing the man who suddenly appeared, Nana and Ming, 2 normal-minded girls, immediately became alert. After all, the sudden appearance of this method on their spaceship really surprised them. However, when they saw each other's appearance, they couldn't help but be stunned. He looks about 15 or 16 years old like Lala, with a smooth and fair face, clear facial contours, and thick eyebrows like swords, showing his heroic spirit. The long and slightly curled eyelashes droop gently, adding a bit of mystery to the deep eyes. There was a thrilling dark light flashing in his eyes, as if he could see into people's hearts. However, within this sharpness, there is an indescribable gentleness, just like the most dazzling star in the night sky, attracting people like a whirlpool, making people involuntarily fall into it and unable to extricate themselves. Even though they are usually not interested in handsome guys, they couldn't help but be stunned for a moment by the appearance of the man in front of them. Looking at the 3 stunned women, Yi Ming, completely unaware of the transformation the Taishu sword god Fu Hua version had brought to his body, asked with a gentle and warm smile, "Hello, are you Miss Lala? Let me introduce myself. My name is Yi Ming. I'm the one you requested. I hope I can take you to a place where those who are chasing you can't find you." Hearing Yi Ming's question, Lala nodded and said, "Yeah, it's me. Oh, not just me, my 2 sisters are coming too." Hearing Lala's words, Yi Ming couldn't help but glance at Nana and Ming beside him. Although he had noticed these 2 people when he first appeared here, he even felt a little surprised. In the original novel, it was only Lala who ran away from home. How come here, her 2 sisters also ran away from home? Although he was confused, Yi Ming didn't think much about it. After all, anime is anime and reality is reality. Anime can only be used as a reference, not as reality. What's more, with the existence of the concept of a parallel world, perhaps this is another possibility for the original plot. They were supposed to just help their sister leave, but now they chose to leave with their sister. Or maybe this happened before the original plot officially began. After all, it didn't say that the time when Lala ran away from home at the beginning of the original plot was the first time she ran away from home. Maybe it was the story that happened in the period before the plot officially began. Such a situation is not impossible. Therefore, Yi Ming didn't think much about it. At this moment, Sastin's voice suddenly rang out from the spaceship, saying, "No, absolutely not. You absolutely cannot leave with that man. I will never allow Princess Lala and you to leave here with a strange man." Yi Ming heard this and pretended not to know him and said, "Pursuers. Looks like we don't have time to discuss your payment. Let's talk about it after we escape to a safe place." After saying that, Yi Ming directly started another commission task he had accepted before leaving and activated the magic circle of crossing. Before leaving, Yi Ming also left the replacement space coordinates on this spaceship. Although I don't know if I can sense the coordinates across the world or even travel through time, it's definitely a good idea to leave a mark first. It will come in handy someday. At this moment, a space portal suddenly appeared on the spaceship, and a man with short silver hair, wearing some kind of animal bone armor, with a solemn expression on his face, holding a sharp sword, pointed it directly at Yi Ming's face. I will never let you take the 3 princesses away. Young man, let me give you a warning. If you don't want to die, you'd better stay away from the 3 princesses now. Otherwise, the wrath of the cosmic overlord Deviluke is not something you or your home planet can withstand. Yi Ming also smiled and said, if you can do it, then go ahead and give it a try. I also want to see how strong I am in the universe now. Although Yi Ming didn't know how strong Sastin's plot was, there was no doubt that he was able to become the captain of the Royal Guard of Deviluke Star, so his strength must be strong. At least it is definitely not something that someone like me, who only has the strength of a building blasting level, can handle. Taishu Sword Chi. After saying that, Yi Ming also directly mobilized the energy in his body and condensed an ink-colored sword energy. When everyone present heard the name of Yi Ming's move, they were stunned. They are so familiar with this name, because this is the move used by the real overlord of their planet, Deviluke. It's not that that person didn't want to pass this move down, but perhaps because the power system used was different, no one except that person could master this move. At most, they can only learn some fighting skills so that they can use the least amount of strength to unleash the greatest power. Therefore, now that they saw that someone could actually use the Taishu Sword Chi, they were naturally very surprised. Without giving Sastin a chance to ask questions, Yi Ming simply drew his sword and attacked. Sastin quickly recovered from his shock and quickly raised his sword to block. But soon, Sastin also breathed a sigh of relief. Although Yi Ming was able to use the Taishu sword energy for some reason, the opponent's strength was not as terrifying as he imagined. It was completely within his ability to deal with, and he didn't even need to take it seriously. Boy, if your strength is only this level, then you'd better choose to surrender now. You have good talent, and I am very optimistic about you. Based on your current age and strength, if you're interested in Princess Lala, I think General Chidwa will definitely agree. Although Yi Ming heard what Sastin said, he did not hear clearly how he addressed Chidwa. Well, accidentally skipping key points or details when listening to or watching something is a common problem for people of Yi Ming's generation. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in being a live-in son-in-law. After all, I'm a man who wants to have a harem. After saying that, Yi Ming directly opened several doors to the king's treasures and caught the other party off guard. Although Yi Ming had no intention of killing the other party because he knew the other party's identity, it was strange that when those golden ripples suddenly appeared on Yi Ming's body, the 4 of them once again showed expressions of surprise. This is another ability that only the king of their planet Deviluke has used. Who is this young man in front of me? Why are there so many abilities that only their king has been able to use for so many years? Ming Ming and Nana, who were originally wary of Yi Ming, completely let down their guard because of the 2 abilities Yi Ming used. Because their king once told them that if Taishu Sword Chi could be learned by anyone with talent, then the king's treasure in this world, apart from her, could only be used by the man who had made her wait for who knows how many years. Because this originally belonged to the other person, and she was just given some authority to use it. Therefore, even if the man in front of them, who can also use the king's treasure, is not the man their king has been waiting for who knows how many years, he must be related to the other party. So this is a signal of trust to them. Yi Ming, who hadn't noticed anything unusual about these people, simply shouted, "You go first, I'll follow right away." The 3 women, who already had a great deal of trust in Yi Ming, stood directly on the magic circle after hearing this. Seeing this, Yi Ming shot a few more arrows with his treasures, forcibly forced back Sastin, who was trying to chase him, and then hurriedly ran to the magic circle and started teleporting directly. Seeing Yi Meng and the other three about to leave, Sastin became anxious and hurriedly stopped them, saying, "No, wait a minute, don't leave yet." However, the four of them had no intention of listening to Sastin and teleported away directly. Looking at the four people who just left here, Sastin couldn't help but reveal a bitter expression. "No, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" In fact, with his strength, it is not difficult to stop Yi Meng and others from leaving. However, he couldn't attack those people at will, for fear of hurting them, especially Yi Meng, who might be the person that the overlord of this universe, Queen Sci-Fi, is looking for. Even if it's not, it must be related to that man. After all, the king's treasure and Taishu sword Qi used by the other party are the best proof. Therefore, after confirming that the other party might be the man their Queen Sci-Fi was looking for, Sastin did not dare to act rashly, for fear of accidentally hurting the other party. As a result, he was unable to use force to prevent the other party from teleporting away. Forget it. I'd better report the situation first. At least after all these years, I finally have a clue about the person Queen Sci-Fi is looking for. It could be considered as redemption. Although he felt helpless, everyone else had left now. So what else could he do? Afterwards, Sastin looked around at the several noble phantasms stuck in the ground because they hadn't been retrieved in time, and said with a smile, "Although the levels of these noble phantasms aren't high, they're all good stuff." Although he lost the three princesses this time, as long as he can confirm that the safety of the three princesses will not be a problem, he will at most be scolded, and these are real bargains. If Queen Sci-Fi is in a good mood because she has received the good news that the other party has finally found the person he is looking for, she might even reward him with these things directly. As for keeping it privately, that is definitely impossible. He doesn't have the courage to embezzle such a treasure that only the overlord of the universe possesses. What's more, he still needs to hand these things over as evidence. Sarsden returned to the planet Deviluk with the noble phantasm that Yi Meng had not been able to retrieve. New book launched, all kinds of requests for subscriptions, requests for support, requests for fish not to be raised, as they are easy to kill. In a courtyard of the royal palace of Deboruk, a woman wearing a veil and exuding a royal aura was resting in the courtyard and enjoying afternoon tea. Next to her was a young girl with red hair, full of energy and enthusiasm. And this queen who is enjoying afternoon tea is the Queen Sci-Fi that Sarsden and Meng Meng mentioned. Unlike the Telovru in the original novel, the Telovru in this world has undergone many changes for certain reasons. For example, the three Lala sisters in this world, although their father is still Cheeto, their mother has become Sci-Fi's cousin. Because of the appearance of a man who should not have appeared in this world, Sci-Fi did not end up with Chidwa. And Chidwa also got together with another sister from the same clan as Sci-Fi and gave birth to the three sisters Lala. However, during the period of escape, the cousin was frail and sickly, so she passed away after giving birth to Lala. Because of the departure of his lover, after helping Sephi to rule the entire galaxy, Kaido thought that his work was over and resolutely chose to find a way to resurrect his lover himself, and his whereabouts have been unknown since then. There's no other way. Cheeto's strength is set to be the strongest in the universe, and he controls the entire galaxy by himself, so it's too outrageous to want to ride him to death. So he is simply written as missing. He will never come back anyway. However, this point can be used to string together a world with a cosmic worldview, such as Dragon Ball. But this is a matter for the future. That's right, it's no longer about unifying the Milky Way by himself, but about assisting Sephi in unifying the Milky Way. Because of the arrival of a certain man, Sci-Fi is no longer a weak woman who is powerless. The Sci-Fi here is an existence that is even more powerful than Chidwa. Not only is he personally powerful, he can even easily form an army by himself. He is undoubtedly the most powerful being in the universe. As for Devilux and the three sisters Lala, they were left to Sephi to take care of. It's not that Chidwa is cruel, but he believes that Sci-Fi will definitely help him, or help her sister take care of her three daughters. After all, the three Lala sisters can be regarded as the last remaining Cham people in this universe besides Sephiroth. Moreover, because they fled together, the relationship between Sci-Fi and the mother of Lala and her two sisters is as close as sisters. As for Debulik, please, the entire universe was conquered by Sci-Fi alone, including their planet Deburik. However, Lala is the first heir to the planet Debulik after all, so Sephi chose to settle on the planet Debulik. Moreover, with Devilik's influence and power in this galaxy, it can also assist her in managing this galaxy. As for the girl next to Sci-Fi with red hair, full of energy and enthusiasm, she's the second-generation biological weapon Kurosaki Maya that appeared in the original work. And her appearance here means that she, like Sephi, has changed her original fate of living alone in the universe as an orphan. However, fate is not something you can change just because you want to. Some things are destined to happen as long as they are given a little opportunity. For example, Kurosaki Maya and Nana are still good friends just like in the original work, but this time Kurosaki Maya is Sephi's bodyguard, so she is not with them. But there was no way. Although she, her sister Eve, and their mother, Creator, Tiu were all adopted by Sci-Fi because of a certain man, Sci-Fi even treated the three sisters Lala as her own daughters. However, as a true overlord of the universe, Sci-Fi cannot do everything by himself, so he needs to recruit some trustworthy subordinates to work for him. But it is obvious that because of a certain man, it is impossible for Sci-Fi to just find a man to be her subordinate. That is to say, Chidwa is her sister's husband, and this matter is related to the three Lala sisters. Otherwise, she would not have too much contact with them. After all, she doesn't want to be misunderstood by her man. Therefore, Eve and Kurosaki Maya, the two girls she adopted who were born into this world as weapons, are undoubtedly the best choices. Now these two people also take turns to be on duty to guard Sci-Fi, and the other one is responsible for protecting their creator, their mother Tiu, and their Aunt Mikado Ryoko, who is known as the Underground Space Doctor. At this moment, Kurosaki Maya, who was guarding beside her, also said, "Mother Sci-Fi, Sastin is back and is now outside, asking to see you." Hearing Kurosaki Maya's words, Sci-Fi, who was enjoying her afternoon tea today, was also a little surprised and asked, was Lala caught so soon today? Even Ming Ming and Nana are accompanying us this time. So how come things are even faster? It is not difficult to hear from this that this is not the first time Lala has run away from home. However, Sci-Fi originally thought that with the help of Ming Ming and Nana this time, Sastin should take more time than before to catch them back. But how come it was faster? Are you serious? With his outstanding strength and loyalty to Cheeto and Deviluk, Sastin still serves as the captain of the Deviluk Royal Guard. After all, the other party's abilities were there, and there was no reason for Sci-Fi not to use them. Besides, Sastin is also the last guarantee that Kido leaves behind to help him protect and take care of the three Lala sisters. However, Kurosaki Maya shook her head and said, "No, I didn't see Lala and the others. I guess they ran away." Hearing this, Sci-Fi couldn't help but frown and said, "Why did you come back if you didn't catch him?" You know, the main reason why Sci-Fi always lets Lala run away from home from time to time is that she wants Lala and Yi Ming to meet and complete the loop. But now, wait, could it be this time? Forget it. Let him come in and talk himself. Having some guesses, Sci-Fi asked Sastin to come over and explain things clearly. After receiving Sci-Fi's permission, Sastin came to the courtyard where Sci-Fi was resting, knelt on one knee, and said, "Your Majesty, I'm truly sorry for letting Miss Lala and the others escape. But please rest assured, the three princesses are safe." Sci-Fi asked calmly, "Tell me, what's going on?" Sci-Fi wasn't worried at all about the dangers that Sarda mentioned. You know, these three children not only inherited the blood of Chidwa, the strongest of the strongest fighting nations in the universe, but also Cham's physical body had mutated. Although they were not able to fully inherit all of his bloodline talents, they also gained extremely powerful abilities. Moreover, as children adopted by her, they naturally received her personal teaching and their strength can be said to be among the best, even in the entire Deviluke planet. Among the three people, one is the world's #1 inventor, one can control all animals, and one can control all plants. In addition, in order to improve the strength of Meng Meng and Nana, she even used the power of the planet Deviluke to collect all kinds of animals and plants in the entire universe as gifts for them. To be honest, with this configuration, even if she wanted to deal with the three of them at the same time, she would have to deal with it seriously. Therefore, there is naturally no need to worry too much about whether they will be bullied or something. However, because of his realm, he is basically no match for the veteran strongman Sastin in a one-on-one situation. At least, if they really get serious, none of them can do anything. After all, the strength of Sastin here has also been enhanced due to the deviation of the plot. Although Lala and the others have the innate talent and potential of their bloodline, which allows them to possess the strength of a neighborhood at a young age, especially the older Lala, who has already reached the regional level. If she uses her inventions, she can even reach the national level. But Sastin is a genuine national-level strongman with top strength. He is also a strong physical cultivator who has completed the 5 tempering exercises of will, skin, muscles, bones, and bone marrow, combined with the crystallization of wisdom weapons of Deviluke. Even if facing a continent-level strongman, he has the strength to fight others head-on. Upon hearing this, Sastin said directly, "Queen Saifei, this is what happened." Afterwards, Sastin told the story in detail about Yi Meng's sudden appearance on the spaceship of the 3 lawless sisters, how he took the 3 sisters away, and how he could actually use the Taishu sword Qi and the king's treasure. Finally, he took out a few treasures that were left behind because there was no time to recover them as evidence. Oh, by the way, according to the communication records found on the spacecraft, the boy's name is Yi Meng. If nothing unexpected happens, this young man, named Yi Meng, should be the one you are looking for. After saying that, Sastin also took out the recordings, videos, and the treasure thrown by Yi Meng from the spaceship that he had prepared long ago. Seeing these evidences, Saifei, who always gave people the impression that she could look at everything in the world calmly, became excited with almost undisguised emotions on her face. "Yi Meng, you finally showed up. It seems that the day when we meet again is not far away." The reason why Lala still runs away from home for blind dates, even though the world has changed a lot, is that Saifei did it on purpose. Of course, it's not that Saifei has to let Lala go on a blind date, but she needs Lala to be forced to run away from home because of the blind date. Lala must have a reason to run away from home. Only in this way can that man appear. In other words, complete the closed loop. However, for Saifei, it was quite interesting to use this method to bully these little ones whom she treated as her own daughters and see their uncomfortable faces. Upon hearing this, Kurosaki Maya said with a look of regret, "Huh? Why did Brother Yi Meng suddenly appear? If I had known that Brother Yi Meng would show up this time, I would have gone with Nana." Saifei also rubbed Kurosaki Maya's cute little head, smiled dotingly, and said, "After Lala and the others come back, you will have plenty of time to look for him." After all, as a truly powerful person in the universe, she doesn't really need anyone's protection. Besides, Eve and Kurosaki Maya are not the only ones around her. After all, they're family members, not subordinates, so they naturally cannot have no leisure time of their own. Just when Saifei was looking forward to Yi Meng's return to her, Saifei suddenly received an emergency call. Eve, aren't you resting on Earth? Are you in any trouble?" "I didn't encounter any trouble. I met a friend on Earth. However, I accidentally came into contact with a strange being on Earth. There's actually a supernatural power called magic on this Earth." "Magic? Are you sure?" "Well, I saw with my own eyes that the other party used a magic archer and an ability similar to Susa. P.S. It's just similar. Naruto is not the only one who has this ability." Upon hearing this, Saifei also revealed an expression of great interest. She smiled and said, "It seems that our understanding of this Earth is still too superficial. The reason why they knew about the existence of the Earth was mainly because Yi Ming said that the place where he once lived was a place called Earth, so they cared about this remote planet. However, the first few times they went there, they didn't notice anything wrong, or perhaps the places they had been to before were within the range of ordinary people. Well, if you have time, you can go over there and help gather some information and see if there are any good candidates. When Eve heard this, a blush appeared on her originally cold face. Obviously, the good seedlings that Sci-Fei mentioned are not just used as subordinates. Yi Ming had already introduced himself to the three lawless sisters. However, after they introduced themselves to each other, Nana asked a question that Yi Ming didn't quite understand. Are you the man Aunt Sci-Fei has been looking for and waiting for? Sci-Fei Aunt? Yi Ming naturally knew Sci-Fei. After all, she was known as the most beautiful woman in the universe, and she also appeared as Lala's mother in the original book. It was impossible for Yi Ming not to know her. When Yi Ming accepted Lala's commission, he subconsciously read the information about the anime to Love-Ru in his mind. Apart from anything else, at least I must have remembered a lot about the female characters in this anime. However, Lala and the others' identities and backgrounds were obviously different from what Yi Ming had in mind. Chidwa is still the father of the three lawless sisters, but their mother is no longer Sci-Fei, but Celia, who makes Yi Ming feel a phantom pain in his liver just by listening to her. Celia is Bifei's younger sister, who is 2 years younger than her. In addition, although Chidwa is still the king of Devyaluk, the one who now rules the universe of their world is no longer Chidwa, but Queen Sephi. With the Taishu sword and the king's treasure that seemed to make all the wealth in the universe belong to her alone, she stood at the pinnacle of the universe. So, although Kiddo is the king of Devyaluk, to Queen Sephiroth, the overlord of the universe, he is just a general who helps her conquer the world. The reason for this is that some people say that Chidwa cannot beat Sci-Fei. However, since no one actually saw the two men fighting, no one knew the truth of the matter. Even their 3 daughters did not know the truth of the matter. Sci-Fei also intends to teach some of her confidants and impart Taishu sword chi to them as proof of her confidence. However, the difficulty of learning Taishu sword chi is too high. So far, no one has been able to master this skill and can only learn the martial arts of the Taishu school. Yi Ming was also stunned when he learned this information. There was no way. The gap between the information he had received and what he remembered was too huge. However, after thinking about the question Nana asked him, Yi Ming was able to roughly guess what was going on. The most likely thing is that at some point in the future, I will receive a mission related to the Love-Ru's past, and at that time I will be taught the Taishu sword energy of Sci-Fei and given the right to use part of the king's treasure. And if Sci-Fei and Chidu had never fought, then we can only say that Chidu was beaten by himself and became Sci-Fei's general of the Northern Expedition. Of course, this is just a guess. It is not clear whether it is the case or not. However, if the conditions permit, it is indeed something I can do. After all, although he was the successor of Wei Wu's legacy and had a wider range of acceptance, no one would refuse to be the first person to open the Feng dynasty. P.S. Once again, I affirm the principle of accepting all. Yi Ming also informed the 3 sisters of his general situation. For example, he is a time traveler and he doesn't know how he came to this world. Now he is wandering and has no fixed place to live. Possesses the ability to travel to various different worlds and help people fulfill their wishes and solve problems. Yi Ming didn't think it was necessary to hide the fact that he was a time traveler. After all, Yi Ming doesn't think that his IQ is higher than theirs. Apart from anything else, although Lala looks innocent and easy to deceive, in fact, her IQ is definitely at the cosmic level. Not to mention, with Yi Ming's ability to travel to other worlds to complete missions from time to time, Yi Ming really doesn't think that such a thing can be kept secret. So instead of hiding the truth too much and eventually letting it get exposed, which leads to a breakdown in the relationship, it is better to be straightforward at the beginning. After all, Yi Ming still wants to conquer them, so naturally he can't do anything that will lead to a breakdown in the relationship. Moreover, in a sense, they are all time travelers now, and their identities are equal, so there is naturally nothing to hide. After understanding Yi Meng's general situation, Meng Meng couldn't help but ask, will the scope of this mission be limited by time? For example, traveling to the past or future? Yi Meng also shook his head and said, I don't know, but it should be possible. After all, time is like a long river. Although ships drifting in it cannot go back, it's not difficult for those of us outside the river to travel to other time periods. Moreover, my ability allows me to directly travel to the time when the person needs help the most. So, theoretically, I can travel to times that are considered past or future for you. When Meng Meng heard this, she immediately understood what Yi Meng meant and also got the answer she wanted. From the very beginning, she was wondering whether Yi Meng was the person that their Aunt Sci-Fei was looking for, or someone related to that person. There was no way. Yi Meng's current strength was too weak. If it weren't for those two iconic abilities, even those of them who often interacted with Aunt Sci-Fei would find it difficult to connect the two people. And now, with this answer, she can basically be sure that Yi Meng is the man their Aunt Sci-Fei has been waiting for all these years. But it is obvious that the Yi Meng they meet now has not yet met Aunt Sci-Fei. It can even be said that he is still at his weakest. That's very interesting. Even some outrageous thoughts emerged in her mind, causing her devilish little tail to shake excitedly. After a brief introduction, Yi Meng also said, by the way, have you eaten yet? Hearing this, the three girls nodded and said, yes, we all left home after we finished eating. Yi Meng, haha, you guys are quite particular. You even ran away from home after finishing your meal. Forget it, since they have finished their meal, Yi Meng doesn't need to worry about things for the time being. Although Yi Meng himself is not that particular about food, he can't let three little girls suffer with him. Right? What's more, he took them away out of his own selfish desires. So he has to be responsible for their food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Not to mention, okay, then let's go do this commission task first. New book launched. All kinds of requests for subscriptions, requests for support, requests for fish not to be raised, as they're easy to kill. As he spoke, Yi Meng also opened the commission taskbar that he had just used as a transmission channel. Client, Lisanna Strauss. Commission content. In X782. While performing an S-level mission, he was accidentally injured by Elfman and accidentally transported to the parallel world of Idolos, where he was mistaken for the deceased character of the same name. Mission requirements. Help Lisanna return to the real fairy tale. Reward 1. One opportunity to choose all abilities currently possessed by the client. Reward 2. One random reward based on the mission level, guaranteed, to randomly upgrade the current skill or attribute, with priority given to skills of the same level, followed by abilities unique to that world, and finally the ability that best suits you across all realms. Reward 3. The reward can be negotiated with the client before the mission officially begins. Ding! It is detected that the host has temporarily turned on the team mode due to mission reasons, so the team members cannot obtain the mission rewards this time. After seeing Yi Meng's commission, several people began to help look for it. When a mission begins, I'm usually teleported to the client's area. I think I'm somewhere around here. I have short silver-white hair and am probably about your age. Upon hearing this, the three women all looked forward to this commission task. Although this commission has nothing to do with them, they're still looking forward to the adventure and the feeling of completing the commission. Moreover, Yi Meng had just helped them escape from the clutches of the devil, so they were also thinking about how to repay him. While the three women began to look for clients nearby, Yi Meng also began to check his task rewards. The first mission reward was a self-selected one, and Yi Meng decisively chose Lala's own mixed-race physique of the Debuluk royal family and the Cham people. Debuluk royal family and Cham hybrid physique, all attributes and creature charm affinity increased by 500%. Random reward 1. Magic/Imaginary E. Magic/Imaginary A. Random reward 2. Items made into EX. Looking at this random reward, Yi Meng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. I didn't expect to get an EX level skill. You should know that in the entry-level introduction given by the system, Even if the EX level entry does not have a strong amplification effect, it is equivalent to the concept level. The ability to make EX level items basically means that no matter what you want, you could just rub it out with your hands. And coupled with that substitution magic that can replace material and form, the more I look at it, the more it looks like a certain ability. Finally, there is the first mission, and the critical hit reward obtained by completing it with 5-star praise. S-level 10,000 Worlds Extraction, 7 cents. Ether from the Stealing Star September Sky World. The moment Yi Meng saw this ability, he was instantly ecstatic. Another panacea ability. If the Tiger Talisman can help balance all power conflicts, then the advantage of Ether is that it can integrate all abilities. Moreover, Ether also possesses the additional ability to fly in the clouds. Soon, Meng Meng used her ability to communicate with all plants to quickly find their client this time. At this time, the other party was in a coma. However, what is surprising is that Nana also borrowed her ability to communicate with all animals and found a Lisana. Apart from some differences in their clothes, these two people look exactly the same. Looking at the two Lisanas lying unconscious on the ground, Yi Meng couldn't help but grit his teeth. Wow, you actually found Lisana from both worlds. However, now is obviously not the time to think about these things, because one of them, Lisana, is seriously injured and needs urgent treatment. Fortunately, Meng Meng and her friends had packed a lot of things that might be useful outside into their phone spaces before going out, especially things related to medical care and food. Not to mention, as a cosmic-level princess, although Chidwa is no longer the overlord of the universe, she is still the #1 general of the overlord of the universe. So naturally, she collected a variety of cosmic animals and plants for her two daughters who can communicate with all animals and plants. Of course, there are also magical creatures that have the ability to heal injuries. Although this kind of thing may be very rare, the power controlled by Kaido can be spread throughout the universe. Moreover, although Sci-Fi is the one standing at the pinnacle of the universe, there are only 2 people left in the entire Cham race. It is obviously impossible for Sci-Fi to become the overlord who can unify the entire universe. So strictly speaking, Sci-Fi can only be regarded as the strongest in the universe. The real overlord of the universe is actually Chidwa. After all, it is the people of Deborah who are helping to manage and control the entire universe. This is also the main reason why Lala is not the child of Sephi, the overlord of the universe, but has the first right of inheritance. All I can say is that although the identities of the 3 Lala sisters have changed a little, it's actually not much. So, seeing Lisana, who is seriously injured and might even die at any time, Nana immediately took out an alien creature with powerful healing abilities to help with the treatment. He was soon out of danger. Meng Meng was not idle either. Although the Lisana she found did not look as seriously injured as the other Lisana, she also suffered serious internal injuries. It was obvious that she had suffered some powerful impact attack before she fainted. Lala, who was temporarily useless, asked in confusion, "Yi Meng, we found the 2 girls with short white hair you mentioned, but they look so similar, almost like twins. Which one are you looking for?" Upon hearing this, Yi Meng also paid a little attention to the 2 Lisanas, but was quickly blocked by Nana. Because Nana and Meng Meng had to give the 2 girls emergency treatment in order to prevent the 2 Lisanas from being affected during the treatment process, they also took away all the rags on their bodies. Now, it is no exaggeration to say that the 2 Lisanas are as white as tigers. New book launched, all kinds of requests for subscriptions, requests for support, requests for fish not to be raised, as they're easy to kill. But even if he couldn't see her anymore, Yi Meng actually already knew which one was the Lisana he was looking for, the one with the less serious injuries. After all, in the original work, Lisana of Idolos is already dead, and it is precisely because of this that Lisana from the fairy tale world, that is, the world of Ascalani, replaced Lisana of this world and continued to live in this world. And now, it should be the same day that they suffered the disaster at the same time. At the same time, Yi Meng also took this opportunity to understand what time period he is in. Of course, for someone with magical powers, it is not difficult to distinguish between these two people. After all, one has magic and the other doesn't, so the difference is still quite big. But it must be said that Lysana from Edolas was lucky enough. At least she was picked up by Nana before she died and received timely treatment. Otherwise, she would have died completely. It's the one with the less serious injuries. Although magic exists in this world, it seems that there's something wrong with the source, which prevents humans in this world from possessing magic. The target we're looking for comes from a magical world where magic exists. All right, although we found the person, he's still seriously injured and unconscious. We probably can't go anywhere for the time being. Let's just rest here for the night. Hearing Yi Meng's words, Nana, who had grown up in a luxurious palace, couldn't help but frown and said, "We don't have any problems, but where are you going to rest at night?" Although as a princess, and this was her first time running away from home, she was naturally not used to sleeping on the streets in the wild. But as the daughter and princess of the ruler of the universe-level overlord, she naturally had the most advanced technology in the universe in her hands. Therefore, it is natural that we also have small houses like the capsule houses in the Dragon Ball world that can be carried around. Moreover, as running away from home was a plan that the three sisters had agreed on early on, they would definitely prepare portable technology that could be used to stay overnight outside. In order to prevent the three sisters from being forced to separate for various reasons and running away from home, all the resources and luggage they could use outside were prepared in 3 parts and placed in their own space on their mobile phones. They can even live directly in their own mobile phone space, which is equivalent to a portable villa. However, they really have no problem. But what about Yi Meng? Could it be that the other party also has a space mobile phone like them? Before Yi Meng could say that he was fine, Lala happily saved Yi Meng's arm and said, "Then live with me first." Yi Meng, who was about to say that there was actually something similar to a capsule house in his royal treasure, shut up instantly. Since the beauty invited him, Yi Meng naturally would not spoil Lala's interest. However, although Yi Meng had no objection, Nana had a strong objection. "No, men and women shouldn't touch each other. Don't try to take advantage of my sister." Although she hasn't realized yet that Yi Meng might be the man Aunt Sci-Fei is looking for, she doesn't want a man to take advantage of her sister so easily. "I won't let my sister become your harem." That's right, Yi Meng did not hide his desires at all, so he spoke very frankly about his idea of starting a harem. Therefore, Nana resisted it. In her opinion, how could such a philandering man be worthy of her sister, who seemed to embody all the beauty in the world? Although she doesn't have the XP of sister complex, she won't let some inexplicable men take advantage of her sister so easily. Lala looked puzzled and said, "What does this matter? Doesn't Yi Meng have a place to live? In that case, it's okay for you to live with me for the time being, right?" Nana was also a little speechless about how natural her sister was. But she also knew that this was her sister's character, so she didn't say much. But this attitude that seemed to not take gender relations seriously made her feel very uncomfortable. "No, that's right. Have you forgotten what Annie taught us? Men and women shouldn't touch each other. We women can only live and even sleep with the husbands we choose to be with for the rest of our lives." When she said this, Nana's face turned red. Obviously, Nana was very shy when she thought about the education their Aunt Sci-Fei had given them. Meng Meng on the side didn't care. Although she also received such education and agreed with such ideas, their eldest sister Lala was the same. But the current situation is obviously that their sister has taken a fancy to Yi Meng. I think it's because Lala thought that it's impossible for them to stay outside forever and never go back. So instead of being forced to go on blind dates after returning, it's better to choose Yi Meng, who she likes now. Because Yi Meng successfully helped them run away from home and explore various worlds. Lala is both grateful and curious about Yi Meng. It can be said that the favorability buff is directly stacked up. Don't think this is ridiculous. Lala's way of thinking is not something they can understand, so it's not surprising that she would suddenly do something. But it's not completely incomprehensible. To put it bluntly, it was because of their Chidwa that Lala came up with the idea of finding a marriage partner as soon as possible, because then their father would have no reason to continue to bother them. But even she didn't expect that their sister would fall in love with Yi Ming so quickly. Although she did not deny that Yi Ming's reader-level looks were countless times more handsome than those ugly guys who were forced to go on blind dates, it was not incomprehensible that Lala would choose Yi Ming. But no matter what, it is indeed a bit exaggeratedly fast. Seeing that things could not be changed, Yi Ming could only continue with the original arrangement and said, "Okay, no need to bother. My king's treasure has everything. There's nothing it doesn't have, except what you can imagine. I also have portable houses and other things. Besides, this thing is also a noble phantasm. We don't have to worry about being attacked by wild beasts when we rest in the middle of the night." After saying that, Yi Ming took out the house-shaped noble phantasm from the king's treasure. To be honest, Yi Ming was really glad that he had chosen the glittering king's treasure, and it was of a level right from the start, which meant that the overall level of the collection in the king's treasure had reached a level. Even Yi Ming had to admit that the number of treasures in the golden treasure of the king was simply unbelievable. It is true that there is nothing that it doesn't have, except what you can imagine. P.S. If there are hot spring-type noble phantasms, then housing-type noble phantasms are also possible. For example, in the real world, there are already assembled houses and container houses. After all, the treasure that Gilgamesh possesses is the prototype of everything. However, after taking this thing out, even Yi Ming couldn't help but twitch his lips. There was no way this thing was also shining with gold, and it almost blinded Yi Ming's eyes. This Jinshanshan's nickname is really not wrong. No matter what treasure it is all shining with gold. This is simply outrageous. After being speechless for a while, Ming Ming also said with a smile, "It seems that this room is not very suitable for resting at night. It would be fine if it was just the golden appearance. Then she could control the plants to cover the golden light in the house. But the problem is that even the inside of the house is shining with gold, so it is really uninhabitable." Yi Ming also said helplessly, "I'll look for it again." Fortunately, not all of these daily life treasures are glittering with gold. Obviously, Jin Shanshan also considered the practicality issue. Although weapon-type noble phantasms are directly determined by their strength, for noble phantasms for daily life, you definitely need to consider whether you can use them. If you can't even use it yourself, then it's really meaningless. Therefore, the golden house-shaped treasure just now should only be used as a collection specimen. Looking at the cloak-like thing that Yi Ming took out, the three women couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Why are you taking out a cloak for no reason?" Yi Ming also smiled helplessly and said, "This is a special treasure, which has a dimension space inside it." Although Yi Ming does not have the ability of the omniscient and omnipotent star, he cannot directly distinguish the names and abilities of those treasures. But, as a king's treasury, do you think they could be piled up in a mess? Obviously, this is impossible. Therefore, the functions of the noble phantasms can be automatically allocated in the space of the king's treasure. Weapons, ammunition, armor, shields, life items, HP potions, MP potions, etc. All types of noble phantasms are clearly divided. It can be said that as long as you can figure out the function of certain treasure in this section, then all the treasures collected in this section basically have the same function, and the closer to the inside, the higher the quality of the items. The cloak that Yi Ming took out now is a treasure for living and residence. At least that's how the king's treasures are distributed. However, as I said before, because he didn't have the omniscient and omnipotent star, and there was no instruction manual, Yi Ming didn't know how to use this thing. Until Lala covered herself with this thing, she seemed to be swallowed by the cloak and suddenly disappeared. Seeing this, the three of them were also shocked. Sister, how did you suddenly disappear? What on earth are you holding? How did your sister suddenly disappear?" Yi Ming scratched his head in confusion and said, "That's not right. This thing is indeed placed in the living area. Am I seeing things?" Before Yi Ming was ready to turn around to check whether he had seen the wrong partition, he saw Lala under the cloak reappear in front of the three of them. I was shocked. I didn't expect there was a villa inside. Looking at Lala, who suddenly reappeared in front of them, the three of them were stunned when they heard her words. Villa. Afterwards, several people entered the space brought by the cloak. I saw that inside this seemingly inconspicuous cloak, there was actually a villa space that looked extremely luxurious. Now, Yimeng finally had a place to live. The villa is very spacious, but how big is it? Yimeng can only say that it is in line with Jin Shanshan's aesthetic taste. I can only say that nothing is simple that is worthy of being collected by Jin Shanshan. Even if it is just a house for living, it is top-notch. Moreover, entertainment facilities are also fully equipped. After entering here, Lala seemed very curious and took Yimeng's hand to visit around. Yimeng would not refuse this. Not to mention that Yimeng himself was also very curious about the layout here. Even if it was Lala's invitation, Yimeng would not have the idea of refusing. Meng Meng and Nana, who returned and brought the two Lisanas here, couldn't help but sigh. Their space phones have the same functions as this treasure, and they also have a house for them to live in when they are away from home. However, perhaps because they grew up living in a palace, they did not consider things too carefully and only built a room that was about the same size as the room they lived in. Although for ordinary people, the temporary house they prepared was almost as big as the 3-bedroom, 2-living-room house they lived in all year round. It seemed a bit small compared to Yimeng's single-family villa. And most importantly, their space is enough to accommodate such a large villa, but they have never considered this matter. Of course, it's not that I haven't considered it at all. However, the space on their mobile phones is mainly used for the animals and plants they collected to live in, not for their own use, so they have never considered building such a large villa. But now compared with Yimeng's big villa, they suddenly felt that what they had prepared was simply not worth mentioning. Then, at Yimeng's invitation, the two girls started to choose their own rooms here without any hesitation. There was no way. Compared with Yimeng's super villa, everything they prepared seemed too simple. In the evening, Yimeng prepares dinner. As the 3 princess sisters, they have been living a life of luxury since childhood, so naturally, they don't know how to cook. However, Meng Meng is obviously an exception. Although she has a bit of a devilish personality, it has to be admitted that Meng Meng is indeed the one with the strongest wife power among the 3 sisters. Moreover, when she learned that Yimeng was going to cook, Meng Meng did not say anything unpleasant, saying that she could do it herself. Instead, she was very considerate and offered to help Yimeng first. If Yimeng's cooking skills were not good enough, she would do it herself. However, Yimeng's cooking skills were not particularly amazing, and could only be described as being of family standard. But even so, the 3 sisters ate with relish. The reason is simple. The cuisine on Earth where Yimeng lives is much richer than that on Deviluk. Moreover, although there are no ingredients in the king's treasure, there is a complete recipe book and many condiment-type treasures for cooking. I can only say that there is nothing he doesn't have, except what you can imagine. Yimeng didn't even need to ask. He could imagine that one day Gilgamesh would suddenly have the urge to have a picnic or cook a meal and then use these condiment-type treasures to cook. Although the possibility of him becoming the king is extremely small, it is not impossible. Gilgamesh, who possesses the all-knowing and omnipotent star power, can become a top chef in an instant, even in cooking, as long as he wants. After dinner, when the 3 sisters went to wash up and prepare to go to bed, Yimeng took this time to check the status of his panel. After all, although more than half a day has passed since he came to this world, Yimeng has not yet completely calmed down. There was no way, apart from anything else, just being hit by Diyun and then suddenly attacked by the giant white tiger. These 2 sudden encounters in a row made Yimeng a little dazed and felt it was very unreal. At the same time, due to this sudden sense of unreality and subconscious avoidance behavior, Yimeng chose not to think about these things that he couldn't figure out and to do other things first. This can be regarded as Yimeng's growth over the years. Since he can't figure it out, he will do what he can do now, because there is no time to waste on him. It was not until just before dinner that Yimeng's mental state finally calmed down and became clear-headed. Therefore, taking advantage of the free time, Yimeng checked his character information panel. Class, Pioneer. Comprehensive level of destructive power, block level. Strength E. Durability E. Agility E. Magic / imaginary energy. EA. Lucky. Noble phantasm. A. Possessing physical constitution. Debulic royal family and Cham hybrid physique. All attributes and creature charm affinity increased by 500%. Possessed talents. Does not occupy entry column. Intuition. A certain premonition of impending danger or trouble. Prop making EX. A handcrafting skill that can make your dreams come true. No matter what it is, as long as there are enough materials, anything you can think of can be made directly by hand on the spot. Possessing skills, entry column. Additional magic, a magic that can add any magic to any object. PS. Because this entry comes from Irene and has reached the ill-level mastery level, you can use all of Irene's additional magic. Displacement magic A. Able to replace any substance or form. The Innsworth family's displacement magic transcends conventional magic in scale, precision, and scope. 1. Substance replacement. Replacement between different substances is possible. 2. Morphological substitution. Changing the morphology of a substance through substitution. 3. Spatial displacement. Through displacement magic, space can be displaced to another side, thus achieving the effect of spatial transfer. Angelica also trusts her displacement magic the most, and has even developed the habit of using displacement magic for defense during battle. P.S. Because it comes from Angelica herself, this entry also includes all the replacement magic techniques that Angelica has mastered. Seventh Sense, Ethers, possesses the ability to fuse and manipulate all matter, reaching the A-level realm of perfection, and also possesses the ability to control clouds and smoke. Items held. Tiger Talisman, able to perfectly balance the conflicting forces of all energy levels A and below. Noble Phantasm, King's Treasure, the treasure stored by Gear Games, the origin of human wisdom itself. Function 1. Storage. It has the function of storing everything, but can only store non-living objects. Function 2. Launch. You can use everything stored in the King's Treasure as a bullet to launch it, and the actual magic power used is only the activation amount of the King's Treasure. Function 3. Automatic recycling. Anything taken out of the King's Treasure or launched out will automatically return to the King's Treasure's treasury after a while, as long as the holder does not consciously give it up. Function 4. Noble Phantasm Transformation. The ability to transform items in the treasure into noble phantasms. This transformation requires the holder to consume their own magic power, and the time required for the transformation varies, depending on the quality of the item. At the same time, some weapons and equipment with legendary stories and quality levels reaching A level can even gain the ability of Noble Phantasm Release after being transformed into Noble Phantasms. Function 5. Data Backup. The data of weapons and equipment that have been converted into noble phantasms will be automatically backed up and stored in the King's Treasure. If the equipment is damaged, it can be regenerated and repaired by consuming magic power. In other words, even if the owner uses these treasures as cannonballs and the fantasy collapses, they can still create them again by consuming magic power through the backed up storage data. P.S. Because it comes from Gear Games himself, and has reached the ill-level mastery realm. This entry also includes all the treasures that Gear Games possesses. In addition, the essence of this ability is actually a treasure trove, but Gilgamesh uses it as a turret. Therefore, when using barrage attacks, basically only a tiny amount of magic power needs to be consumed when opening the door. Taishu Sword God A. Created by the Red Kite Immortal, Fu Hua. This technique combines the martial arts of previous civilizations with his own understanding of martial arts, merging the essence of 50,000 years into a single martial art. Combining the 5 elements of heart, form, intention, soul, and spirit, it is a highly refined martial art specialized in the cultivation of true qi. Effects. Just a brief introduction. Don't take it too seriously. Heart. Forge a pure glass heart, not afraid of any spiritual disaster. Form. Can transform sword energy into various creatures to attack enemies. Intention. The attack is accompanied by a sharp sword intention, making it easier to break the enemy's defense. Soul makes all weapons in the world like a sword, and does not need to stick to the sword shape when attacking, and can directly hit the soul when attacking. God, abandoning the traditional reliance on physical swords, it relies on the power of God to transform into a sword, and can naturally form sword energy. It has extraordinary and extreme transformation capabilities. It also has special spatial properties. Not only can it fill the entire space, but the sword itself is even equivalent to space. It breaks the conventional understanding of the physical form of the sword and expands the concept of the sword to the level of integration with space, making the sword omnipresent. P.S. Because it comes from Fu Hua herself and has reached the A-level realm of perfection, this entry also includes all the martial arts that Fu Hua has mastered. Noble Phantasm Release. 10,000 Swords Return. 1. Generate a sword formation and attack the enemy with countless sword afterimages. 2. Gather all the swords behind you and stab the enemy like a tide. Noble Phantasm Release. Taishu Sword God. Condensing the Taishu sword energy into a giant sword that pierces the heavens and the earth, it crushes the battlefield with the momentum of splitting the sky and splitting the earth, destroying all enemies. Looking at his character panel, Yimeng couldn't help but fall silent. Basically, my ability panel is about the same as I expected. However, the Pioneer class and the attribute panel of magic or imaginary energy made Yimeng think of his system voice. Especially when the EX level props and the replacement magic are used together, the sense of déjà vu becomes more and more obvious. I don't know why, but I feel a little panicked. What's going on? He always felt like something dirty was chasing him. But Yimeng finally shook his head and stopped thinking about it. This is probably because imaginary numbers are a universal energy that exists in all universes. After all, in the Type Moon world, there are also imaginary number attributes, so Yimeng guessed that there should be a similar existence of imaginary numbers in all worlds. Besides, doesn't magic also exist in Honkai? Yimeng, I was clearly explaining to myself that I shouldn't think too much, but why is it that the more I explain to myself, the more panicked I feel? Suddenly, I regretted why I chose Taishu Sword God. Obviously, Yimeng also blamed the Taishu Sword Qi for his possession of imaginary energy, because no matter which world this thing is in, there's a setting of imaginary energy. Forget it. Anyway, it's definitely impossible for me to go to the collapsed world in the short term. As long as I don't go to that world, I don't have to worry about encountering collapse. Obviously, although Yimeng's impression of Honkai comes from a game, when he thinks that this thing will really appear, Yimeng feels a little panicked for some reason. There's no way around it. This thing is simply too unfriendly to men. It's no exaggeration to say that there are special attacks against men. Of course, if it were just that, it wouldn't really be a big deal. But the problem is, this thing just happens to appear on Type Moon's attribute panel. You know, in the Type Moon world, he is known as the one who thinks he is greater than the sky and the special attack god of Japan. So, if Honkai energy really appeared in the Type Moon world, at this moment, a voice full of vitality and cheerfulness appeared behind Yimeng, and both hands hugged Yimeng's neck from behind. At the same time, a fragrance and a thick sense of oppression also came from behind Yimeng. Yimeng, what are you talking about? What is Honkai? Why is it attacking you? Hearing Lala's voice, Yimeng also smiled and said, "Nothing, just thinking of something, but it's not a big deal. Anyway, I won't commit suicide by causing such trouble when I am weak." Regardless of anything else, as long as Yimeng doesn't go to that collapsed world, he doesn't have to worry about being attacked by the collapsed world. Moreover, with his current strength, even if he couldn't walk sideways in that world, at least he would have no problem protecting himself. Moreover, Yimeng can wait until his strength reaches a certain level before going to that world. By then, even if the cocoon of the end comes in person, Yimeng can fry it and eat it. At that time, Yimeng will directly perform 3 blows to show off the cocoon of the end. Putting aside the dirty tricks that may still be chasing him, Yimeng's current character panel can be said to be very luxurious. Well, the numbers are a little off. This is mainly due to the poor basic strength. Therefore, even if the increase is very high, with an increase of 500%, it is difficult to bring an exaggerated improvement to Yimeng. Yimeng's current basic physical fitness is not very strong, although his physical age seems to have returned to that of 16 years old, making Yimeng feel that his body is full of energy and lightness. It is only a recovery to the physical fitness and vitality that he should have at this age, and his physical potential has not been stimulated. New book launch, all kinds of requests for subscriptions, requests for support, requests for fish not to be raised as they can easily die. Moreover, Yimeng was not a sports student. At most, he had the physical fitness of an ordinary person. He was completely able to accept that his own strength was all he. Yimeng even had no doubt that it was only the lower limit that the panel could display, and it was not necessarily Yimeng's lower limit. If it weren't for those inherently powerful abilities, he would definitely be at the lowest level of individual soldier, and might not even have the strength to reach the peak of the individual soldier level. Yimeng still has this self-awareness. Not to mention, the comprehensive combat capability at the block level is actually quite strong. After all, the representatives of this realm are Cursed Akame, Deep Sea King, Genos, Misaka Mikoto, and Gojo Satoru. Of course, if Yimeng really had to give an excuse, it would definitely be that the buff was not added enough. Although Yimeng's skills are very powerful, the only buff-type entry that can enhance his strength is the Debulic Royal Family and Cham Hybrid Physique. Entry obtained from Lala. Taishu Sword God, Replacement Magic, and Seventh Sense. Ether, these three abilities are mainly about the use of strength. The stronger your basic strength is, the stronger the effect of these three abilities will be. The King's Treasure is so powerful to begin with, and only an additional magic can temporarily strengthen itself. Therefore, Yimeng is actually quite satisfied with his current strength. After all, he had only been traveling through time for less than a day. What was there to be dissatisfied about? No matter how greedy you are, there must be a limit, right? It's definitely not, because I'm not invincible at the start that I have to comfort myself. Well, absolutely not. I'm just easily satisfied. Sister, there are men at home. Why are you still wearing only a yukata like at home? What does it matter? We're going to bed anyway. Hey, you beast, get away from my sister. Hearing the voice, I knew that it was my sister-in-law Nana who was causing trouble again. But there is no way, because the other party is Lala's beloved sister. Besides, there will be plenty of opportunities to retaliate in the future, so there is no need to rush. Well, at the age of 16, I am a bit full of energy, and my self-control is much worse than before. So it is understandable that he is now called a beast. There's no way around it. Yimeng's current condition is indeed a bit unsightly. However, looking at his impressive capital, Yimeng proudly puffed out his chest and said, "This is a natural male reaction. Your sister is so beautiful. It would be abnormal if I had any reaction, right?" Seeing that this man did not hide his misconduct at all and even shamelessly admitted his perversion, Nana's face was full of disbelief. This guy, doesn't he know what shame is? Shame? How much is this thing worth? Do you know why Gwadai is the only loan method that is not open to men? Because they don't think this thing can bring them much shame. Even if it is sent out, it is just a way to show off one's capital, and there is no shame at all. In Yu Shanshan's words, I don't think there is anything about myself that I should be ashamed of. And since this thing is not sent out by yourself, there is no need to worry about breaking the law or anything. Looking at Yimeng's shameless appearance, Nana was ashamed and angry, but she had no way to deal with Yimeng. She could only leave here angrily and go to see how Lee Sana, whom she picked up, had recovered from her injuries. After Nana left, Meng Meng blushed. Out of curiosity, she would occasionally peek at the divine light stick that seemed to be shining in the dark night and asked, "Brother Yimeng, is there no one in this world that you care about anymore?" To be honest, this is the first time she has met a man with Yimeng's personality. After all, in her impression, men also have a sense of shame, and when such private parts are paid so much attention, they will also be shy and cover up. However, Yi Ming now acted as if the person he cared about no longer existed in this world, without any sense of shame. However, to Ming Ming's surprise, Yi Ming also took out a cloak from the king's treasure and covered his thighs. He smiled helplessly and said, "No, actually I'm still quite embarrassed. Although I don't mind showing off my capital of being superior to others, I can't be so reckless and perverted in front of child. But you have to know that in this situation, if I show my weakness at this moment, then my relationship with Nana will be at a disadvantage, and she will easily think I'm easy to bully. I don't want others to think I'm someone who can be bullied just because I'm gentle. I usually treat others with the same attitude that they use towards me. In short, I must never put myself in a passive position, let alone fall into a disadvantageous position." After hearing Yi Ming's explanation and the other party's cover-up, Ming Ming nodded with a look of sudden enlightenment and said, "So that's how it is?" After spending most of the day together, Ming Ming could actually see that Yi Ming's personality was quite easygoing. Although he said that he wanted to start a harem, he would not be particularly attentive to the three sisters. He would let them do what they were supposed to do. Only when they really needed help would he help them naturally. But even so, he would not deliberately show off his abilities. But strangely, Yi Ming seemed a little strong when he was with Nana. But now that Yi Ming said this, she could understand. This is a self-protection measure established to prevent others from thinking that you are easy to bully. However, this also indirectly shows that although Yi Ming has a gentle and easygoing personality, he also has a strong side as a man. It's just that he usually only appears so strong in front of people who are unfriendly to him. By the way, Brother Yi Ming, before you took us off the spaceship, didn't you say there was no time to discuss compensation? You've helped us so much, what do you want? Although Yi Ming left a good impression on her, and she even suspected that Yi Ming might be the man Aunt Sci-Fei was looking for, based on their relationship, they didn't need to be so polite to Yi Ming. But no matter what, Yi Ming has not met Aunt Sci-Fei yet, which means that they are still strangers. In addition, Yi Ming also said that he has just started traveling, so it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a novice. Therefore, she felt embarrassed to take advantage of Yi Ming. Although it seems that Yi Ming, who owns the king's treasure, may not lack this little bit of bargain. However, as the princess of Debiluck, she can still distinguish between affection and duty. No matter what you want, we could try our best to satisfy it. Technology, plants, animals, it's all within the capabilities of us three sisters. Yi Ming heard this and smiled, saying, "Foolish. If I take down all three of you, won't all of this belong to me?" Ming Ming, there is really nothing wrong with this. As things stand now, Lala obviously doesn't refuse, and even likes Yi Ming a little, so the possibility of Yi Ming winning Lala can be said to be very high. In this way, as younger sisters, it would be no problem for them to provide some capable help to Yi Ming when he needs it. Even more extremely, as Yi Ming said, if they were all taken down, wouldn't everything belong to Yi Ming? And what's more, the possibility of this kind of thing happening on their planet Debiluck is very high. After all, as the de facto overlord of the universe, it is very difficult for the three sisters to find their ideal partners. It is easy to imagine how outstanding a man must be to be worthy of being the next first-in-line heir to the throne of Debiluck. Similarly, although she and Ming Ming are not the first-choice heirs to the throne, as Lala's sisters, their other halves can't be too different, right? Moreover, although their father, King Cheeto, only has one wife, in fact, the planet Debiluck supports polygamy. So, if both of them like Yi Ming, then they can marry him together. At least, she now has a very good impression of Yi Ming. If she observes for a while and finds Yi Ming's performance is good enough without any unacceptable flaws, then she definitely wouldn't mind doing so. Of course, the main reason is that their father Chidwa makes them go on blind dates with a bunch of weird people like princes from various planets, influential celebrities, etc. every day, which leads to a lot of lowering of their aesthetic taste and requirements for their other half. In comparison, the impression they now have is that Yi Ming, who is just a normal person except for his good looks that suit their values and his gentle personality, has left them with a very high impression. The main reason was Yi Ming's unpretentious and unrestrained character, which was much better than those hypocrites who were obviously after their beauty and the throne, but pretended to be righteous. Seeing Meng Meng's stunned expression, Yi Meng smiled and said, "Okay, let's talk about the reward later. But if possible, I still hope that you can give me some small favors within your ability when I need you. I'll consider it as the fee for taking care of you." Hearing this, Meng Meng nodded and said, "That's not a problem at all. Even if you don't say it, we will do it anyway. After all, they may need to live with Yi Meng for a long time. Apart from anything else, if they want to return to the planet Debiluck, they cannot do without Yi Meng's help. So it is naturally impossible for them to separate from Yi Meng. Moreover, Yi Meng's cloak that exists in another dimension can directly save them from the suffering of having to sleep on the streets. Although she had prepared herself for the hardships of sleeping outdoors before running away from home, why would she refuse if she could avoid these hardships and enjoy life? Anyway, she has no reason to endure hardship. Meng Meng didn't notice it for a moment, and only then did she realize that Lala had run from behind into Yi Meng's arms at some point. These two people are so close now that she thought they were a couple who had been together for many years. It was not until this time that Meng Meng finally noticed that the compatibility between these two people was a little too good. Faced with Lala's enthusiastic personality, Yi Meng also responded with a corresponding attitude to her love. That's right, Yi Meng's enthusiasm is a little different from Lala's. It's as if he can't wait to eat Lala right now. Even every breath is an epic, lung-breaking one. What's even more outrageous is that not only did Lala not refuse, but she also made the same intimate gesture as Yi Meng. Meng Meng was completely dumbfounded. "No, how did you two get together so quickly? Hey. Even though this isn't the wild, could you at least be more careful? There are other people here." Covering face with hands and looking through the gap, .jpg. But at this moment, a familiar voice that made both Yi Meng and Meng Meng feel a little regretful suddenly rang out. "Sister Meng Meng, come here quickly. They're all awake." Lala, who was a natural person, didn't have as many strange thoughts as the two of them, nor did she feel anything was wrong because of what had just happened. In addition, it was her sister who called her for something, so Lala didn't think much about it and just shouted, "Come on." After saying that, Lala jumped out of Yi Meng's arms and then said to Yi Meng and Meng Meng, "Yi Meng, Meng Meng, let's go over and take a look." However, just when Lala was about to leave, Yi Meng grabbed her. Just when Lala was wondering what Yi Meng was going to do, she saw Yi Meng very gently and considerately helping her tidy up her messy clothes. New book launch. All kinds of requests for subscriptions, requests for support, requests for fish not to be raised as they can easily die. Now, Peak has gone to charge, so Lala's clothes are normal now. In order to prevent Nana from getting angry again and causing trouble for him, Yi Meng also needed to help tidy up the clothes that he had made a little messy. It can also be considered as a way to deal with it afterwards. "Lala, I want to be with you forever. Can you be my wife?" Listening to Yi Meng's question, Lala smiled and said, "If it's Yi Meng, I'm willing." Lala didn't know why, but she felt very comfortable when she was with Yi Meng, and she liked this feeling very much. Thinking back to what her aunt and her mother had said to her about how to choose the person they truly loved, she was certain that the feeling of being with Yi Meng just now made her very fond of him. Different from those blind dates, Yi Meng made her feel very comfortable without any pressure and very relaxed, which made her like him very much. As for the relationship between husband and wife, Lala, who had been on countless blind dates, naturally knew about it. Therefore, she was very sure about what Yi Meng was going to say, and she was also very sure that Yi Meng was her choice. All I can say is, there is no harm without comparison. The pressure and troubles brought to her by those blind dates undoubtedly maximized the fact that Yi Meng was Lala's ideal husband. And it is precisely because of this that Lala is willing to be so close to Yi Meng. After all, she is a cosmic princess and the heir to the throne of the next cosmic overlord. Naturally, not everyone is qualified to be so close to her. Even Sastin, the captain of the Royal Guard of Debiluck, was not allowed to have close skin contact with her. But the sense of closeness from Yi Meng, which made her want to get closer to him even more than to her parents, also made Lala subconsciously want to get in close contact with Yimeng. The effect of the term is exerted. After saying that, Lala happily kissed Yimeng on the face and left. Obviously, although it seemed very hasty, the relationship between the two of them was confirmed. Yimeng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This might be the benefit brought by a 500% increase in charm affinity. Yimeng was actually quite surprised that he was able to confirm his relationship with Lala so quickly. After all, in the original novel, although Lala is indeed very passionate, she is not yet to this extent. Yimeng suddenly remembered that the male protagonist in the original novel was a eunuch. No matter how enthusiastically Lala expressed her feelings, the male protagonist would not give any response. Moreover, what they had just done was a simple hug and close contact, at most rubbing cheeks or something. Only Yimeng was a little too much and directly did an epic sniffing of the fragrance of the other's hair. But other than that, they didn't actually do anything too out of the ordinary. Even his hands were very honest, just holding Lala's slender waist and not doing anything out of the ordinary. But even so, it was enough to mess up the clothes. Although it is true that they did not do anything particularly out of line, it does not mean that other people will not think too much about it. But as a princess who is the overlord of the universe, being able to do this with a man is actually quite an act that goes beyond the line. Didn't you see Meng Meng, who has already watched the whole process, looked like she had seen some extremely exciting 1x band video, and was excited and shy at the same time, as if she had been touched? Afterwards, Meng Meng came up to Yimeng with a smirk on her face, and said with a teasing smile, "What a pity. You were so close to winning over Sister Lala." Yimeng also shook his head and said, "I don't feel it's a pity. After all, we've only known each other for a short time. Being able to achieve this level is already considered fast. After all, it happened too fast, and Yimeng himself actually felt a little sorry for these girls who were interested in him, because he inexplicably felt that he didn't take the other person seriously and just treated the other person as a toy. So this level was just right for Yimeng, and he even felt that it was a bit too much. After all, they had only known each other for less than 24 hours. Of course, the main reason was that there were two of Lala's sisters here, so Yimeng's movements were a little restrained, and he didn't dare to have too much fun. After all, since we are all here, it is natural that the whole family should be together. Therefore, in order not to scare the other two people away, Yimeng naturally needs to be a little restrained. Moreover, restraint is not a question at all. After all, Yimeng still clearly remembers that men can be fickle, but they cannot be promiscuous. Therefore, since you have chosen to be with them, you must be responsible for their feelings and make sure they don't regret choosing you. This is the bottom line, but it was obvious that Yimeng had lost control just now. It can only be said that as a fledgling in 2 lives, coupled with the vigorous and energetic age of 16, Yimeng is indeed a little weak in self-control. But I'm not a vegetarian. I eat meat, so you'd better restrain yourself a little, otherwise I won't tolerate it. After all, you are also within my hunting range. Lala is so innocent and kind that Yimeng feels embarrassed to take action so quickly. But if it was a female ghost like Meng Meng, Yimeng would not be polite at all. After saying that, Yimeng directly took Meng Meng's little hand and gently kissed the back of her hand. Meng Meng was also startled by Yimeng's sudden action. However, she didn't hate the feeling of being targeted. At least compared to those hypocritical guys, Yimeng at least dares to do and take responsibility. Maybe Yimeng is not as good as the princes on various planets now, but Yimeng gives her the feeling that he is worse than them. Afterwards, Yimeng and Meng Meng also came to the temporary treatment room. At this time, both Lee Senna had woken up from their coma. Lee Senna from the world of Eslanden had suffered lighter injuries, so she is almost recovered and can get out of bed and walk. Lee Senna in the Idolos world they are in now was seriously injured, so although she has woken up, she still needs more time for treatment before she can fully recover. However, both Lee Senna were very surprised when they saw each other. After all, it's not an exaggeration to say that they look like twins. It seems you've recovered quite well. After Yimeng walked in, he also looked at the 2 Lysanas who looked like twins. Seeing Yimeng coming, Eslanden Lee Senna said to Yimeng with gratitude, "You must be Yimeng. Nana told me about you." Thank you for saving me. If it weren't for you, maybe we would really die there. Esland and Lysana didn't know whether the injuries she suffered would cause her to die there, but it was undeniable that Yi Meng did save them. Moreover, if Yi Meng had not taken the initiative to look for them, she could not guarantee that she would be able to survive. Idolas Lysana said solemnly, "Thank you very much, Mr. Yi Meng, for saving my life. I jumped off a cliff. If you hadn't saved me, I would have died there." As soon as the two of them spoke, the difference between them was immediately apparent. Eslanden's Lysana is more lively and cheerful, while Idolas's Lysana seems a bit too weak. These two are like the yin and yang of existence. Yi Meng also begged and said, "This is not a big problem. After all, I came to find you because I received a commission to save you. You are lucky that we found you. Then the next task is to send you two sisters back to Fairy Tale." Yi Meng did not directly say that she knew they came from two different worlds. Although Yi Meng learned a lot of important information that the locals didn't know through the anime plot. It's like they come from two different worlds. Some people may know about this, but not everyone knows about it. At least, in Yi Meng's understanding, the only people who know about the existence of these two parallel worlds should be Makarov, Mystigan, Polyuzica, and the king, cadres, and senior officials of Idolas. It is impossible that these ordinary people can... It seems like it's possible to know. After all, the king of Idolas used soul magic to plunder magic from other worlds right in front of his people. When the two Lysanas heard Yi Meng assume that they were sisters, they didn't know what to say for a moment. You might say they're not sisters, but they look just like twins, and even their name is Lysana. Who would believe that they are not related? They even worry that others might mistake their given names for surnames, or their surnames for given names. At least, that's how Nana, who appeared first, viewed them. So when faced with Yi Meng's misunderstanding, they were too lazy to explain any further. But in the end, the two explained again that their first name was Lysana, and their last name was something else. And although they did have an older sister, her name was Mira Jane, and they had never seen a sister who looked exactly like them. However, when they said that they only had a sister named Mira Jane and a brother named Elfman, they were all stunned. Not only does the other person look like me, but they also have the same first and last name, and even their family situation is the same, and they all come from a magic guild called Fairy Tale. At this point, even they themselves didn't know what to say. I originally thought they just looked alike, but their identities and background were almost exactly the same, which was a big problem. Yi Meng didn't think much about it and directly took out the task commission form and said, "Okay, you don't have to argue anymore. I have a detailed introduction here. My main mission client here is called Lysana Strauss." Upon hearing this, Esland and Lysana also raised her hand and said, "I'm Strauss. Well, you come from a magical world called Eslanden. Although not everyone can use magic. As a member of Fairy Tale, you can use receiving magic to transform into various animals." After hearing Yi Meng's introduction to Lysana Strauss, Nana's interest suddenly piqued. The ability to transform into an animal. Even Lala and Meng Meng, standing by, were somewhat interested. Idolas Lysana on the side was very surprised. After all, in her impression, the so-called magic is actually the use of magic props containing magical power. However, the self in another world can actually transform into an animal. Hearing this, Lysana Strauss couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "But I don't know why. After coming to this world, although I can still feel the magic power in my body, I can't use magic." Hearing this, Yi Meng indeed recalled this incident. The wizards who came to Idolas from Eslanden were indeed unable to use magic unless they took a small pill specially made by Mystigan. But unfortunately, Yi Meng obviously doesn't have this thing. Even if it was in the king's treasure, Yi Meng would not be able to recognize it. What's more, this situation is more like acclimatization rather than anything serious. Yi Meng also thought about it and said, "It must be because of the influence of the world's rules, causing your body to be a little uncomfortable with the climate, so you can't use magic. But we're also quite strong, so it doesn't matter if you can't use magic for the time being." But in return, as a reward for sending you back to your original world. I hope you can teach us the reception magic. Is that okay? Lisa Strauss was also stunned when she heard the reward proposed by Yimeng. New book launch. All kinds of requests for subscriptions, requests for support, requests for fish not to be raised, as they can easily die. This is not to say that she thinks the salary is too expensive. After all, as I just said, this place is probably no longer the world she originally came from. If nothing unexpected happens, then she may never be able to return to her original home in this lifetime. Therefore, a mere receiving magic is nothing at all. Not to mention, receiving magic is not actually a particularly strong magic. How strong the receiving magic is basically depends on the receiving creature and its own strength. But normally, isn't it the case that the remuneration for a commission task should be negotiated first before the task begins? Why does Yimeng ask you to complete the task first and then discuss the reward? Okay. But, Mr. Yimeng, don't you agree on the reward before you do the mission? Why do you accept the mission first and then discuss the reward? Yimeng didn't hide much and said, I am a pioneer and a traveler. I have a special talent that allows me to accept commissions from countless worlds. But the way I accept missions is different from what you know. I don't even know where these commissions come from. They just appear out of nowhere and ask if I want to do it. Besides that, I have to negotiate the remuneration with the client myself. Listening to Yimeng's explanation, Lisa Strauss didn't know what to say for a moment. I always feel that this agency is so black-hearted. At this point, Yimeng added, the only thing that is certain is that these people are very important to the world they live in, or have made great contributions to the world, and each of them has regrets that they themselves find difficult to fulfill. After hearing this, Lisa Strauss roughly knew who triggered her commission mission. It could very well be her sister, brother, or someone else in the guild. After all, her situation is actually not much different from being dead to other people who are still in the original world, which is indeed a great regret. At least, she doesn't think she is that important to the world, so it can only be someone around her who has made significant contributions to the world or is very important to the world. In fact, just as Lisa Strauss guessed, although Yimeng accepted the task from Lisa Strauss, the person who actually triggered this task was Mira Jane. Although Mira Jane is not the most important character, she is also an extremely important existence. According to the detailed information of the mission, the reason you are here is because you happen to be affected by a super magic called Soul, and the ability of this magic is to distort space. The user was King Faust of Edolas. Because the magic power of this world was about to be exhausted, he used this magic to plunder magical beings from the world of Islanden. You happened to be nearby at the time, and due to other accidents, you were severely injured and weakened, which led to you being affected and sent to this world. After hearing Yimeng's detailed introduction to the mission, Lisa Strauss finally understood why she was brought to this world. Nana, standing by, looked suspiciously at the task order Yimeng had put out to prove he wasn't helping someone for no reason. She asked, is there really that much written on it? Although she couldn't understand the text above, she always felt that the number of words didn't match. Yimeng also said calmly, this kind of detailed information about the cause and effect is transmitted directly to my mind and will not appear directly on the task list. Meng also said, so, if we want to send Miss Lisa Strauss back to her original world, then we need to find this king and let him use this magic called soul again to send us back. Yimeng also nodded and said, yeah, that's about what I mean. Of course, there's an even simpler way. I can wait for the people from that world over there to send me a commission. Then I can use the temporary teaming function and send Lisa back directly like you did. But unfortunately, I haven't received any mission related to that world yet. And this mission relies too much on luck, so we can only choose to ask the king to send us back. But even so, we still have a big problem. We don't know where we are now, so we don't know where the king is. After saying that, Yimeng also looked at Lisa of Edolas and said, no matter what method it is, do you have a way for us to find the king in the shortest time? Listening to Yimeng's words, Lisa of Edolas couldn't help but scratch her head and said, this is a bit difficult for me. Fairy Tale in our world is a wanted dark guild. The kingdom army can't wait to eliminate us, and we can't send you to the king. Yimeng also smiled and said, "It doesn't matter as long as there is a way. Just send us to the vicinity of the king. That's your reward for saving you and sending you home. Is that okay?" Idolas Lisana was stunned when he heard this, but he did not refuse. If the goal was to send Yimeng and the others before the king, that would definitely be impossible. After all, they didn't even have time to escape, so how could they possibly seek their own death? But if we just send Yimeng and the others to the king's territory, it would be much simpler. Even she could do it easily. Besides, she could still go home, so there was no reason to refuse. Listening to Yimeng's words, Lisana Strauss beside him couldn't help but ask, let me ask, after arriving at that place, how do you plan to get close to the king? New book launch. All kinds of requests for subscriptions, requests for support, requests for fish not to be raised, as they can easily die. Although she didn't know the difference between the kings of the two worlds, she knew that a king like this would never allow a stranger, especially a powerful person, to approach him easily. Yimeng smiled and said, "If he cooperates, then everything will be fine. But if he doesn't, then I also know a little bit about martial arts." Listening to Yimeng's violent and brainless plan, Lisana Strauss couldn't help but twitch her lips. This damn sense of déjà vu. She was right. But compared to Natsu, he at least seems more polite. He at least uses courtesy before force, instead of just going straight into a fight like Natsu. However, it was not until she saw Yimeng enter the king's territory and immediately warn Taishu Sword God that she realized that her feeling was not wrong. Yimeng was also the kind of guy who would take action as soon as he confirmed the enemy. As a person who has received 9 years of compulsory education and a recipient of ideological education, Yimeng said that he is learning Huxia. Do you understand the principle that a gentleman cannot be respected if he is not serious? If a gentleman does not strike hard enough, he will not be able to establish his prestige. Afterwards, Yimeng and his companions rested here for a night. Unfortunately, perhaps because Nana was watching him, Yimeng was unable to see Lala when he woke up in the morning. Not to mention Meng Meng, the affection between them hasn't reached that level yet, so naturally she wouldn't get into Yimeng's bed as easily as her sister did. Of course, the more important reason was that she listened to the advice. After all, who made Yimeng say that he would not restrain himself or endure? Therefore, Meng Meng would naturally not do such a thing before making up her mind. Afterwards, under the guidance of Idolas Lisana, they set off in the direction of Fairy Tale, which she knew. Although Idolas Lisana's injuries have not fully recovered, she can still use Yimeng's royal treasure, the Vimana, as an aircraft, so she only needs to point out a general direction. Moreover, because the entire ship is made of gold and emeralds, it can be said to be quite luxurious. The two Lisanas on the side looked incredulous. Even Lala and the other 3 space princesses found it incredible. After all, no matter how rich someone is, who would use these gems to build transportation? You know, gems are definitely not good materials for making transportation. The feeling Yimeng gives them now is like a rich man driving a Lamborghini and delivering food. It is so dreamy that it is unbelievable. You are so rich. Why do you still have to deliver food? In this regard, Yimeng said that wealth without strength is just an ATM for others to use at any time. Therefore, if you want to live a rich life, you must have the strength to do so. What's more, this thing was not his in the first place. It was almost like being given away for free, so naturally, he had no concept of wealth. However, compared to the 3 Lala sisters who may have experienced it at Saifei's place, the 2 Lisanas were not only surprised by the luxury of Yimeng's Vimana, but also felt more panic. Yes, that's right, panic, because this thing has no anti-fall guardrail. Of course, as a treasure, although there is no guardrail to prevent people from falling from the upper door, there is actually a magic circle inside, so people don't have to worry about falling from it. In response, Lisana Strauss said that if she could still use magic, she would not panic either. After all, her receiving magic contained animals that could fly, but now, she was unable to use magic and was not much stronger than an ordinary person. If she fell from such a high place, she would directly turn into Lisana. She had barely escaped death and survived, and she didn't want to die again so soon. Of course, it is mainly the visual impact that makes people feel inexplicably scared, just like the feeling of a transparent glass bridge. You're clearly stepping on glass, but you will feel scared instinctively. And unfortunately, as a native of Idolos Lysana, she has no magical powers and needs to lead Yi Meng and others, so she cannot return to Yi Meng's dimensional cloak to rest. Lysana Strauss felt bad staying at home alone, so she joined the group on the spaceship. However, the two of them were clinging tightly to the back of the only seat on the deck of the spaceship, which was also the helmsman's chair, that is, the seat where Yi Meng was sitting at the moment. Yi Meng did not take the opportunity to tease them. After all, let alone them, Yi Meng, who was riding this Vimana for the first time, was actually not much better than them. However, the control of flight is in his own hands, so Yi Meng can fly according to his inner thoughts, which gives Yi Meng a peace of mind. Apart from that, Yi Meng is not much better than these two people. At least Yi Meng can't walk around on the deck as boldly as Lala and the others. Of course, in addition to the fact that they may have become accustomed to it, Yi Meng believes that the main reason is that they all have anti-gravity aircraft on their bodies. Soon, under the leadership of Idolos Lysana, Yi Meng and his companions quickly found the target they were looking for. However, it's not the fairy tale guild of this world, but the Kingdom Army. The direction they were heading in was originally the location of the fairy tale guild. The Kingdom Army, which was constantly hunting down the fairy tale guild, was naturally nearby. Not to mention, in order to facilitate the pursuit, the Kingdom Army's mounts were all flying monsters, which were also flying in the air. Suddenly seeing such a flashy thing as the Vimana, it was difficult for them not to notice it even if they wanted to. Moreover, in a world where there is only magic and no science, something that can fly in the air is undoubtedly a flying magic weapon. New book launch. All kinds of requests for subscriptions, requests for support, requests for fish not to be raised, as they can easily die. As everyone knows, in this world, it is clearly stipulated that ordinary people can only use magic tools for daily life. All other magic tools that require the consumption of magic power are contraband that can only be used by the National Kingdom Army. Therefore, now that they saw such a flashy thing, they couldn't help but pay attention. What is that? What a gorgeous spaceship! This is more than just gorgeous. It's simply inhumane. Looking at the spaceship that was almost made of gold, many people in the kingdom's army showed greedy eyes. However, Urza Nightwoka, the most loyal knight of the kingdom of Idolos, captain of the kingdom's second magic warfare unit, and fairy hunter, does not have such vulgar desires. She only saw someone using the magic weapon illegally. Although she didn't know how this spaceship, which was almost made of gold, was manufactured, she knew that the amount of magic power required to fly such a huge spaceship into the sky was by no means a small number. Only the king of their kingdom of Idolos is qualified to use an energy-consuming magic device of this scale. Anyone else who dares to use it is breaking the law. However, it was obvious that she did not see the king on the spaceship. They even saw the remnants of the fairy tale guild they were hunting. The only thing that made her feel strange was, when did this person become a twin? But soon, Urza Nightwoka thought of something. As one of the insiders, she naturally knew about the existence of another world, and also knew that the magic power being used in their world was plundered from another world. Therefore, the other Lysana was most likely affected by the soul magic dam, and was brought into this world. Thinking of this, Urza Nightwoka didn't think twice and gave the order directly. Attack. Shoot them down. Capture them all. Urza Nightwoka knew that those wizards who were brought to this world by soul magic would be unable to use magic in this world for some unknown reason. In other words, no matter how strong they are in the world of Eslanden, once they arrive here, they will become toothless tigers. I have all this magic power, but I can't use it. In this situation, it is ordinary people like them who have no magic power but have magical weapons to use who have the advantage. After receiving the order from Urza Nightwoka, a group of soldiers from the Kingdom Army drove their flying monsters and rushed towards the direction where Yi Ming and others were. Moreover, perhaps because of the hatred towards the rich, the morale of the soldiers of the kingdom army also increased. Looking at the kingdom army charging towards them, the two Lisanas couldn't help but panic. If Natsu was here, he would definitely be able to win because he has such strength. But Lisana did not have such strength. Facing such a huge number of troops, she was simply unable to cope with it. Not to mention that her current strength is still limited because she cannot use magic due to acclimatization, which makes her current strength not much stronger than that of ordinary people. Lala and the others seemed unconcerned. Because they don't use magic power, their strength is not restricted by the power system at all. Wow, there are so many people. Looks like trouble is coming to us. Umph. A bunch of cannon fodder. Stop right there. As Nana finished speaking, the flying monsters controlled by the kingdom's army suddenly obeyed Nana's orders and suddenly stopped in midair. The combination of the royal blood of Debuluk and the blood of the Cham people also brings an unparalleled talent and ability to each of the three sisters. Lala has cosmic-level invention abilities and possesses the most royal blood of Debuluk, making her the most powerful among the three sisters. If described by entry level, Lala's physical level can directly reach a level, while the two sisters are sea level. Because their talents mainly lie in commanding animals and plants. This talent allows them to understand the sounds of animals and plants in the early stages, and even communicate with them. Then, under Saifei's guidance and assistance in development, the sisters Nana and Meng Meng have become able to use animals and plants like queens, even if they are animals and plants seen for the first time in the wild. As long as their bloodline level is not at the dragon level, they can basically give orders directly without any emotional communication. Send them all down and come back to me. As Nana gave another order, the kingdom soldiers suddenly went berserk and threw the kingdom soldiers on their backs off. At this time, Yiming also used the system's character template function to look at Nana's character panel. He hadn't noticed it before, but now he suddenly realized that Nana's strength was beyond his expectations. I always feel that it is much better than the original. Name, Nana. Comprehensive strength, block level. Strength D. Durability D. Agility D. Magic none. Lucky. Noble phantasm D+. Holding capacity. Deviluk/Cham hybrid physiology. Possesses physical abilities superior to any known species in the universe. All attributes and potential are increased by 500%. Deviluk's tail. Every Deviluk possesses a demonic tail that weakens anyone who touches it. This tail also symbolizes the Deviluk's power, allowing them to fire lightning bolts at their foes. Its power is equal to their own strength, so there's no rank rating. Expert Ecologist A. Compared to her two sisters, and perhaps most of the characters, Nana is the least intelligent. However, she is an expert on most of the animal biodiversity in the galaxy. New book launch. All kinds of requests for subscriptions, requests for support, requests for fish not to be raised, as they can easily die. She has an intimate knowledge of the habitats and lifestyles of many species across the galaxy, and is able to customize and maintain the ecosystem in her cyber safari so that all of her different pets from different alien species can coexist. Function. Possess the ability to see through an animal's classification information, physiological structure, living habits, and living environment. 4 core dimensions of intelligence at a glance. Strong willpower B. She possesses immense willpower, as she is the only one who can resist Maya's Psycho Dive. Function. Reduces all mental attacks and control effects by 100%. Animal affinity. All animals will approach you and are less likely to become hostile to you. Communication with all things, animals. You can communicate with all animals. King of Creatures Animal A. Can control animals whose wisdom age level does not exceed 10 years old through mental power. Lance Mastery B. Influenced by someone, Saifei specifically taught Nana the art of spearmanship and lance riding. Ride. Because it is loved by all animals, it can easily control all animals, including fantasy species, except for the highest level dragon species. Items held. Transmitting phone. One of Lala's inventions, it has the same functions as a regular phone. It can also summon animals she has collected from across the universe from the online zoo. Anti-gravity wing system. One of Lala's inventions, it has the ability to fly and will unfold a pair of devilish wings when used. Knight's Reins D+, a rare type of noble phantasm that is a pair of reins and a whip possessing outstanding offensive and defensive abilities. When used, all stats increase by 1 level. When attacking, ride on the enhanced mount and charge at super high speed, crushing the target with a physical attack. This noble phantasm significantly increases the holder's chances of taming fantasy species. It can also forcibly manipulate animals to age up to 15, a clear-eyed yet foolish college student. P.S. Although it's described as an A+ rank anti-army noble phantasm in the introduction, due to the overall destructive power rating, it can only be considered a D+ rank block-level destructive power. After all, these summoned heroic spirit clones can't possibly unleash the true power of these noble phantasms. After reading Nana's character panel, Yimeng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Should I say she is worthy of being Chidua's daughter? This panel is not worse than his at all. At the same time, it is no wonder that Nana can directly control and command animals that she meets for the first time. You know, in the original book, Nana's ability is to control the animals that are her friends. If they are friends she meets for the first time, she can only have simple communication with them. How could she be like this now? Directly commanding and controlling these animals she meets for the first time with the attitude of a queen. Afterwards, out of curiosity, Yimeng also took a look at Lala and Meng Meng. It can only be said that they are worthy of being 3 sisters. Their panels are basically the same, except that one is more inclined to technology and the other is more inclined to plants. At the same time, because Lala is a few years older than the other two, and because she inherited more blood from the royal family of Devyaluk, her attribute panel is 1 level higher than the other two, and she has directly reached the regional level of strength. P.S. Lala, who can roar away a typhoon with just 1 shout, is qualified to have regional level strength. If she adds those strange and bizarre inventions and props, she can even easily reach the national level. Don't underestimate the ability of the universe's number 1 genius inventor. Besides the first time, there is the tendency to possess noble phantasms, which is also related to their respective areas of expertise. Each of them has one, and it is obvious that it was given to them by Sci-Fi. But then again, since they are 3 sisters, it is impossible that only Nana has it while the other 2 don't. Apart from anything else, Lala may not care, but Meng Meng will definitely have what Nana has. However, what worries Yimeng is that Meng Meng's treasure is a tree card. That's right, it's the tree card that everyone knows, one of the cloud cards. It has the ability to control plants, can summon trees to attack or defend, and can also accelerate plant growth through magic. Moreover, perhaps because of the existence of this magic item, Meng Meng is the only one among the 3 sisters who has a magic level that reaches D level. After all, the other 2 people don't need to use magic. But this is not the problem. But how did this thing appear here? Could it be that Gilgamesh is also a magic boy? If not, it can only mean that Sci-Fi's treasure of the king has been evolved by herself at least once, thus obtaining the props of the 10,000 worlds. No wonder he always felt that the style of his dimensional cloak with a single-family villa and the golden treasure collection were a little out of place. Now that I think about it carefully, isn't that dimensional cloak exactly the magic item, Tengu's hidden cape from the manga magic teacher that I got into? Inside the cloak is a dimensional space that can infinitely absorb energy attacks such as magic shooters, and can also be used to store various things, and even people. This is not something from the same world. So the only thing Yimeng could think of now was that after he went to the world of Talovru, the information of the king's treasure, which was the same at 2 different times, was synchronized, so that his own king's treasure was synchronized with the information of the king's treasure on Sci-Fi's side. Although this conjecture is a bit crazy, it is not impossible. At the very least, this Tengu's hidden mistletoe is definitely not something from the Type Moon world, but it suddenly appears in the king's treasure, which in itself is a big problem. But if this happens, does it mean that he might be able to synchronize information with Jin Shanshan's treasure of the king? After all, his royal treasure came from Jin Shanshan. If it was just the same dish, it would be fine, but if it was really the same one, then it might be aiding the enemy. Afterwards, Yi Ming asked the system about his doubts. New book launch. All kinds of requests for subscriptions, requests for support, requests for fish not to be raised, as they can easily die. After all, suddenly falling from the sky, although not too high, is enough to cause them considerable damage for their mortal bodies. In addition, the sudden runaway of the mount also made them feel extremely unbelievable. After all, this is the first time this has happened. As one of the insiders, Urza Nightvoka's expression was extremely solemn. As the captain of the 2nd Magic Combat Team of the Edo Lost Kingdom Army, she saw very clearly that Nana was not carrying any items that looked like props. Just by opening her mounts collectively lost control and, under her command, threw them off. In other words, these people who may have come from another world, Eslinden, can still use magic even if they come to this world. This was undoubtedly beyond her expectations. In fact, if it weren't for her kind character, she, as the captain of the 2nd Magic Warfare Corps of the Edo Lost Kingdom Army, might not be hurt after falling from such a high place. But the others would not only be injured, but would be smashed into a pulp. In this regard, she had to thank the other party for showing mercy. After all, she didn't want to see her subordinates fall to death in front of her. Thinking of this, Urza Nightvoka's expression became very solemn. And what worried her most was whether that girl was the only one who could use magic, or whether everyone else on this magic spaceship could use magic. If it was just the former, then it would be fine. After all, for her, the mount was just a means of transportation, and her combat effectiveness would not be affected by whether she had a mount or not. But if everyone in the latter group can use magic, then it will be troublesome. At this time, before his mount fell, Urza Nightvoka transformed the 10 Commandments spear in his hand into a sonic spear, greatly increasing his speed. He continued to trample on the flying monsters still in the air, and quickly moved and jumped onto the Vimana of Yi Ming and others. However, looking at Urza Nightwalker who appeared before them, Lisa Strauss was a little surprised and said, "Is that Urza? Why is she in the Kingdom Army?" Lisa was extremely surprised to see that the Urza she was familiar with actually appeared in the Kingdom Army that was specifically designed to capture the Fairy Tale Guild. You know, the Urza she knew wasn't just a member of the guild. She had already earned the title of Fairy Queen. "It's definitely fairy tale," Lisa Idolos explained. "I don't know what Urza is like in your world, but in ours, she's a fairy hunter specializing in hunting fairy tale. Many people in our guild have been arrested or even killed by her. After all, although their guild has a device that can teleport them away directly, it is impossible for them to be lucky every time and leave quickly before the other party finds them. After all, this teleportation device can be interrupted and stopped. Therefore, when they encounter the kind of situation that has appeared in front of them, they need someone to stand up and block it. And this time, she stepped forward and fought for the opportunity for everyone in the guild to teleport away. It's just that she was lucky this time and met Yi Ming and the others, otherwise she would have died this time. Listening to her other self's introduction to Urza in this world, Lisa found it very unbelievable and difficult to accept. After all, she had seen how much the Urza she knew cared about her companions, and in her heart, she was another very reliable and trustworthy sister. However, the Urza of this world is an enemy of fairy tale, and even a fairy hunter who specializes in hunting them. This is also extremely difficult for Lisa to accept. However, no matter how much she couldn't accept it, she had no choice but to accept it. After all, strictly speaking, they can only be considered to look alike, but they're not the same person, so there is nothing difficult to accept. Since you know someone, let's capture him first and lead us. In this case, we just need to send Lisa back to the guild. Although normally they could just let Urza in this world take them to find the old king, but since they have chosen to do it, they naturally have to finish it. However, Yi Ming had no intention of contacting the fairy tale of this world. The main reason is that there are too many similar people. Although Yi Ming is fickle, he is not so promiscuous that he would even be attracted to some supporting characters whose appearances he can't even remember. P.S. The main reason is that some people not only look exactly the same, but also have almost the same personality. There is no need to add one more person because then I won't even know how to write the plot. So I will simply not contact them here. If I want to recruit them, I will do so later. I will not take the initiative to contact them for now. Ming Ming looked at the ships around her and gave up the idea of taking action. There was no way. Her ability was to control plants, but they were on a spaceship and there was no soil for plants to grow. Of course, it is not impossible for plants to take root and grow in such a place, but the problem is that they are now in mid-air. If the spaceship is damaged, they will all fall off. Although it doesn't seem to have much of an impact. After all, they can all fly. But the problem is, this is a means of transportation, and who knows if this thing can be repaired after it breaks. So after thinking about it, Ming Ming chose to give up. Brother Yi Ming, you better take action, otherwise I'm worried that this ship will be damaged. Yi Ming also said helplessly, Okay, I thought you would show a little bit. Ming Ming smiled and said, There's nothing I can do. My ability is to control plants. I can't just dismantle the spaceship to allow the plants to take root on it, right? It seems my guess was right. You are from Eslanden. I just didn't expect that even after coming to this world, you can still use magic. But even so, I can still take you down. Although she was indeed very surprised that Nana and the others could still use magic after arriving in this world, she was still not afraid at all. Because in her opinion, the only difference between the two worlds is that there is magic in their bodies, while the humans in their world do not. That's all. The so-called magic is actually similar to the magic props they are holding now. But in her opinion, even if the wizards in the world of Eslanden can use magic, their world still has the advantage. It is because there is magic power in their bodies, and they can use magic, so they are extremely dependent on the power of magic. Once they are unable to use magic, they're almost useless. This is not the first time this has happened. And even if I can use magic now, so what? Their world also has magic props, which are no worse than the magic of wizards. In addition, due to the scarcity of magic resources in this world, they prioritize focusing on practicing physical skills. It can be said that their combat experience is definitely much stronger than that of the wizards in the world of Eslanden. Once a fight breaks out, their world will definitely have the advantage. After saying that, Urza Knight Voka, holding the Ten Commandments spear that had been transformed into a sonic spear, attacked Yi Ming, who was sitting in his seat. She had been observing since she arrived on the spacecraft. There is no doubt that the man sitting leisurely on the only chair is the leader of these people. As long as you can defeat the other party, you don't have to worry about not being able to control others. At worst, you can force the other party to land the spacecraft on the ground. To be honest, she actually felt quite insecure in a place like this. So, she needs to establish an advantage for herself. The Ten Commandments spear, Sonic Spear, also allowed Urza Nightwalker to reach a level that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, Urza Knight Voka appeared in front of Yi Ming, pointing his spear at him and threatening him, If you don't want to die, land the spaceship on the ground. Looking at Urza Nightwalker, who was suddenly rushing towards him, Yi Ming couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. With a playful smile, he said, Wow, that's really fast. You scared me. After saying that, Yi Ming also made a loud noise. Urza Nightwalker didn't know what Yi Ming was going to do, but seeing that he didn't seem to be afraid of her at all, coupled with his actions, it was enough for her to take the initiative. The sonic gun in his hand suddenly stabbed towards Yi Ming. But the next second, Urza Nightwalker immediately stopped the piercing action in his hand, because she found that the tip of her gun, which was supposed to pierce Yi Ming's heart or brain or other weak points of the human body, was actually against her throat. To put it bluntly, if she had reacted just 0.1 seconds slower, she would have died at her own hands. Everyone was in disbelief as they watched the strange scene where the gun handle stabbed towards Yi Ming, but the tip of the gun hit Urza Nightwalker's neck. What the hell is this? Could that be the legendary space magic? Compared to everyone present, Lee Santa Strauss, who knew the most about magic, couldn't help but speculate. After all, although she had never seen space magic with her own eyes, she had some concept of it and could roughly guess that Yi Meng's operation was most likely related to the legendary space magic. After all, only space magic can return the opponent's attack to the enemy. Although there are also some people who can reach an extremely high level of control over the same element, thus having the ability to control the opponent's elemental attacks in turn. But this obviously does not include owning physical items. At least, Yi Meng's operation is too similar to the legendary space magic. Yi Meng said curiously, "It seems that the sonic gun not only increases your movement speed, but also your reaction speed? Or have you completely gotten used to the speed of the sonic gun?" Originally, Yi Meng thought that this sonic gun could only increase movement speed, but he didn't expect that it also had an effect on reaction speed. In other words, all body functions related to speed will be enhanced. Originally, Yi Meng thought that he had overestimated the Ten Commandments spear, but unexpectedly, he still underestimated it. Of course, it is also possible that Urza Nightwoka, as the holder of the Ten Commandments spear, has become completely accustomed to the speed of the sonic spear, so he was able to react. Do you want to continue fighting? If you still want to, I don't mind playing with you. When you've had enough, you can take us to find your king. Hearing Yi Meng's words, Urza Nightwoka immediately became furious. These people's target is actually the king. As someone who has dedicated his entire life to this country, how could Urza Nightwoka allow anyone to harm it? It was clear that Urza Nightwalker bound the king and the country together. Normally, this understanding is correct, but in reality, Urza Nightwalker cares more about this country rather than the king himself. Although Urza Nightwalker appears to be a woman who takes pleasure in killing, enjoys watching others suffer without any mercy, and seems to be completely immersed in a dark world. But in fact, her personality is similar to Urza from Eslanden. They are both people who want to use a hard shell to protect themselves because of fear of something. Urza Nightwalker was terrified by the scarcity of magic in Idolas, and so she tried to cover up her deep-seated fear by defeating the enemy. In addition, Urza Nightwoka had already subconsciously tied the king and the country together. So in her ears, what Yi Meng said about looking for the king was equivalent to causing trouble for the king, and equivalent to causing trouble for their kingdom of Idolas. This is something that Urza Nightwalker can never accept. He drew back the Ten Commandments spear in his hand and changed his form again. Seal Spear. Although the sealed spear is not as powerful as other spears, it even feels a bit dull compared to the iron spear in its basic form. However, the seal gun also has an incredible special effect that other mode guns do not have. That is, it can be done like armament hockey and can attack elemental energy. This is a gun specifically designed to fight magic. It feels like a magic-breaking red rose, and it even has a sealing effect. Although she didn't know what Yi Meng's operation was, in her opinion, it must be magic. And since it was magic, it would definitely be restrained by her sealing spear. He raised his gun again and rushed towards Yi Meng. However, the result was still the same as before. As long as she stabbed the tip of the gun at the other party, the tip of the gun would still return her neck. Urza Nightwalker, who saw this scene, was also in disbelief. Why is this happening? This sealing spear is specifically designed to suppress magic. No matter how powerful or ingenious your magic is, it is destined to be suppressed by this spear. Lysana Strauss was also a little surprised to hear that this gun had such a magical effect. There are actually weapons in this world that can specifically counter magic. This thing is a natural nemesis for them, the magicians. Yi Meng also smiled helplessly and said, "That's true, but the premise is that you have to be able to touch it, right? The greatest characteristic of space magic is its mystery. As long as the user desires, they can make it impossible for anyone's attack to touch them. Besides, aren't you too confident in your gun? I don't deny that this gun is indeed very powerful, but unfortunately, its upper limit is there. Once it encounters a power with a level higher than this upper limit, it will be difficult to exert the corresponding effect. This is probably the disadvantage of the unified power of props. Although the ability is strong, the upper limit will also be locked, making it difficult to make a breakthrough. After listening to Yi Meng's words, Urza Nightwoka finally understood why this happened. So this is the power of space magic? Even if her sealing spear could suppress magic, if it couldn't even touch it, what was the difference between that and stabbing the air directly? Damn it, I don't believe I can't do anything to you. After saying that, Urza Nightvoka changed the Ten Commandments spear in his hand again. Afterwards, Urza Nightwalker also tried all the forms of the Ten Commandments spear. Even the invisible and intangible gravitational field released by the gravity gun with a large-scale control effect can actually bounce back to himself. At this moment, Urza Nightvoka was completely desperate. She really couldn't think of any other means that could restrain Yi Meng's space magic. Not to mention Urza Nightwalker. Everyone present felt it was outrageous. There is no way. Facing this kind of opponent who can return the attack to you no matter what kind of attack they use, all the means they have are in vain. Therefore, for a moment, they actually felt a little sympathetic towards Urza Nightvoka for encountering such a terrifying opponent. Until now, Yi Meng has been sitting on the chair the whole time, motionless, but Urza Nightvoka has exhausted himself and still cannot cause any harm to Yi Meng. Even Urza Nightvoka tried to target Lala and the others, wanting to use them as a threat. Unfortunately, it is obvious that Yi Meng's defense range is not limited to himself. As long as he wants, he can use this space transfer defense method on anyone. In fact, if Yi Meng had not simply changed the direction of the attack, but transferred the damage directly to the opponent, then Urza Nightvoka would not just be tired, but would have killed himself. However, what Urza Nightvoka didn't know was that Yi Meng's spatial transfer defense was not as outrageous as he imagined. As I just said, no matter how much the sealing spear can restrain magic, it still has to be able to hit it. However, the space transfer defense method used by Yi Meng is not actually space magic in the true sense, but it achieves the effect of space transfer by replacing the space coordinates through displacement. In other words, there is a framework. So actually, as long as the sealing spear can touch that frame, it will be fine. Although Yi Meng can also enlarge the frame. Have you had enough fun? When you've had enough fun, take us to find your king. Listening to Yi Meng's words, although Yi Meng did not mean to mock him, in Urza Nightvoka's opinion, it was full of teasing and ridicule. It was as if he was looking down on her for overestimating her abilities. Don't even think about it. Urza Nightvoka, would never betray the kingdom and allow you, the damn it, to approach our land and commit crimes. Listening to Urza Nightvoka's words, Yi Meng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He just wanted to find the old king to have a go at it, and send them back to the world of Estlanden. How did it become that they were going to the kingdom of Edolas to do evil? Yi Meng also sneered and said, "Didn't you plunder your magic power from Estlanden? They say it's for the people, but in reality, they're no different from thieves and robbers. Don't tell me you have so much magic power. What's wrong with giving me some?" Such shameless words. You make yourself sound so great. If you've done it, you have to admit it. Don't be a W***re and still try to be a saint. Hearing Yi Meng's ridicule, Urza Nightvoka's face turned red with anger. Yi Meng's irony is not over yet. Do you think I really need you to lead the way? Did you see her? They are one of the guild members of Fairy Tale that you are hunting. They are from your world. Even without you leading the way, I will let them lead the way for me. The final result is the same. If it weren't for the fact that you and Urza look so much alike, practically the same person, do you think I would show mercy to someone who considers me an enemy and attacks him, even someone who dares to lay a hand on one of my people? Yi Meng didn't want to say something so harsh at first, but Urza Nightvoka's attitude was so bad that it made Yi Meng a little unhappy. It was clearly you who attacked first, but now you find that you can't defeat yourselves, yet you still have the nerve to say that others are going to invade your land. This feeling also made Yi Meng inexplicably think of a country that he had almost no good impression of except for the two-dimensional world and a certain movie. The impression that version T0 and Xiao Rizi had left on him made Yi Meng instinctively feel very unhappy. Or rather, are you guys a little too self-righteous? Just because we're a little nice to you, you think we're easy to bully? After saying that, two huge golden ripples suddenly appeared behind Yimeng. Two gigantic swords, whose width alone was greater than the Vimana they were riding, were aimed at Urza Knight Voka like the wrath of heaven rained down upon the mortal world. Guess how many people in your country will be able to survive if I throw these two toys away? Everyone swallowed subconsciously when they heard Yimeng's words, especially Urza Nightwalker. It was not until now that she truly realized how big the gap was between their Idolas and the world of Islandin. Two super giant swords that are almost as big as their country. They don't even need to know how to use them. Just throw these two giant swords into their country's territory, and their kingdom of Eslan will be almost destroyed. However, to the other party, they're just two toys? How could she not be shocked? At the same time, she also understood why the magic plundering plan had encountered almost no obstacles over the years. Although many of the F***CKs were stopped and shut down shortly after they were activated due to Mystigan, it was still possible to plunder some magic power. Although it has not yet achieved the eternal and infinite magic power that the old king had envisioned, it is basically going relatively smoothly. But now, she understood that the main reason why their magic plundering operation was so smooth was because they had not really provoked any terrifying existence that could truly threaten the safety of their kingdom of Idolas. However, now, their smooth operations have finally caused them to provoke a terrifying existence that cannot be provoked. The nearly unbreakable spatial defense, coupled with the absolutely overwhelming power, made Urza Nightvoka truly experience for the first time the strongest sense of despair and powerlessness in his life. Meng, who was standing aside, couldn't help swallowing when she saw Yimeng's domineering look. Oops, that's her type. As the daughter of a cosmic overlord, and given her upbringing, her requirements for her partner naturally include being labeled as powerful. After all, don't forget that everyone around her is powerful. Especially after meeting those so-called fiancé backups, Mengmeng's pursuit of strength became even more resolute. Although Yimeng is still very young, she has already seen in Yimeng a domineering aura that is no less powerful than the two most powerful people in her heart. As a twin sister who grew up in the same environment as Meng, although Nana's personality is different from Mengmeng's, their preferences are actually very similar. It's just that because of their respective talents and abilities, one likes animals more and the other likes plants more. Therefore, Yimeng's performance at this time also caught her off guard and made her heart beat fast. However, Sunder's personality made her unwilling to admit that Yimeng was really handsome at this time. TSK, just trying to be cool. As for the two Lysanas, although not as exaggerated as Meng and Nana, they're not much different. Especially Lysana Strauss. Girls tend to mature earlier, and coupled with her childhood experiences and years of living in a mixed guild, Lysana understood many things early on, especially when it comes to choosing a partner. Unfortunately, most of the men in the guild, including Natsu and his friends, only know how to fight. It can be seen from the fact that Natsu disregards the consequences every time he performs a mission and causes a lot of unnecessary losses that he is so careless, reckless, and impulsive that he does not meet her standards of an ideal partner. Even Happy was hatched safely with the help of her and her brother Elfman. She couldn't imagine whether Happy would be able to hatch successfully if Natsu was left to hatch alone. Even though Happy has been hatched now, he still needs to rely on her and the guild members for help to fill his stomach most of the time. Otherwise, he would probably go hungry often if he followed Natsu. Because of this, Happy enjoys the treatment of being the darling of the guild. Otherwise, one would really worry that it would go hungry with Natsu one day. However, despite Natsu's reckless personality, Lysana deeply experienced his reliability, patience, and sense of responsibility from the time Happy was hatched until she came into this world. This also gave the guild members a slightly better impression of Natsu. P.S. I'd like to clarify that I just have a good impression of you, not that I like you. We're all in the same guild, so being friends is fine, right? For her, and indeed all the female members who live in a magic guild full of dangerous missions, time has always been a luxury, and waiting is full of risks. After all, every time the Magic Guild goes out on a mission, it may bring unpredictable consequences, so they tend to be more direct and pragmatic in their emotional choices. However, Lysana is not as anxious to find support as other guild members because she has the support of her powerful sister Mira Jane and brother. But at the same time, she also knew that she could not always rely on her family, especially since her talent was far inferior to that of her sister Mira Jane and brother Elfman. This reality prompted her to plan her future more rationally and set her sights on people she could trust. Although Natsu has a reckless personality, the qualities he displays make the guild members have a good impression of him compared to his peers. She hopes to find a partner who can accompany her through difficult times and share the ups and downs with her. As for Gray, forget it. This guy was known as a pervert in the guild, and there was no way she could fall in love with him. They could be friends or partners, but they couldn't possibly be husband and wife. At least she could see Natsu's sense of responsibility from the way he took care of Happy, but Gray was just a pervert. Looking at Yi Meng, who was about the same age as Natsu, but had already demonstrated great strength, possessing a contradictory personality that was both gentle and domineering. When Urza Nightwalker wanted to use them as hostages to threaten Yi Meng, the unparalleled sense of security he brought made her realize that this was the best choice. Only then did she finally understand why Yi Meng and Lala had already confirmed their relationship, but Nana and Meng Meng still had a good impression of him. Especially when she saw the undisguised love in their eyes, she realized that Yi Meng had a unique charm. This charm came not only from his strong strength, but also from his gentle and responsible character. When faced with danger, he can stand up without hesitation to protect those around him and give them a sense of security. In daily interactions, he can show endless tenderness and take good care of everyone's feelings. The sisters Nana and Meng Meng were probably attracted by his multifaceted charm, so even though Yi Meng was already with Lala, they still couldn't suppress their love for him. Lysana herself was also deeply attracted to Yi Meng after seeing his performance at critical moments. She realized that Yi Meng was the one who could truly give her the future she wanted. Although Yi Meng is about the same age as her and Natsu, his mind and abilities are more mature. Although Lysana Idolas was also moved by Yi Meng's scene, especially because her living environment was more severe than Lysana Strauss's, and she could better understand how stable and happy her future would be if she could become a woman like Yi Meng. She still did not want to express anything. Because even if we don't count Lala, who has already confirmed her relationship with Yi Meng, she is still the least competitive one among everyone present. After all, apart from anything else, there is a Lysana next to her who looks almost exactly like her, but at least has magical powers and can use magic. Under such circumstances, she had no intention of torturing herself or embarrassing herself. Although it is not impossible to be the mistress, as a woman, she is unwilling to share the man she likes with others. Therefore, Lysana Idolas, who knew that she had no competitiveness and did not want to share with others, naturally chose to give up. P.S. Most of the girls in Idolas will at least be taken away. I don't plan to finish writing the Idolas chapter right now. After all, I still need to follow the storyline to trigger tasks and get rewards. Yi Meng had no intention of comforting Urza Netvoka, and directly used the replacement magic to conjure a rope and attached additional magic to strengthen its strength and toughness, leaving the other party with no chance of breaking free. That's right. Looking at the very standard tortoise-shell bondage, Nana's contempt and the weird looks of the other girls, Yi Meng didn't know how to explain it. Although it was true that he had conjured the rope using displacement magic, the problem was that he hadn't really considered. Well, when Yi Meng was replacing the rope, he subconsciously thought of the tortoise-shell bondage. But Yi Meng never expected that he would be tied up in a tortoise-shell tie right at the start. He just remembered what the tortoise-shell bondage looked like, but he really had no idea how to perform it specifically. And it was precisely because of this action that Nana and the two Lysana, who had originally had a favorable impression of Yi Meng, suddenly had their impression of him greatly reduced. Although he is good in all aspects, I didn't expect that besides being fickle, he is also a pervert. Meng Meng didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After all, although she's also a princess who grew up with Lala and Nana, she actually knows a darkness that her two sisters have never been exposed to. Moreover, as a plant manipulator, binding has almost become an instinctive operation. Although the tortoiseshell bondage was also quite embarrassing for her, she did not hate it. She even liked Yi Ming's frank personality that did not hide her XP. As for Lala, that's because she was really protected too well, and her mind was extremely pure, so she didn't notice that there was anything wrong with this way of binding. In fact, she was no longer surprised. After all, she was sometimes tied up by her own violent inventions, but this was the first time she had seen this type of binding. And Urza Nightwalker was embarrassed and angry, because for the first time, she finally clearly realized that she was a woman. The only thing that made her feel fortunate was that Yi Ming did not force her to reveal the address of the Kingdom of Idolas. Although Yi Ming can still find the location of the Kingdom of Idolas by finding the Fairy Tale Guild, but at least she didn't find out from her own mouth, so she couldn't be considered to have betrayed her country. Although the Kingdom of Idolas may eventually be liquidated by Yi Ming. As for compromise, could Yi Ming not take action against the people of Idolas Kingdom in exchange for telling the other party the address of Idolas Kingdom? To be honest, this idea is too naive. You know, their Kingdom of Idolas is a plunderer. They know very well what they are doing, and they know even more clearly what kind of disaster doing so will bring to that world. But for the sake of their own world, they chose to ignore it. So it could be said that from the moment the conflict broke out between their two worlds, they were already mortal enemies. After all, no one wants to imagine what the world would be like without magic. This is also the main reason why she became so crazy, cold-blooded, and even cruel. Because only by doing so can the country she is loyal to be able to continue forever. But now, looking at Yi Ming, who brought her an absolute sense of powerlessness and despair, Urza Night woke aside helplessly. Now that things have come to this, what else can she, a captive, do except refrain from betraying her country? If Yi Ming could appreciate her body as a woman, then at least they could discuss the final condition, as long as Yi Ming did not harm civilians. But it was obvious that Yi Ming, who had never taken the initiative to look at her since he tied her up, was not very interested in her. However, this is not the case. Urza Nightvoka's current posture made Yi Ming easily angry if he just looked at her for a moment longer. Although Yi Ming did have the idea of starting a harem, he still hoped that his first woman would be Lala. After all, for men, their first woman often has a special meaning. Therefore, Yi Ming tacitly acknowledged Lala's status as the mistress of his harem, just like the absolute support relationship between a cowherd and sister-ma. Therefore, he naturally wanted Lala to be his first woman. Of course, this choice is not absolute. After all, Yi Ming's current attitude towards Lala is more based on his love for the anime character rather than so-called love. To put it bluntly, I just want to take advantage of someone's body. As a 2D otaku who doesn't have a few so-called favorite wives. Therefore, there is naturally great uncertainty as to who will be the first to take the throne in the end. It mainly depends on who will be your first woman. It's just that the person with the biggest advantage now is Lala. After all, you're the first one to confirm the boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, so you have some advantages, don't you? Therefore, in order to prevent himself from losing control, Yi Ming could only try his best not to look at Urza Nightwalker, who was in an extremely seductive posture at the moment. Of course, because Yi Ming didn't intend to let such a trophy run away, Yi Ming also asked Meng Meng to help keep an eye on it. Meng Meng was quite happy about this. After all, Urza Nightvoka's unruly character gave her a sense of conquest, and she couldn't help but want to tame the other party's conflict. Afterwards, along the way, everyone talked about many things while they were on their way. The most common problem is undoubtedly the magic power issue. As the same person, both are Lee Sana, but the other self possesses magical powers and can even use magic, which naturally makes Lee Sana Idolas very envious. Although I can't use magic now, that's just due to the restrictions of this world's rules. Once I return to my original world, everything will return to normal. When Nana and the others heard what Lee Sana Idolas said, they said that even if they didn't have magic power, it wouldn't be a big deal. After hearing Nana's words, Lysana and Urza Nightwoka felt that the other party was eating their own meat. She herself has no shortage of magic power, so naturally she doesn't care about things that don't involve magic power. Looking at the speechless expressions of the three women, Nana said unhappily, "Don't look at me like that. We really don't have any magic power." "No, Ming Ming, you seem to have some magic power, right?" Ming Ming did not hide this and nodded and said, "Well, ever since I got the recognition of the tree card, magic power has begun to exist in my body, and I can also cultivate magic power. But apart from me, who gained the basics of magic thanks to the tree card, my sister Nana really don't have any magic. The flying beasts we controlled before weren't actually magic. They were our innate bloodline abilities. They didn't require any magic power." The three girls, who had not taken seriously at first, all showed surprised expressions after hearing what Meng Meng and Nana said. Nana continued, "And we also live in a world without magic, and the energy we need to live is not magic." Afterwards, Nana told the three girls the general situation of the world they were in. Although there is no magic in their world, there are many energy sources that can replace magic. Take Lala's inventions, for example. None of them require magic to drive them. It's just that the energy used in Lala's inventions is the highest level of dark matter energy. The three women were also stunned. They really didn't expect that there actually existed props in this world that could be used normally without magic power. Yimeng also added, "According to the situation in your world, electricity can replace magic power. Generating electricity is not difficult. Basically, as long as you find the right materials and have advanced craftsmanship, you can create electricity." As someone who takes Stone Age as a science class, Yimeng has now reviewed all the basic scientific knowledge. I don't know if it's because of time travel or some other reason, but not only did Yimeng's physical age return to his peak age of 16, but even everything he had seen before was now remembered clearly, just like computer backup data. With just one search keyword, Yimeng can quickly find the content intelligence he needs. Hearing Yimeng say that electricity can be created without magic and can be used to replace magic, the three of them were really shocked. Upon hearing this, Urza Nightvoka kowtowed to Yimeng without hesitation and begged, "Please, tell me this method of creating electricity that can replace magic. In return, I will give you whatever you want, even if it means sacrificing my life. I only ask that you give our world a way to survive." The reason we want to steal the magic power of the Eslinen world is because the magic power resources in this world are constantly being depleted. Sooner or later, all the magic power in the world will completely disappear. That's why we have to limit the consumption of magic power and target Fairy Tail, who is an innocent consumer of magic power. After learning that there is something that can replace magic power, how could Urza Nightwalker still have any thoughts about Fairy Tail? Why is she so obsessed with targeting Fairy Tail? Isn't it because for some unknown reason, the magic power in this world has begun to gradually dry up, and everyone in the Fairy Tail Guild has magic items that can use magic? Add to that the teleportation device that can instantly transfer a large building to another place, which one of these doesn't require a lot of magic power to achieve. There's not much magic power in this world to begin with. And now, there is such a big magic consumer that is accelerating the consumption of the already limited magic power in this world. Naturally, the kingdom will not allow it to exist. Therefore, if there really is such an energy source that can be created by humans themselves to replace magic, then magic and the like should just get lost. Hearing Urza Nightwalker's words, Lysana Idolas couldn't help but feel a little complicated. It was only then that she finally realized Urza Nightwalker's true identity for the first time. It turns out that the reason why the other party is so cruel and cold-blooded is for the sake of this world and this country, so that they can continue to become like that. As for Fairy Tail, it was due to Fairy Tail's own problems. After all, with resources already limited, Fairy Tail was still recklessly wasting magic power. It was no wonder that the Kingdom Army was targeting them so much. If it were them, they would also not be able to accept someone wasting the already scarce precious resources. Unfortunately, it is also impossible to disband Fairy Tail. After all, the Fairy Tale Guild is their home, a place that gives them strength no matter what difficulties they encounter. Even facing the targeting of the Kingdom Army and external pressure, they will not give up easily, otherwise they would not have persisted until now. Lysena Idolas knew this very well. She recalled the happy time she had spent in Fairy Tale and the adventures and growth she had shared with her friends. She understood that the members of Fairy Tale would not stop using magic because of outside opposition. They would protect the world in their own way, even if it came at a huge cost. But she also understood the Kingdom Army's position. In an environment where magic power was depleted, every resource was extremely precious and had to be used rationally. Perhaps, one day in the future, both parties will be able to find a compromise that will allow Fairy Tale to continue to exist while solving the problem of mana consumption. However, at the moment, this contradiction is obviously difficult to reconcile. Fortunately, the appearance of Yi Meng and others allowed her to see the existence of new energy that could replace magic power. Perhaps this will be an opportunity to completely resolve the dilemma of magic power depletion, allowing everyone to coexist peacefully without having to confront each other over resource issues. Thinking of this, Lysena Idola's heart, which had already given up long ago, couldn't help but be moved again. Urza Nightwalker has also made the decision to exchange everything he has for this energy that can be created by humans themselves. As long as Yi Meng is willing, then everything she has will belong to him. Soon, under the leadership of Urza Nightvoka, Yi Meng and others also found the Fairy Tale Guild in Idolas. The Magic War team, led by Urza Nightwalker, had already found the trace of Fairy Tale before, but they happened to meet Yi Meng on the way. As long as it's not targeting the kingdom of Idolas, Urza Nightvoka won't feel too much psychological pressure no matter what he does. Not to mention that the target this time is already a wanted person in their kingdom, so there is no psychological pressure at all. Seeing that Urza Nightvoka's attitude had improved and he had cooperated with her, Yi Meng also changed the tortoiseshell bondage into a collar. Although she still received Nana's disgusting stare, at least it didn't affect Urza Nightvoka's actions. As for the soldiers of the Kingdom Army, they simply ignored them. However, Urza Nightwalker asked them to go back before leaving. There was no other way. Their mounts were stolen, and they fell from such a high place. Although they did not receive any big reward, they were no longer suitable to continue the pursuit mission. Soon, Yi Meng and others found a tree house with a Fairy Tale Guild flag on it. Looking at the familiar pattern on the flag, Lisa Strauss couldn't help but feel dazed for a moment. I never thought that the Fairy Tale Guild actually existed in this world. At the same time, Lysena Strauss suddenly remembered something. Since she existed in this world, could other people in the guild also exist? Thinking of this, Lysena Strauss couldn't wait to go and take a look. Needless to say, Lala and Nana naturally followed along. Yi Meng didn't seem to be very interested in this, and with Urza Nightvoka here, if they saw this, there would probably be some conflict. Because they were also members of the Fairy Tale Guild, there were also many familiar faces in it, which made Yi Meng have a very good impression of them. But Yi Meng's impression of Urza Nightvoka is not bad either. Although they had some minor conflicts not long ago, Yi Meng's anger came and went quickly because of that familiar face. Therefore, Yi Meng would not bear to see Urza Nightvoka being wronged because of his own reasons. Not to mention, for Yi Meng, both sides are somewhat familiar strangers. Therefore, it is better not to help either side. Of course, part of the reason is that Yi Meng doesn't really want to interact with these people, because Yi Meng always felt that if he got in touch with her, it would bring him a lot of unnecessary trouble. Although Yi Meng is not afraid of trouble, he also hates to cause trouble for himself. This is an instinctive reaction that Yi Meng has developed throughout his life. There is a certain intuitive reaction to impending danger and trouble. Take the great luck that caused him to travel through time, for example. Yi Meng had actually already reacted in advance, but his electric car suddenly malfunctioned, and the great luck played a role. In the end, Meng Meng decided to stay with Yi Meng. After all, she preferred to stay with Yi Meng rather than meeting those strangers. Not to mention Urza Naitu, her relationship with those fairies is not very good, and it can even be said that they have a mortal feud. Her weapons have now been confiscated, and she is unarmed and is no match for those goblins. She had no doubt that they would take advantage of her weakness to retaliate against her. Moreover, she didn't want her enemies to see her ugly appearance. That's right, as a prisoner, not only were her weapons confiscated and she was put in a collar, but her clothes were also replaced with a black and white abstinence-made outfit. Yi Ming had originally planned to conceal his XP a little, but because of the tortoise-shell binding, Yi Ming completely gave up struggling to cover it up and just did whatever he wanted. For a brave warrior like Urza Netivo, wearing such servant's attire was a great shame for her. At least she was not used to light and fluttering lower body clothing like skirts. However, in order not to offend Yi Ming, and in order to better obtain the method of creating electricity that can replace magic energy, Urza Netwo decided to endure the humiliation. As long as she could obtain a method that could replace the magical resources and allow their Idolos world to continue, all her sacrifices would be worth it. Yi Ming was also busy trying to understand the system functions better. If the system only has simple auxiliary functions, then Yi Ming doesn't need to worry too much. After all, this system basically means what is written on it. However, now I know that there's a system assistant called a pink fairy in my system, and she is actively taking tasks. As of now, Yi Ming has already received commissions from Urza Netwo and Lee Sana Idolos. Urza Nightworth, save the kingdom of Idolos and solve the energy problem of the Idolos world. Mission Reward 3, everything you own. Lee Sana Idolos. I want to be like myself in another world, to have magical powers and be able to use magic. Task Reward 1, 2. Since the client does not have any special talents or abilities that match the difficulty of the task content as a reward, a random draw of the same level will be conducted. The task level is determined by the completion of the array. Mission Reward 3, none. Although it was a bit surprising that Lee Sana Idolos didn't have any special abilities that could be used as a reward, it was still within an acceptable range. After all, even if they look alike, as someone born in this world of Idolos, he is indeed an ordinary person without any magic power. In addition, there is no special talent or ability that can match the difficulty level of life, so it is understandable that it is replaced by the lottery of all realms. But isn't the reward for Urza Nightwo's mission a bit too much? Urza Nightworth's self-selected and random choices are all the 10 Commandment spears, and she has also very carefully split the 10 abilities of the 10 Commandment spears. Fortunately, there are not 10 different forms of the 10 Commandment spear, but 10 entries with different abilities. In addition, the strength of the 10 Commandment spear itself is relatively high, so the levels of these entries differentiated as rewards are all at the B level. In this case, it is worth looking forward to it. At the same time, this also made Yi Ming a little confused for a while about whether this system was generous or stingy. But no matter what, this also means that Yi Ming does not need to wait a week to get a commission task. He can still obtain commission tasks through other means and quickly improve his strength. Then Yi Ming needs to pay a little attention. After all, according to the description of the system function, the way to obtain tasks should be to automatically obtain the Wanjie commission task only once a week. However, just when Yi Ming was about to check the system function introduction again to make sure that he had not read it wrong or missed it, he found that there was an additional paragraph in the system function introduction that he had never seen before or had no impression of. If a cute girl who needs help or a wish that the host cannot fulfill appears within the host's magical perception range, will the commission task be automatically triggered? Yi Ming. Seeing this, Yi Ming couldn't help laughing. Okay, we don't even want to act anymore, right? This system function introduction and supplement can only be described as very airy. However, it seems that Yi Ming has not yet received the other party's approval, so the other party has no intention of responding to Yi Ming's inquiries. Obviously, in this situation, Yi Ming is completely unable to communicate with the other party unless the other party is willing. But Yi Ming didn't care much about it. There's nothing I can do about it. After all, she's Ellie. After all, praise I'm great. No need to say more. Magictricks.jpg. However, Since AI Li has no intention of interacting with him for the time being, Yi Ming will just pretend that she doesn't exist. As for the other party peeking at the screen secretly, in response, Yi Ming said that since he already knew the greatness of AI men, why couldn't he let AI Li know his own greatness? Dragon King smiles crookedly. JPG. Besides, whether it was Alicia who became his system assistant or the AI-assisted system equipped with the Alicia template was another matter, so Yi Ming naturally would not dwell too much on such matters. Yi Ming is thinking about how to improve his quality of life. After all, people will never be satisfied. Once they have something, they will have other desires. And now, with powerful strength and a beautiful woman in his arms, although he hasn't completely conquered her, it is enough for Yi Ming to think about his next target. Improve your quality of life. However, although he said it was to improve the quality of life, as a delivery worker, he was not very clear about what exactly it meant to improve his quality of life. My strength is enough for now, and I don't have to worry about food, clothing, housing, and transportation because of the king's treasure. I'm also trying to win over the girl, so there's no need to rush. Well, according to the living conditions of those wealthy gentlemen, his current situation seems to be one step short of a maid who can take care of your daily life. Although Yi Ming has many perfect maids in his mind, the question is, where can he find one now? Thinking of this, Yi Ming couldn't help but glance at Urza Nightwalker, who had been forced to wear the abstinent-style maid outfit. Forget it. Let's change it. It would be best if she was a perfect maid who could handle affairs of state and fight in all kinds of ways. Urza Nightvoka couldn't help but blink when he saw Yi Ming glance at him and then suddenly give up. Although Yi Ming didn't say anything, based on the other party's fleeting look, she was sure that she was being looked down upon, and it was the kind of contempt that came to a woman. However, in order to successfully obtain the method of creating artificial electricity, she chose to endure humiliation. But soon Yi Ming thought of something. Since you can't find it, why not create one yourself? Although it sounds a bit outrageous, in fact, Yi Ming actually has the ability to create a perfect maid. And this ability comes from one of the abilities he got from the loan, additional magic. Since this additional magic comes from Irene, in addition to the fact that the strength of the additional magic will be affected by her own strength, all the additional magic that Irene can use has been packaged and given to Yi Ming. Among Irene's additional magic, there is one that can give objects personality. After being attached to a personality, an object will have memories, become human-like, and be able to use magic. Captain Heine and Captain July's of the Irene team are the products of the black and white swords being attached to personalities. So, since Yi Ming has obtained all of Irene's abilities, theoretically, Yi Ming can naturally create the person he wants, just like Irene. Moreover, if we add Gilgamesh's treasures and use these treasures as carriers to add personalities, the strength of these created two-dimensional wives may be even stronger than the girls in the original work. However, this is just an idea. After all, he had already traveled through time, and he still had to DIY a wife or something. It felt a bit wrong. However, if you just want a maid or a loyal thug, then it is definitely worth a try. Of course, the main reason is that Yi Ming doesn't know the release words of many of his noble phantasms' real names, and even if he knows the real names, he may not be able to use them. After all, releasing the true name of a noble phantasm is actually like being locked with a password, and it is a password lock with owner authentication, such as fingerprint or voice. The reason why Gilgamesh can use the true names of these treasures to release them is because he has the ability of the omniscient and omnipotent star, which allows him not only to know everything he wants to know, but even to do everything he wants to do. It's like having a master key that can open all door locks. But unfortunately, although Yi Ming has the king's treasure, he does not have the same omniscient and omnipotent star. After all, this entry only gave Yi Ming a copy of the same abilities as Gilgamesh. At most, it was a bit conscientious and copied all the noble phantasms, treasures, etc. As long as Gilgamesh had a noble phantasm, Yi Ming would have it. However, having it doesn't mean it can be used. It's like you picked up someone else's phone outside, but without the password, you still can't use it. Therefore, unless it is a noble phantasm that does not require the release of its true name and has special effects, or a noble phantasm that is permanently activated like the demon-breaking red rose. Otherwise, even an EX-level noble phantasm, like the Sword of Separation, is just a fire stick to Yimeng. Therefore, since the true power of these powerful treasures cannot be brought into play, it is better to use them for other things to strengthen one's own strength. Moreover, if his idea succeeds, then the two-dimensional wife he created will not only be able to gain more powerful strength than the original, but also gain the ability to use the true name of this treasure to release it. Yimeng's inspiration comes from Kingo in FGO. Everyone knows that Kingu is an individual born based on Enkidu's body and is not the real Enkidu. But Kingu can still use all of Enkidu's abilities, including the release of his true name. Therefore, Yimeng wanted to boldly try to see if he could replicate this method, so that even if he did not have an omniscient and omnipotent star like Gilgamesh, he could still use the true power of these treasures in an alternative way. Moreover, as a Longhua person, Yimeng's inherent frugality also meant that he was destined not to waste those treasures like Jin Shanshan and use them as consumables. If Yimeng didn't know that even if those noble phantasms were used to protect themselves, the king's treasure could be reproduced by consuming magic power through the data that had been backed up long ago, he might not be able to use those noble phantasms as cannonballs like Gilgamesh did. Even if they could do it, they would probably only use those lower-level noble phantasms as cannonballs and arrows. And just in time, Irene's additional personality magic created the perfect conditions for Yimeng to achieve his expectations. Then the question arises again, who should be created now, and what treasure should be used as a carrier? But soon, Yimeng thought of a suitable candidate and a carrier of a noble phantasm. If we were to ask which treasure among the king's treasures has the most abilities and is most suitable to be used as a carrier, it would undoubtedly be the Heaven's Chain, which has already been successfully used in cases. Moreover, the candidate Yimeng has already been decided. One of the bosses in the magical girl game, Angelica. Moreover, as someone who has used Gilgamesh's class card, Angelica can be said to be the one who is most proficient in Gilgamesh's fighting style, which naturally also includes Enkidu's fighting style. After all, the fighting styles of these two people can be said to be extremely similar. The only difference is that one was launched using the king's treasure, and the other was created by himself. But now that there is no Gilgamesh class card for the other party to use, it is okay to give Enkidu the power. Moreover, both of them are puppets and are very interested in beating Gilgamesh. I think as long as Enkidu doesn't kill Gilgamesh, he will definitely be happy to lend his power to Angelica to beat Gilgamesh. In addition, Yimeng wanted to see if Angelica would have the ability to release the true names of those noble phantasms by using the entry as a chip and attaching it to the heavenly chain to replace Enkidu's personality. Although Enkidu does not have the star of omniscience and omnipotence, as Gilgamesh's most trusted friend, and having stayed in the king's treasure for so long, can he obtain the family member's fingerprint password unlocking permission? I think if it was Tianji Suo who wanted to use the treasure in the king's treasure, then Gilgamesh would definitely not have any objection. If it really happens, isn't this also a kind of NTR? Do it when you think of it. Yimeng also directly summoned out the Chain of Heaven. After summoning the heavenly chains from the king's treasure, Yimeng did not immediately add a personality, because Yimeng has something he needs to figure out first. That is whether Enkidu's personality exists within the heavenly chain. After all, not being able to kill Gilgamesh has almost become Enkidu's underlying code. So this is also the main reason why Angelica can control the sky chain to attack Shining, but immediately turns against Angelica when she is about to use the sky chain to kill Shining. Yimeng doesn't want to be betrayed by his own creation, so he needs to take a look first. As for the method of checking, it is also very simple. Just use the character panel on the heavenly chain. As long as Enkidu's character panel appears, it means that this heavenly chain at least contains Enkidu's underlying code. And the final result is the character panel was not triggered. In other words, although this heavenly chain possesses all of Enkidu's abilities, it does not contain Enkidu's personality, and there is no underlying code that prevents it from killing Gilgamesh. In other words, this is a prop that has just been made and has not yet been given a soul. It seems that the abilities granted by these entries are directly copied copies, rather than directly taken from others. In this way, Yi Ming can rest assured. What the hell? Why does the king's treasure only give a noble phantasm and not the password? System Alicia. Because the king's treasure is essentially a spatial storage ability? If the minimum loan grade was an A, then the initial grade of the king's treasure you received would only be E, which is empty. So, in order to get you to A rank, I can only copy all the noble phantasms for you. And at least the copies are all genuine ones that can release noble phantasms. As long as you can find a way to release the noble phantasms, the power that your king's treasure can exert can reach A++ level. After hearing this, Yi Ming finally understood. He clearly remembered that Gilgamesh's treasure was of A++ grade. But why did it become a grade when it came to him? It turned out that it was because he could not perfectly use all the treasures in the treasure, resulting in the upper limit of its power being limited. However, the fact that he could still release the noble phantasm surprised Yi Ming a little. Because in Yi Ming's expectation, it would be good enough if he could perform barrage attacks like Jinshanshan. Of course, the most important thing is the storage capacity and the almost unlimited wealth. This is what Yi Ming values more. Unexpectedly, all of these noble phantasms were genuine, ones that could be released with their true names, but he just didn't have the permission to unlock them. Obviously, Yi Ming's life experience of poverty limited his imagination, but he didn't expect that he would be so generous to give him all the genuine treasures, although there is no unlock permission. Moreover, if the one Yi Ming created was summoned using Angelica from the time of Gilgamesh, then all the noble phantasms in Yi Ming's royal treasure could be used. Afterwards, Yi Ming also used Personality Addition on the Sky Chain, adding Angelica's personality. Perhaps because the Skylock has no intelligence, it is like installing a system on an empty shell host, and the process is very smooth. Good news, it's Angelica, the doll from the time when she used the Gilgamesh class card. Bad news, that class card wasn't Angelica's creation. It was just a borrowed ability, so it couldn't be obtained together. Good news. As the first direct heir of Ainsworth, Angelica's attainments in substitution magic are even stronger than Juvia's, and she can also create class cards. Moreover, Yi Ming doesn't mind consuming the Sword of Separation, the noble phantasm representing Gilgamesh, as a holy relic to draw down Gilgamesh's spiritual base. There was no way. It was because Yi Ming couldn't use the Guili sword and couldn't bring out the true power of the Guili sword. So this thing was like a fire stick in his hand, at most a very sturdy stick. Besides, if Angelica really succeeded in making Gilgamesh's direct card, then there would still be a Sword of Separation. Moreover, it is the kind of Sword of Separation that can release the true name of the noble phantasm. No matter what, this is better than just using it as a fire poker to hit people, right? Even other noble phantasms besides the Sword of Separation can be used. But after thinking about it, Yi Ming finally chose to give up. Unlike Yi Ming, who directly obtained the golden treasure of the king, there are no side effects when using it except that he cannot use the real name to release it without unlocking permission. At worst, he can use it as arrows and cannonballs. But the class cards created by the Ainsworth family are different. The existence of these class cards is like a possession summon that can be used directly by anyone who obtains them without considering their compatibility. However, no matter which method is used, the user will inherit the fighting habits of these heroes during battle. This is equivalent to replicating the combat experience of these heroes. Normally speaking, this is undoubtedly a great improvement for people with relatively weak combat experience. After all, this is equivalent to gaining the combat experience accumulated by a hero throughout his life without sweating or bleeding. In essence, the existence of a class card is actually no different from possession summoning, both of which directly transfer the spiritual base to the summoner. It's just that the Ainsworth family has made the spirit base into a class card that anyone can use. Although the user may not be able to obtain the full power of the heroic spirit due to compatibility issues, the advantage is that the user is always the one in charge, and there is no risk of being possessed by the heroic spirit like in possession summoning. It can be said that among the class cards, except for the Berserker class, which will lose its mind and go berserk due to the skill Berserk, no matter what you want to do, it is decided solely by your own heart and will. Only in battle will the fighting style become similar to that of the heroic spirit being used. Other than that, it can be said to be almost perfect. However, there is such an exception. That is the Hero King Gear games, whose will is so domineering and self-centered that even the evil of this world cannot affect him. Even the Berserker class card needs to be used continuously for at least 10 minutes before it will gradually go berserk and run away. But Jin Shanshan's class card will be affected immediately once it is used. It's even more outrageous than Berserker. Other Berserkers at least exchange rationality for higher status attributes, but Gilgamesh dares to take over your body as long as you dare to use him. Take Miyu from Magical Girl Ilya, for example. She is arguably the only normal person besides Angelica who has used Gilgamesh's class card. But what is the result? As soon as it was used, the Sapphire, which was an important magical tool of the Magical Girl, was forcibly ejected. In less than a few minutes, Miyu's consciousness began to be infected by Gilgamesh's will. If Juvia had not extracted Gilgamesh's class card from Miyu's body in time, Miyu would have been possessed by Gilgamesh's will. The main reason why Angelica can use the golden class card without being affected is that as the price of replacing the concept of personality, Angelica has lost all emotions except family affection. Therefore, under no circumstances, no matter how strong Gilgamesh's self-will is, it cannot have any negative effect on a puppet that has lost all emotions. Yimeng also had no intention of letting Angelica remain in a state of emotional deprivation. Sooner or later, she would return to normal. Therefore, even if this golden class card can be used now, it will become unusable in the near future. Of course, it is also possible that Angelica's current body is created based on the heavenly chain, so she will not be infected by the will like other people. But for some reason, he had a feeling that he would be NTR, so Yimeng chose to give up. Besides, this is just a possibility, and it doesn't mean that we can definitely avoid being infected by Jin Shanshan's will. Does anyone know if Gilgamesh will accept anything as long as it's the heaven's chain, or does he only recognize Enkidu? To be honest, based on Yimeng's personal guess, it is more likely that only Enkidu was recognized. So, since you are not completely sure, it is better not to cause yourself trouble. Besides, Enkidu is almost as capable and powerful as Gilgamesh. The only difference is that one is a collectible and the other is made by hand, so there is naturally no need to cause trouble for himself. Angelica. Race. Human/God-made weapon. Comprehensive destructive power, regional level. If the target possesses divine power/divinity, it can reach national level. Possessing skills. Displacement magic A++. This is a lower-level basic magic based on degraded exchange, capable of replacing various substances and forms. The Innsworth family's displacement magic transcends conventional magecraft in scale, precision, and scope. They excel at using displacement to counterattack. Class card. Through replacement magic, character abilities are stored on the class card, allowing the holder to gain the abilities of the character on that class card. The higher the compatibility between the user and the class card's heroic spirit, the more abilities they can access. Class skills. Magic resistance increases magic resistance and abnormal resistance by 500%. Innate skills. Transfiguration. This special skill of the free-flowing clay doll can be divided into different levels according to the situation within a certain total value. When evenly distributed, the level is always A. The higher the level, the higher the total value. However, to raise the A to A+, 2 levels of value are required. A skill that can adjust everything from strength to magic power. It can adjust the 5 basic stats of strength, durability, agility, magic power, and luck, excluding noble phantasms. Or a perception A+. the highest level of aura detection ability. It can detect distant auras through the ground, and at close range, it can negate the aura block skill of the same level or lower. Perfect form, harnessing the magical power of the earth. Enkidu regains his original form. Crafted from clay from the age of gods, his body remains intact as long as the earth provides him with magical energy. He possesses powerful regenerative and restorative abilities unmatched by any other except his soul. Possessing noble phantasm. People of the world hope to chain the gods. Grade A++. Category Anti-seizure noble phantasm. Effect transforms one's body into a divine weapon. Transforming into a nail of light, it imbues the restraining force, known as Aleya or Gaia, transforming the immense energy into a form recognizable to the world, a wedge, piercing and immobilizing the opponent with a single blow. Its power increases dramatically depending on the destructive actions against the planet or humans. The wisdom of the people. Grade A++. Category Anti-civilization noble phantasm. Effect brings out the memory of the stars and produces various things from the earth. The essence is to imitate human history. The longer the time passes, the more information will be obtained. The arsenal can be updated with the times. At the same time, the weapons made with this treasure are all based on Enkidu himself and are enhanced with enchantments. In simple terms, it means that the knight will not die with his bare hands without using his hands and without limit. If Gilgamesh's treasure of the king possesses all the treasures and originally abandoned human wisdom, then Enkidu followed human wisdom. However, its characteristics of combining various functions have not changed, and its strength is the same. Lock of Heaven. Level unknown. Category anti-god, noble phantasm. Effect indestructible, anti-divine, and durable. Created by the gods to warn Gilgamesh to return to the gods. This weapon possesses the anti-divine ward effect. The higher the target's divinity, the greater its hardness. Conversely, against a target without divinity, it becomes merely a sturdy chain. Looking at Angelica, who showed regional-level strength right from the moment she appeared, Yi Ming couldn't help but remain silent for a moment. I'm only at the block level, but my creation is actually at the district level, one level higher than mine. Moreover, when targeting enemies with divinity or divine power, it can even achieve national-level destructive power. Should we say that it is worthy of being Enkidu? No wonder Gilgamesh's most trusted treasure has always been the Heaven's Chain. It must be said that it is really useful. Moreover, if Angelica can create those god-level heroic spirit class cards, then the upper limit of its combat power can be further increased. Meng Meng went to make tea for Yi Ming, and when she came back she was shocked to see Angelica, the creation of Yi Ming. Sister Angelica, why are you here? Yi Ming. Angelica. Do we know each other? Yi Ming also said with a smile. Meng Meng, it seems that we have a lot of things that need to be discussed properly. Come to my room tonight and we can have a good chat. How about that? It just so happens that this feeling of pretending not to know is quite tiring, so it's just right to expose it directly. Meng Meng. Oh no, we're exposed. She originally planned to keep this secret, but she didn't expect that she would reveal it herself first. In the end, Meng Meng had no choice but to give up struggling. After all, Yi Ming's favorability towards her has reached an extremely high level, and Yi Ming is not a fool. Now that she has exposed some things, it is only a matter of time before Yi Ming knows these things. Continuing to conceal them will only lower Yi Ming's impression of her. She even wanted to rebel against her Aunt Sai-Fei. She didn't want to get herself into trouble at this time. Moreover, she could take this opportunity to bring herself and Yi Ming closer, making her the first woman to know more secrets about Yi Ming than her elder sister, who is the main wife. It's exciting just thinking about it. She may not be Yi Ming's first woman, nor the most important woman, but she can be the woman who knows most of Yi Ming's secrets. Because for a man, the more a woman knows, the easier it is for her to enter his inner world. Meng Meng knows this very well. She longs to be the special existence in Yi Meng's life, not only because of the mysterious attraction of Yi Meng, but also because she wants to stand out in this emotional competition and become the most trusted person in Yi Meng's heart. No matter who you are, there are always things in your heart that you don't want to reveal. So she wanted to be the woman to whom Yi Meng could open up and tell her unknown past and secrets. Thinking of this, she seemed to be able to see a unique tacit understanding established between herself and Yi Meng, a tacit understanding that no one else could match. Even though Yi Meng is surrounded by many outstanding women, even if she is not the one that Yi Meng initially falls in love with, she firmly believes that with her understanding of Yi Meng's secrets, she can occupy a unique place in Yi Meng's heart. There was a determination glimmer in Meng Meng's eyes. She was no longer upset about the exposure of her secret, but instead regarded it as a perfect opportunity. She couldn't wait for the night to come and to have a soul-deep communication with Yi Meng. She secretly vowed in her heart that she must seize this opportunity, let Yi Meng truly know her, accept her, and make herself an indispensable part of Yi Meng's life. Thinking of this, Meng Meng slipped directly into Yi Meng's arms like a loach and snuggled up to Yi Meng. Yes, brother Yi Meng. Meng Meng's sudden action of throwing herself into his arms also stunned Knight Huerca, who was standing beside her. For some reason, the idea that this woman was a good tea lover suddenly popped in her mind. Is this a woman? For the first time in her life, Knight Walker began to doubt that she was a woman. No wonder Yi Meng didn't pay too much attention to herself, even though she was wearing such extremely embarrassing clothes. So, it's because apart from having a female body, I don't look like a woman at all? As for Yi Meng, although he was a little surprised why Meng Meng suddenly became so proactive, he had no intention of refusing. After all, he said yesterday that he eats meat, and if he is really provoked, he will not be polite at all. And since Meng Meng took the initiative to come to the door, Yi Meng naturally would not be polite. But it was broad daylight now, and Lala and the others might come back with them. So Yi Meng simply had an epic, lung-burning experience, enjoying the girl's softness a little to replenish his cute girl energy. Feeling Yi Meng's greedy breath, Meng Meng's little face turned slightly red. Although her inner thoughts were very exciting, she was, after all, just a little girl who had never been in love. Faced with such an intimate behavior from Yi Meng, she would naturally feel a little embarrassed. Patting the other person soft, but Yi Meng smiled and said, "Okay, get up. You're still too young. It won't be too late to eat you when you are 2 years older." Although Yi Meng did say that he would not be polite, it was still too small and not yet ripe. It was enough to just taste it, and there was no need to actually eat it. The education Yi Meng received before traveling through time gave him some necessary bottom lines. For example, starting from 3 years or something. After hearing Yi Meng's words, Meng Meng felt a little regretful, but also a little relieved. Because things happened too suddenly, although she had taken the initiative to throw herself into Yi Meng's arms for her own goals, she was actually not mentally prepared. Therefore, Yi Meng's restraint made her feel a sense of satisfaction that she was being cared for. Yes, brother Yi Meng. By the way, brother Yi Meng, this is Sister Angelica, right? Yi Meng no longer had any intention of hiding it, nodded and said, "Well, because I want a maid who could take care of my daily life and act as my thug. Although there is one here who can serve as a thug, it's obviously not enough to take care of my daily life, so I decided to create one myself. It is endowed with a soul through the heavenly chain, an anti-God weapon created specifically to admonish the Son of God. Her name is Angelica." After hearing Yi Meng's introduction, Meng Meng also looked as if she suddenly understood. So this is the origin of Sister Angelica? In Meng Meng's impression, Angelica has been serving as a bodyguard for Aunt Sci-Fei since she can remember, but no one knows who she is or where she comes from. But her combat power is top-notch in the entire galaxy. After all, one of her abilities is that she can replicate and create anything that is a product of civilization and technology. During the Cosmic War, in addition to the fact that the strength of the aliens, who already had great potential, was greatly improved The technological war between cosmic civilizations was also greatly improved. Therefore, as a being on par with civilization, Angelica's power can continue to rise with civilization's technology, constantly updating her arsenal. Even if others mobilize the whole world, it would take at least several days or even several months to build a spaceship, but Angelica replicated it in less than a few minutes. Others need dozens or even hundreds of people to operate spaceships, but Angelica can control dozens of them at the same time by herself. It can be called the most powerful weapon in the universe. Therefore, some people who witnessed Angelica's powerful strength decided to create a biological weapon similar to her. That is, Golden Shadow Eve and the universal weapon Kurosaki Maya. They were all products created by those researchers based on the abilities displayed by Angelica. Eve and Kurosaki Maya both imitated Angelica's replacement magic, giving their bodies the ability to transform into various weapons. But one is more inclined towards cold weapons, while the other, as an updated version, is more inclined towards hot weapons. But in terms of physical functions, it seems to be inferior to the former. Unexpectedly, Angelica, a powerful existence whose military strategic significance is probably more important than the overlord of the universe, was actually a maid created by a newcomer like Yi Meng. And the purpose is just because Yi Meng wants a maid who can take care of his daily life and be his thug? Should I say that he's truly worthy of being called Brother Yi Meng? People with power really can be willful and capricious. Then, Yi Meng looked at Netwoka and said, "What can you give for your country?" Hearing Yi Meng's words, Netwoka immediately became serious and said earnestly, "Everything, including myself. As long as it is what you want, everything I have belongs to you." Yi Meng smiled and said, "Okay, come to my room tonight. As long as you can hold on, I will give you everything you want." Hearing Yi Meng's words, Netwoka blushed slightly, but didn't say much. He nodded to show that he understood. Meng, who was standing aside, looked stunned. Is Brother Yi Meng going to get a double kill right from the start? However, given their current situation, even if they want to kill two people, they should look for her sister Lala, right? However, what they didn't know was that Yi Meng didn't think about things in Cece's direction at this time. Men are like this. Even when they are shivering, they will suddenly become serious for no apparent reason, or suddenly become shiver when they are serious. Because Yi Meng wanted to give his first time to Lala, he didn't have such a strong obsession with Cece for the time being, so his thoughts were easily distracted. The reason why Yi Meng asked Netwoka to come to him at night was to test something. Yi Meng was currently thinking about how to complete the commission task triggered by Lisa Idolas. Netwoka's method was simple. She only needed to tell the other party the complete method of creating artificial electricity, the principles of electricity application, etc. The rest was for the other party to figure out on their own, or to give it to professionals for research. But Lisa Idolas is in trouble. Let ordinary people also have magic powers? How do I do this thing? Although Yi Meng does possess powerful strength now, the problem is that this is not within the scope of his expertise. If Yi Meng had the golden star of omniscience and omnipotence, he could look for it in the king's treasury. After all, since it is said to contain all the treasures in the world, there must be props that can allow ordinary people to possess magical powers. Moreover, when it comes to how to make ordinary people possess magical powers like magicians, the first thing Yi Meng thinks of is magic circuits. It is the core organ in the magician's body in the Type Moon worldview that is used to convert vitality into magic power. This organ converts external magic power into a controllable form by assimilating neural circuits. The amount is fixed at birth, and recovery time is required after use and is accompanied by physical pain. However, does this thing seem to be acquired innately? Yi Meng also remembered that although magic circuits were innate organs and could not be increased later in life, they could be obtained through transplantation, although the success rate was very low. However, this does not include the Innsworth family. As a family magic that has developed replacement magic to a near conceptual level, it is not difficult to replace the innate magic circuit. Maybe it was difficult for Yi Meng, But for Angelica, who was the first direct heir of the Ainsworth family, it was nothing. But of course, this is only theoretical. Whether it can succeed is also a question. However, if additional magic is added, the success rate will undoubtedly be greatly improved. Of course, even if that doesn't work, you can try to use additional magic to attach the spiritual base that has been replaced on the job card to Urza Knight Voka, thereby achieving a permanent dream summoning effect. As long as your thinking doesn't slip, there are always more solutions than problems. And this method is obviously better than directly replacing the magic circuit in the human body. After all, using too much magic power in the magic circuit will consume vitality, but the magician will not. At most, he will feel very tired, but he will not overdraw his life directly due to the depletion of magic power. Of course, it is also possible that the Type Moon world was already in the Dharma-ending age at that time, and there was not much magic power in nature, so they could only directly use the magic power stored in their bodies and could not use the magic power in nature. But since I am not a professional, I decided not to mess around. However, directly attaching the spirit base to a person, especially an ordinary person without any magic power, can achieve a permanent dream summoning effect. But whether it can actually work is still unclear. Will the lack of magic power in this person make it impossible to exert the full power of the heroic spirit? So it also needs to be tested. Therefore, Urza Netvoka, who was born a warrior and was willing to give everything for his country, was the perfect test subject. As long as the experiment is successful and a breakthrough from 0 to 1 is achieved, all remaining difficulties will be easily solved. Lala and the others seem to have finally had enough fun, and finally returned to Vimana. When Lala and Nana came back, they were also startled by Angelica, who suddenly appeared on the Vimana. They thought Angelica had come specifically to take them back. Because the matter had been exposed, Meng Meng felt that there was no need to hide it any longer. So she simply told her two sisters her guess. What? You said Nana is the second child and her older sister? Who said that? They are twins, and it is not certain who is the older sister and who is the younger sister. Anyway, she doesn't think she is Nana's sister. But after Meng Meng's explanation, Lala, Nana, and the others finally accepted it with mixed feelings of sudden enlightenment and disbelief. However, after careful observation, they noticed that Angelica now looked more like an emotionless puppet rather than the majestic but actually very kind and caring big sister they had imagined. However, after Meng Meng's explanation, we know that in the future Yi Meng will most likely take Angelica back to the past of their world, meet Aunt Sci-Fei and their parents, and leave Angelica behind to assist Aunt Sci-Fei. At this time, Angelica was making class cards at Yi Meng's request. Class cards cannot be made directly whenever you want. If you want to successfully create a class card, the first thing you need to do is to summon the heroic spirits, and through specific ritual arrays, make these summoned heroic spirits descend only to their spiritual bases, rather than their true bodies. Therefore, the actual success rate of producing class cards is not very high. This is also why there are so many one-time move and noble phantasm class cards in the Ainsworth family. These are all byproducts of failed heroic spirit summons. In addition, this is the other world outside of Type Moon, so it's easy to imagine how difficult it is to successfully summon heroic spirits from other worlds. Fortunately, Yi Meng has countless treasures that can be used as summoning relics, which can greatly increase the success rate of summoning heroic spirits. Of course, it is also possible that after learning that this is another world, they may become interested in responding to the call, which is not impossible. The first heroic spirits Yi Meng asked Angelica to summon were Siyu, Chulin, and Medea. The reason why they were chosen to be summoned first was naturally because they were the most familiar, and their noble phantasms prototypes could also be found in the king's treasure. Although Medea's noble phantasm is a concrete manifestation of her deeds, Yi Meng successfully found the golden sheep fur in the king's treasure. In Yi Meng's impression, it seems that only Medea owns this thing. Siyu Chulin's treasure, Gibalg, is naturally also found in the king's treasure. After all, who made Jin Shanshan claim to have collected all the treasures in the world? Therefore, the prototypes of almost all item-type noble phantasms other than ability-type noble phantasms can be found in Gilgamesh's King's Treasure. After that, Angelica began to arrange the summoning ceremony of the class card. Fortunately, there's almost everything in the King's Treasure of Jinshantian, so you just need to arrange it directly, and there is no need to look for the necessary materials yourself. And just as Yimeng guessed, perhaps because of her interest in Otherworld, the summoning ceremony of the two selected heroic spirits went very smoothly, and they were successfully made into class cards by Angelica. However, there was still a problem. Although they were still Medea and Siyu Chulin themselves, the summoned forms were somewhat different from the two people Yimeng had originally imagined. Medea Lily and the big dog Cuchulain. Caster Cuchulain equals big dog. Lancer Cuchulain equals blue dog. Berserker Cuchulain equals black dog. Although it was a bit unexpected, it was still within an acceptable range. After all, even if they have different forms, their abilities are still very useful. Take Medea Lily, for example. Although her noble phantasm, mending all flaws, is only of C rank, its effect is comparable to that of Avalon, although not completely the same, but not bad either. Rather than simply healing, the ability to repair all flaws is more accurately described as restoring damage to its original peak state before the damage. In other words, this thing can not only be used on people, but also on objects. Moreover, although Medea Lily during this period could hardly use any offensive magic, she was very proficient in healing magic. It can be said that it is precisely because of this that Medea Lily was able to obtain such a powerful treasure as the repair of all flaws. This shows how good Medea Lily is at healing magic. As for the big dog, Yimeng valued the runes on the other party more than his own treasure. After all, everyone in Yimeng's world knows it. The runic script was created by Odin, the father of the gods, to gain wisdom. It has a total of 24 core symbols. It can be said that each rune represents an ability or even authority. There are even rumors that Siyu Chulin, who descended as a caster, was not actually the real Siyu Chulin, but Odin. Although Yimeng couldn't remember where he saw this rumor for the moment, his enhanced memory meant that if he thought about it carefully, he should be able to recall the relevant details. But it doesn't matter. After all, the main reason why Yimeng chose Siyu Chulin was to obtain the right to use the true name of the noble phantasm, the death-piercing spear, Gaebald, and the runes in the other party's hands. So it doesn't matter to Yimeng which direct Siyu Chulin is. In fact, since they already had a spear that could pierce death thorns, summoning Siyu Chulin as a caster was actually a big win. After all, anyone who is Siyu Chulin can use the true name release of a noble phantasm that pierces the death thorn spear. The rune magic levels of the two classes differ by a large margin. After all, Siyu Chulin had clearly stated that he had been lazy in his practice of runes. Therefore, Siyu Chulin was only able to use it skillfully, and he could not draw runes directly in the air and use them directly without any medium like his master scat hack. Therefore, Grade B should be Siyu Chulin's true level. Of course, it is not ruled out that because Siyu Chulin descended as a caster, he was enhanced in magic, and the matching equipment increased his magic level. Moreover, even if he descended as a caster, he still retained the Lancer class's spearmanship experience, meaning that his status attributes were different. However, he can still use rune magic to buff himself and temporarily reach the same or even higher level as his Lancer class self. As for why it is said to be higher, because Siyu Chulin's luck, having descended as a caster, is no longer E, but D. Even though it's only one level higher than E, it's definitely an epic enhancement for a skill like the Spear of Deaththorn that requires luck to determine whether it can trigger the instant death effect, and for Siyu Chulin, whose luck panel has the lowest level of E. Therefore, in all aspects, Siyu Chulin, who drew the caster class, actually won the prize. After obtaining detailed information about the two caster class cards through the panel, Yimeng nodded in satisfaction and said, "Well, we drew two good cards. Thank you for your hard work, Angelica." Angelica nodded like a puppet and said, "As long as you are satisfied." Afterwards, Meng also looked at the two Lysanas and Mira Jane who had decided to stay with her sister, smiled, and said, "Do you want to give it a try?" The other Lysana did not stay because she decided to lead Meng. However, Mira Jane from this world also came along. P.S. The fairy tale world is called Mira Jane, and the Idolos world is called Mira Jane. At the same time, Urza in this world will be called Night Walker from now on, and Lysana Idolos will be called Selena. Elfman had originally planned to come along. After all, he had already lost his sister once and didn't want to lose her again, let alone this time with an older sister. Unfortunately, Meng's territory is a male-only area. Although Meng didn't mind letting Elfman board his spaceship, because in Meng's personal opinion, Vimana was a glittering golden thing. Although it belonged to him now, where would the other party sleep at night? This Vimana has no restroom, and Meng's dimensional space also cannot allow any men other than himself to enter. So, in the end, Elfman had no choice but to give up. However, as compensation, Meng also gave the artificial electricity creation method that Urza Night Voka most wanted a fairy tale in this world. This also made Urza Nightwalker very dissatisfied. It was clearly agreed that it would be given to her, so why was it given to Fairy Tale? Don't you know that the fairy tale in this world is a wanted dark guild? However, Meng said, "Your king will never abandon a mature and complete system just because of a so-called new system that can replace magic energy that came out of nowhere." To put it bluntly, even if Meng gave this thing to the other party for free, their king would not accept it. Besides, the old king has gone crazy now, and his mind is full of how to plunder the magic of the world of Aslan. How could he be willing to listen to a subordinate? Therefore, it would be better to give it to the Fairy Tale Guild first, so that they can master this system and study it thoroughly. Once the magic power of this world is truly exhausted, we can use the power system that we have already fully mastered. By then, the king of Idolos Kingdom would have no choice but to accept it, unless he wants to make enemies with everyone in the world. At the same time, Meng also gave the other party time and opportunity to accept. He secretly assisted Fairy Tale in completing the power system, and when they met again, about 2 or 3 years later, he left with Meng. At the same time, in order to allow this fairy hunter who specifically targets the Fairy Tale Guild to become an insider of Fairy Tale, Urza Nightwalker was not allowed to leave with them and go to the kingdom of Idolos. This was mainly to avoid others from seeing that Urza Nightwalker had become their fairy's person. As for those soldiers who have seen Urza Nightvoka being captured by Meng, if you're caught, can't you run away? They are still very confident in Urza Nightwalker's strength. Even if he really can't beat others, can't he even run away? They only knew that the flying monster they were riding was controlled by a little girl, but they could not see the battle scenes on the spaceship. At most, they could only hear from the sounds that the fighting was very fierce. But isn't it Urza Nightwalker who has the final say on the specific situation? Hearing that Meng was actually willing to give them a try, the sisters Mira Jane and Serena were obviously moved. After all, as an ordinary person without magic power, although you can use magic props to release magic, it is obviously a world of difference compared to real magic. So it would be a lie to say that they are not moved. However, since they had only known each other for a short time, and out of girlish modesty, they were embarrassed to agree to each other's invitation so easily. Meng naturally saw their concerns, smiled, and gave them a way out, saying, "I want to ask you to help test it. If possible, do an experiment at the same time. I have a request. The girl doesn't have any magic power, but she wants to be able to use a variety of magic like the wizards. So, I wanted to try and see if ordinary people like you, without any magic power, could also use these class cards. Or perhaps we're trying to help ordinary people without magic powers gain magic powers. But this is my first time doing this, so I just need 2 volunteers who can help me complete the experiment. But don't worry, this heroic spirit's noble phantasm is called the Repair of All Flaws. It has a single ability, which is to restore any damage to its original state. It can be said that as long as there is still a breath left, it will not die. It might be a little painful during the experiment, but if you can persevere, the magic power you gain will be your reward, and you'll become a wizard who can also use magic. As he spoke, Yi Ming even directly opened his task panel, saying that he was not intentionally giving them a way out, but that this was really the case. However, when the women looked at the contents of the commission that Yi Ming took out, their faces were filled with strange expressions. Especially Serena. She was already blushing and too embarrassed to see anyone. Because although the content of this task commission is similar to what Yi Ming said, the client is her, Selena. In other words, this was a commission task issued by her. But the problem is, she has no impression at all. Looking at Serena, who looked embarrassed and puzzled, Yi Ming smiled and said, "My tasks don't require the person involved to initiate them. They just require the person who triggers the task to meet the conditions. People who have made contributions to the world or who will be very important to the world in the future. As long as one of these conditions is met, and you feel a sense of regret that you cannot complete something, you could trigger the commission and come to me. Although I don't know which of your specific situations is true, it at least proves that your existence is important to this world and that you are qualified to have others help you realize the regrets in your heart. Besides, this commission is not for nothing. You also have to pay for it. But I'm not really short of money, so I don't need you to pay too much. Just give as much as you think fit. If you find it difficult to repay, you can come work for me to pay off your debt." Listening to Yi Ming's debt repayment plan, Selena couldn't help but be moved. The current situation is nothing more than two options. Either accept Yi Ming's kindness or reject Yi Ming's kindness. And Yi Ming was not working for free, so it was naturally impossible for her to gain the opportunity to possess magic power for free. And Yi Ming also said that if she felt she couldn't pay the wages, she could stay with him and work to pay off the debt. Although Yi Ming didn't say it explicitly, but having grown up in this chaotic environment, how could she not know what Yi Ming meant by this sentence? Another meaning of this sentence is nothing more than promising oneself to someone. But she was still moved, because she knew very well that allowing an ordinary person without magic power to gain magic power could no longer be described as a simple miracle. Not to mention, not long ago, Yi Ming also gave Fairy Tale the artificial electricity creation method that Netvoca hoped could replace the magical energy of their world. Therefore, the price she needs to pay is not only her own wish, but also the method of creating artificial electricity. The price she paid for this was obviously not something she could afford. And what Yi Ming said, that he was not short of money and asked her to give it as she saw fit, was actually just an attempt to judge what kind of person she was. Is he a person who is grateful for favors, or a mean person who likes to take advantage of others? But it is obvious that the value and advantages displayed by Yi Ming make her feel that she is a person who knows how to repay kindness. In such a terrible world, and as someone who had died once, how could she possibly continue to choose her previous life of running around and wandering around when such a huge potential person offered his support? After making the decision, Serena nodded seriously to Yi Ming and said, "Yes, I will definitely give you, Brother Yi Ming, a satisfactory reward as soon as possible." Obviously, although Serena has made a decision, she still needs some mental preparation to take the initiative to do that kind of thing. Yi Ming smiled and said, "It's okay. I'm not in a hurry to get it back for now. Just remember to pay it back." Nana, who was standing by, couldn't help but feel confused. "Aren't you talking about working to pay off debts? How did it suddenly become a satisfactory reward for Yi Ming?" However, seeing Meng Ming's look of understanding, Nana decided not to ask this question in order to avoid being looked down upon by her little sister Meng Ming. Afterwards, Yi Ming gave the other party Medea Lily's class card. Although Serena looks exactly like Lee Sana, no one would object to saying they are twin sisters. However, the personalities of these two people are similar to those of the sisters Nana and Meng Ming. Selena is gentle and lovely, while Lee Sana is lively and cheerful. Therefore, it is obvious that Serena is not someone who is keen on fighting. She had previously chosen to sacrifice herself to buy time for everyone to escape because, although she was gentle in nature, she was not weak. And since she happened to be the only one outside at the time, she decided to buy time for everyone to escape. And Selena also picked up the class card given to her by Yi Ming with a nervous mood. Unfortunately, the miracle did not happen immediately. After all, the class card is a kind of magic item. Without the stimulation of magic power, it is naturally impossible to activate the magic item. Seeing that the class card in her hand had no reaction, Serena lowered her head in disappointment as expected. Is it true that miracles will never happen to ordinary people like her? Seeing Serena's frustrated expression, Yi Ming smiled and said, "Didn't I just say that? We're currently conducting tests and experiments, so we have to take it one step at a time, right? And your wish is to gain magical power and master magic, not to use this kind of magic item to gain power." After hearing Yi Ming's comfort, Selena felt a little better. Afterwards, everyone took turns trying it. The result was not surprising. Only Ming Ming and Lee Sana, who possessed magic power, successfully activated the dream summoning of the class card. Lee Sana was also invited by Yi Ming, who allowed people like her, who could use magic in their own world but could not use magic in the other world, to try it out. Although Lee Sana was surprised, she did not refuse because she also wanted to see what kind of magic item this class card was. As a result, because she had magic power in her body, she successfully activated the class card and completed the dream summoning. Looking at the blue and white robe on her body, Lee Sana also felt very curious. The main reason is that the state under this dream summoning is very similar to the state when she uses receiving magic. It's like adding a certain power stored in a certain container to yourself. And most importantly, the class cards not only have the power of those people, but also the knowledge of those people. After using the dream summoning, a large amount of magical knowledge that did not originally belong to her automatically emerged in her mind. And most importantly, she now felt as if she had completely mastered all this magical knowledge that originally did not belong to her, and had reached the point of mastery and perfection. This is a special effect that is not available when she uses receiving magic. This is equivalent to allowing an ordinary person who originally knew nothing to master all the knowledge of a top scholar in an instant, and allowing a martial artist to master the skills that he has practiced for many years to master in an instant. It is simply terrifying. As a magician, she knew very well how much effort it took for a person to learn magic. Even if she was the most talented sister among her 3 siblings, she would need to practice and master powerful magic on her own. However, this class card did not require any training at all and allowed you to fully master one, or even all, of the magic that a person possessed. She now even has the confidence that she can compete with her sister and Urza. After all, this dream summoning brings this person's abilities, strength, and combat experience. And according to Yi Ming, these people are all legendary heroes who can leave legends in history and be sublimated. If you are in a well-known place, you will get local bonuses to increase your strength. However, compared to this, the existence of this class card and the ability of the heroic spirit she is currently using, called rune magic, made Lee Sana think of her good sisters Levi and Kana in her guild. One uses word magic, and the other uses card magic. Especially Kana. As someone who joined Fairy Tail earlier than the 3 siblings, her strength had already reached the standard for advancing to the S-level assessment early on. He has even participated in the S-Class Magician Promotion Assessment. However, although card magic is highly versatile, it is a holding-based magic. Although it has the most comprehensive combat method, its upper limit is limited. Therefore, even if Kana has talents that are not inferior to Mira Jane and Urza, it is very difficult for her to be promoted to an S-Class magician. However, the existence of this class card undoubtedly made her see the potential of card magic. The same was true for word magic. This magic, called rune magic, seemed to her like an ancient word magic version of the lost magic like Natsu's. However, this thought only flashed through my mind. As a qualified member of the regular Wizards Guild, she would not sell out other people's information just for such a thing. However, it just so happened that she didn't know how to thank Yi Ming for saving her life and sending her back. It just so happened that they were all lovely girls, so she could introduce them to Yi Ming. She believed that Yi Ming would like them. Moreover, I think Yimeng would definitely not mind taking this opportunity to teach them a lesson and improve their favorability. Although Li Sana did find love in Yimeng, she was currently unable to accept Yimeng's philandering behavior, so she had to give up for the time being. However, because of Yimeng's existence, Li Sana's interest in Natsu, who she was originally optimistic about, has also faded a lot. P.S. Li Sana will accept it, but not now and not so soon. Afterwards, after some testing and experimentation, it was discovered that Li Sana, perhaps because of her identity, could help pay the magic power to activate the class card in Serena's hand and complete the dream summon. Moreover, as a caster, Serena can use the power of Media Lily to absorb the magic power floating in the air to meet her magic power consumption needs. However, Serena herself has no magic power after all, so even if she just maintains the dream summoning state, it can only last for less than 10 minutes. If she uses magic power, the consumption will only be greater. Fortunately, I can release my noble phantasm at least once. In this way, the test can be considered a success. Even so, Serena was already very happy. After all, this was the first time she had successfully used magic with her own strength. This kind of heartfelt emotion can only be experienced by those who see magic for the first time and successfully use magic for the first time. Not bad. It seems the test went well. Next, we need to study carefully how to help you obtain the magic seed. Angelica, can you use replacement magic to directly replace the magic circuits in Serena's body, or perhaps a magic seed like you did with Li Sana? Angelica heard this and replied mechanically, "Everyone has magic circuits in their body. It's just a matter of quantity and whether they're activated. If they're not activated, then no matter how good the magic circuits are, they're no different from ordinary people. This world does, after all, have magic. It's just that for some unknown reason, it's gradually being lost. But since it exists in a world where magic can be harnessed, then theoretically, these people should all have magic circuits within their bodies that can hold that magic. You could try to help open the magic circuit." Listening to Angelica's explanation, Li Sana was a little confused. Magic circuit? I only know about the source of magic power. But what is that magic circuit? Hearing Li Sana's confusion, Yimeng patiently explained, "Magic circuits are the source of magic power from another world. However, that world is similar to ours, with magic power nearly depleted. Therefore, the source of magic power has become the weaker magic circuits. This is a structure similar to human nerves and is also a necessary condition for releasing magic. However, because magic power almost no longer exists in nature, the people in that world who want to use magic power can only convert their life force into magic power. Of course, it doesn't mean that magic power will be consumed immediately as soon as it is used. It is similar to physical strength and can be restored automatically. Only when it is overused will it start to drain your vitality. However, in this environment where there is magic in the air, there is no need to consume my vitality." After hearing Yimeng's additional explanation of the magic circuit, Serena breathed a sigh of relief. Although she really wanted to gain magic power and have the ability to use magic, it did not mean that she would accept using magic at the cost of her own life. However, as long as you don't overconsume your magic power, there will be no threat to your life, so there's no need to worry. Afterwards, Angelica also helped and taught Serena how to activate the magic circuit. What is surprising is that there are actually 100 magic circuits in Serena's body. Although the main veins only account for 30%, it is still considered a genius in the Type Moon world. All I can say is that even in the Dharma-ending age, it is still better than the modern times where mystery has completely disappeared. What made Yimeng speechless was that Serena's attributes and characteristics were water and law. Seeing this, Yimeng immediately thought of a certain old bug. However, unlike the Matu family's absorption of water attributes, Serena's water attributes, which have not undergone any transformation or magic, represent the most primitive flow and change, which is suitable for healing or morphological transformation techniques. However, because of the characteristics of law, this also makes Serena more talented in changing the form of liquids. However, Angelica said that this was very suitable for their Ainsworth family's replacement magic, because substitution magic also belongs to the art of form change. Of course, the best configuration is the dual attribute combination of earth plus water, or space/ether, or imaginary number, which is the magic attribute that best suits their Ainsworth family. Earth, it symbolizes materiality and stability, and is often used in strengthening magic. Water represents flow and change, suitable for healing or transformation techniques, such as the magical properties inherited from the Matu family. Fire, it symbolizes energy and destruction. Tosaka Tokiomi's fire magic belongs to this category. Wind, associated with gas and movement, some characters, such as Aozaki Yoko, use this as their base. Ether, the fifth element, involving space or spiritual manipulation, often associated with high-level magic. Therefore, in order to learn magic, Serena decided to become Angelica's apprentice. Yi Ming, who already regarded Serena as his reserve, naturally didn't mind this. Although Yi Ming also wanted to teach it himself, in order to perfectly reproduce Angelica, he directly attached the entry of replacement magic to the heavenly chain, which successfully allowed Angelica to use the heavenly chain as a carrier to complete her resurrection. After all, Irene's personality addition can only give the object the personality of the creator's own impression or imagination, rather than allowing you to perfectly reproduce the person in your memory. Therefore, we had to add the replacement magic entry to increase the authenticity of the reproduced characters. Of course, there are other reasons why Yi Ming is so generous. Firstly, it was because Yi Ming now possessed too much power. Knowing that one should be too eclectic, Yi Ming could only choose to give up some of it appropriately. However, the ability of replacement magic is really useless to Yi Ming. Apart from space teleportation, it has no significant use. But for Angelica, it is the pinnacle of powerful magic. Yi Ming knew very well that if he wanted to become truly powerful, the most important thing was to have his own power system. Otherwise, it will be haphazard and unrefined, and it will be difficult to reach the pinnacle of excellence. Therefore, Yi Ming usually only uses abilities that are not very helpful to his main fighting method as toys, and does not make them his main strength core. Besides, Angelica will basically be by my side from now on. In that case, is there any difference between using it myself and giving it to Angelica? As for the material replacement, with all the golden treasures in the king's treasury, Yi Ming really couldn't think of anything he couldn't find in the king's treasury. Now, just wanting to fully combine the three abilities of Taishu, Sword God, additional magic, and King's Treasure, and use them in an integrated manner will take quite a while. After all, it was only a few days ago that Yi Ming acquired these abilities. Even through the high-level entry levels, while acquiring the entries, he also raised his proficiency in this ability to an extremely high level. But that only refers to the proficiency of this entry ability. If you want to coordinate with other entry abilities, you need to hone it yourself. Therefore, instead of leaving these entry abilities that you rarely use in your daily life gathering dust in the warehouse, it is better to create a bodyguard wife for yourself, and it will also free up an entry column. Now we have removed one entry for replacement magic, as well as the Tiger Talisman, which is a prop, so it does not occupy an entry slot. Yi Ming now has 2 available entry slots. In addition to worrying about biting off more than he could chew, Yi Ming also knew that he could learn this thing himself, and there was no need to occupy an entry column to use this ability. After all, he had traveled through time with the entry for substitution magic. So while traveling through time and transforming his body, he would definitely add the adaptability of substitution magic to his body. Yi Ming has also tried this privately. Although the entry for replacement is lost, I can still use simple replacement magic because I remember how to use it. At most, it is difficult to achieve high-level space replacement. The most basic shape replacement is basically no problem. Although the level is not high, it can be regarded as a level of entry. Displacement magic level differentiation. Form, matter, space, concept. Like Julian in Magical Girl Ilya, he actually only reached the second stage of material replacement, apparently because his talent was very ordinary. Angelica has only reached the third stage of spatial displacement. Currently, in the entire Innsworth family, only Darius has reached the conceptual level of displacement. Perhaps among the heirs of the Innsworth family throughout the generations, there would be someone with talent that could reach the highest level of concept replacement, but most of them would not live to see that point and would be replaced by Darius, so there was basically no possibility of surpassing him. Moreover, the abilities that one acquires through practice do not count towards the entry column. Therefore, since it is an ability that can be mastered by oneself, there is naturally no need to waste the entry column. What's more, Angelica isn't the only one who has an entry for substitution magic. Doesn't Darius also have an entry for the highest level concept level substitution magic? Isn't this better than Angelica's A-rank replacement magic entry? Therefore, giving up and changing wives is undoubtedly an extremely correct choice. There will be additional magic later, and you can also consider Taishu Sorgod. However, it is not necessary to do this for all entries, because according to the level introduction of the entry, if it is the highest level entry that reaches the EX level, it can be permanently integrated and will not occupy the entry column. Therefore, if he had to choose which one to learn by himself, Yimeng would most likely choose additional magic, because the conditions for using Taishu Sword God are too high. Once the heart of Tao is broken, the strength will instantly plummet to the bottom. This is an ability that even Fu Hua herself cannot permanently grasp, let alone Yimeng, whose willpower is not very strong. Those abilities that can be acquired through learning are fine, but this kind of ability requires extremely high standard from the user, is a bit abstract, difficult to understand, and cannot be acquired later, so it is better to use the terms honestly. After another day of rest and play, Yimeng and others finally decided to cause trouble for the old king. However, I don't know if it was because the old king was not destined to die, or because he was worried that Yimeng and others would cause trouble for the old king, which led to the story ending too quickly. So when Yimeng and others were about to enter Idolas, they saw the old king just activating the super magic soul, preparing to plunder the magic power of the Eslinden world again. Yimeng, who noticed this, immediately asked Angelica to activate the space displacement and send them to the coordinates of another world. Yimeng did not forget that before the plot of the Idolas world officially began, there was a guy who ran around trying to shut down these soul magics. Therefore, in order to avoid not knowing when to turn this thing on again next time, Yimeng also gave the order decisively. This also made Mira Jane of Fairy Tale, who was about to get off the ship and return to their world with her sister, startled. But there was no way. The incident happened too suddenly, so they had to take Mira Jane away with them. Moreover, this was agreed upon at the beginning. If there was not enough time or conditions did not permit, then Mira Jane would be taken away first and then sent back later. There's no other way. Mira Jane in this world is a truly weak woman. We can't just leave her alone in the kingdom of Idolas, right? What's more, now that her sister, who had finally returned, was about to leave with a man, how could Mira Jane bear to let him leave her again? The original opportunity arrangement was actually that after Serena brought Yimeng and others to the vicinity of the kingdom of Idolas, Serena and Mira Jane were allowed to go back. With the spatial coordinates set in advance by Angelica, it is not difficult to open a spatial portal leading directly to the Fairy Tale Guild. At most, the magic power required will be very high due to the long distance. But the problem is that Angelica, who has acquired the Enkidu template, has become the same as Enkidu. They both have the ability to have an endless supply of magic power as long as they step on the ground. Therefore, Angelica actually doesn't need to worry about the consumption of magic power at all. Therefore, in this situation, there's no doubt that Yimeng deliberately wants to take these two girls away together. Fortunately, when he came to the world of Eslind through soul magic, he also left a spatial coordinate in this world. Unless someone possesses space magic, no one will be able to detect this mark and eliminate it. After that, you just need to make a large space teleportation magic circle, and then you can travel to the other world. Angelica said she has a lot of experience in this regard. After completing the journey, Yimeng simply found a place for Vamana to stop. Glancing at her surroundings, Nana asked uncertainly, are we really in Lysana's world now? Why do I feel like the world of Idolas is more like a magical world? And this world is the world without magic. Although through Netvoka's introduction, they already knew that the Idolas incident could only plunder magic from the Eslandan world where Lysana was. So logically speaking, since they came to this world through the channel of soul super magic released by the old king, this should be the Eslandan world where Lysana is. But, looking at the vegetation around her, Nana inexplicably felt that the world of Idolas, where ordinary people had no magic power, felt more like a dreamy, magical world. After hearing what Nana said, Lysana, a local who also realized this problem, couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. It is also an uninhabited primeval forest, but the world of Idolas has a more dreamy feeling of a magical world. Is there something wrong here? Although Lysana wanted to deny it, the magic that was already available in her body told her that she had indeed returned to her original world. And because Meng Meng could communicate directly with plants, she got the accurate answer that this was indeed the world of Eslandan they wanted to arrive at. After receiving this affirmative answer, the women felt even more complicated. Yimeng also said somewhat helplessly, well, instead of all this, let's first take a look at where we are now, right? We still have to return Lysana to the Fairy Tale Guild. Once that mission is complete, we'll have plenty of time to explore the world. The girls stopped discussing this strange and meaningless question and began to explore where they were. Although it is not actually necessary to be so troublesome. After all, Meng Meng can communicate with plants. If you want to know where this place is, just ask. In fact, she might have already gotten the answer she wanted when she asked them what world they were in just now. It was just that Lala wanted to go on an adventure and explore the primeval forest they were in. The other girls also became interested after being inspired by Lala's mood, so Yimeng didn't bother to disturb their interest. There will be additional magic later, and you can also consider Taishu Sorgad. However, it is not necessary to do this for all entries, because according to the level introduction of the entry, if it is the highest level entry that reaches the EX level, it can be permanently integrated and will not occupy the entry column. Therefore, if he had to choose which one to learn by himself, Yimeng would most likely choose additional magic because the conditions for using Taishu Sword God are too high. Once the Heart of Tao is broken, the strength will instantly plummet to the bottom. This is an ability that even Fu Hua herself cannot permanently grasp, let alone Yimeng, whose willpower is not very strong. Those abilities that can be acquired through learning are fine, but this kind of ability requires extremely high standard from the user, is a bit abstract, difficult to understand, and cannot be acquired later, so it is better to use the terms honestly. After another day of rest and play, Yimeng and others finally decided to cause trouble for the old king. However, I don't know if it was because the old king was not destined to die, or because he was worried that Yimeng and others would cause trouble for the old king, which led to the story ending too quickly. So when Yimeng and others were about to enter Idolas, they saw the old king just activating the super magic soul, preparing to plunder the magic power of the Eslandan world again. Yimeng, who noticed this, immediately asked Angelica to activate the space displacement and send them to the coordinates of another world. Yimeng did not forget that before the plot of the Idolas world officially began, there was a guy who ran around trying to shut down these soul magics. Therefore, in order to avoid not knowing when to turn this thing on again next time, Yimeng also gave the order decisively. This also made Mira Jane of Fairy Tale, who was about to get off the ship and return to their world with her sister, startled. But there was no way. The incident happened too suddenly, so they had to take Mira Jane away with them. Moreover, this was agreed upon at the beginning. If there was not enough time or conditions did not permit, then Mira Jane would be taken away first and then sent back later. There's no other way. Mira Jane in this world is a truly weak woman. We can't just leave her alone in the kingdom of Idolas, right? What's more, now that her sister, who had finally returned, was about to leave with a man, how could Mira Jane bear to let him leave her again? The original opportunity arrangement was actually that after Serena brought Yi Meng and others to the vicinity of the kingdom of Edolas, Serena and Mira Jane were allowed to go back. With the spatial coordinates set in advance by Angelica, it is not difficult to open a spatial portal leading directly to the Fairy Tale Guild. At most, the magic power required will be very high due to the long distance. But the problem is that Angelica, who has acquired the Enkidu template, has become the same as Enkidu. They both have the ability to have an endless supply of magic power as long as they step on the ground. Therefore, Angelica actually doesn't need to worry about the consumption of magic power at all. Therefore, in this situation, there's no doubt that Yi Meng deliberately wants to take these two girls away together. Fortunately, when he came to the world of Esland through soul magic, he also left a spatial coordinate in this world. Unless someone possesses space magic, no one will be able to detect this mark and eliminate it. After that, you just need to make a large space teleportation magic circle, and then you can travel to the other world. Angelica said she has a lot of experience in this regard. After completing the journey, Yi Meng simply found a place for Vimana to stop. Glancing at her surroundings, Nana asked uncertainly, are we really in Lysana's world now? Why do I feel like the world of Edolas is more like a magical world? And this world is the world without magic. Although through Netvoka's introduction, they already knew that the Edolas incident could only plunder magic from the Eslandan world where Lysana was. So logically speaking, since they came to this world through the channel of soul super magic released by the Old King, this should be the Eslandan world where Lysana is. But, looking at the vegetation around her, Nana inexplicably felt that the world of Edolas, where ordinary people had no magic power, felt more like a dreamy, magical world. After hearing what Nana said, Lysana, a local who also realized this problem, couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. It is also an uninhabited primeval forest, but the world of Edolas has a more dreamy feeling of a magical world. Is there something wrong here? Although Lysana wanted to deny it, the magic that was already available in her body told her that she had indeed returned to her original world. And because Meng Meng could communicate directly with plants, she got the accurate answer that this was indeed the world of Eslandan they wanted to arrive at. After receiving this affirmative answer, the women felt even more complicated. Yi Meng also said somewhat helplessly, well, instead of all this, let's first take a look at where we are now, right? We still have to return Lysana to the Fairy Tale Guild. Once that mission is complete, we'll have plenty of time to explore the world. The girls stopped discussing this strange and meaningless question and began to explore where they were, although it is not actually necessary to be so troublesome. After all, Meng Meng can communicate with plants. If you want to know where this place is, just ask. In fact, she might have already gotten the answer she wanted when she asked them what world they were in just now. It was just that Lala wanted to go on an adventure and explore the primeval forest they were in. The other girls also became interested after being inspired by Lala's mood, so Yi Meng didn't bother to disturb their interest. But unfortunately, the reason why the demon cat came into being in this world is all because of Wendy. It could be said that the meaning of their existence is all for Wendy. So, considering that someone might come and destroy Wendy's house, how could they not care? However, this golden spaceship had no intention of attacking the demon cat's lodge, but instead landed near the demon cat's lodge. After a man and a woman got off the golden spaceship, the spaceship turned into golden light and disappeared between heaven and earth. Seeing Yi Meng and Meng Meng coming down from the spaceship, everyone did not relax. There is no way. Although the demon cat is also a magic guild, they have no combat capabilities at all in their current state. Therefore, the commissions they accept are basically unrelated to combat, and they mainly make a living by selling local specialties. Or perhaps it's a matter of maintaining Wendy's livelihood. After all, they're a group of thoughts constructed by magic power, and they don't need to eat or anything. Seeing everyone being very wary of him, Yi Meng smiled and said, "Don't be so wary. I'm here to see Robin Liu, the president of your Demon Cat Inn." Knowing that they couldn't stop Yi Meng, the crowd, or rather Robin Liu, had no choice but to let Yi Meng in. He is just a thought body, and most of his magic power is used to maintain the guild members, so there is not much magic power left. Although he is not completely without the strength to fight, he only has the strength to fight for a while. Moreover, this last strength is specially reserved for use against Nirvana, so he naturally wants to avoid any battle that can be avoided as much as possible. Soon, under the leadership of the guild members of the Demon Cat Inn, Yi Ming and Meng Meng came to the president Robin Liu. Looking at the head of the Demon Cat Inn, whose attire perfectly matched his impression of an Indian, Yi Ming got straight to the point and said, "I won't waste any more words. Let me get straight to the point. The reason I came here, besides just because I happen to be passing by, is also because I happen to have accepted 2 commissions with a kid in your guild. Help Wendy find her mother, Grandine, and help her find her savior, so that Wendy can thank him in person." Hearing Yi Ming's words, Robin Liu couldn't help but frowned. There's no way around it. If a person who you don't know anything about suddenly appears and tells you that he wants to take away the only college student in your village in decades, no matter who you hear it, you will subconsciously feel repulsed, right? Whether you believe it or not is up to you. I'm too lazy to try every possible way to make you believe it. What I can tell you is that I know how to complete both tasks. Hearing Yi Ming's words, Robin Liu was also very surprised and asked, "Do you know the whereabouts of Grandine? Do you know that Grandine is not a human being?" Yi Ming nodded and said, "I know it's the Sky Dragon, and I can tell you very clearly that it has always been by Wendy's side. It hasn't gone anywhere. It's just that Wendy can't find it." Robin Liu also asked in confusion, "What is going on?" Yi Ming had no intention of hiding this. In order to make the other party trust what he said as soon as possible and hand Wendy over to him, Yi Ming simply told the other party everything he knew. As someone who lived 400 years ago, you should be aware of the era ruled by dragons, right? Hearing that Yi Ming had actually revealed his true identity directly, Robin Liu also trusted Yi Ming's knowledge of Grantine's whereabouts a little more. "Well, I could be considered one of the last survivors from that era." Yi Ming also nodded and continued, "That era was not ended by humans, but by the Black Dragon Acnologia. But I guess not many people know that the Black Dragon Acnologia was once a human dragon slayer." Hearing Yi Ming's words, Robin Liu was also shocked. The Black Dragon Acnologia was once a human dragon slayer? He really didn't know about this. He only knew that the Black Dragon Acnologia suddenly appeared from nowhere and began to slaughter the dragon clan wantonly as soon as it appeared, completely ending the era ruled by the dragon clan. But unfortunately, the human body is ultimately unable to withstand the powerful force of the dragon clan. So, Acnologia, who was eroded by the dragon's power, became the dragon slayer and became the evil dragon himself. He also became the legendary Black Feather of the End, who would destroy everything and bring despair and pain to the world. Listening to Yi Ming's explanation, Robin Liu's face was full of disbelief. Dragon Slayer, mages will eventually turn into dragons. Hearing this, Robin Liu indeed recalled the legend about the Dragon Slayer mage that he had heard that year. As the main force against the dragon clan, the queen of a country created the existence of the Dragon Slayer mage and was known as the mother of the Dragon Slayer mage. But for some reason, the Dragon Slayers were doing fine at first, but then their reputation suddenly plummeted. The reason is that the Dragon Slayers who were born to fight against powerful dragons suddenly became crazy for some reason and even turned around to attack humans. Yi Ming looked at Robin Liu's reaction and nodded. That's right. Human bodies are too weak compared to the power of dragons. So, excessive use of dragon-slaying magic can cause the body to transform into a dragon. It can even cause the dragon's powerful and violent power to be difficult to control, leading to a rampage. And the Black Dragon Acnologia is the first dragon slayer to fully transform into a dragon. Furthermore, the dragon slayer eventually becomes a dragon himself. Although Acnologia helped humanity completely end the era of dragon rule, it also became a new world-destroying disaster for mankind. And while the dragons, who were already friendly with humans, were also saddened by the extinction of their fellow dragons, it was clear that Acnologia, the black dragon that had completely lost control and was determined to destroy both dragons and humans, needed to be dealt with more urgently. Thus, a dragon-slaying plan, aimed at completely ending the black dragon Acnologia, was born. Plus, Acnologia slaughtered the entire dragon race. It's clear that the dragon race is no match for Acnologia, so they can only place their hopes elsewhere. And that hope is the dragon slayer. Besides the dragons themselves, the only ones who can harm them are the dragon slayers. But unlike the original dragon slayers, they have found a way to prevent humans from overexploiting their dragon power and transforming into irrational monsters. At the cost of their own bodies, they inhabit the bodies of the children they choose, helping them grow while also suppressing the growth of the dragon seeds. This prevents them from overdeveloping their dragon power and becoming dragons, ultimately becoming the second black dragon, Acnologia. After listening to Yi Meng's explanation, Robin Liu was also in disbelief. But I have to choose to believe, because this is indeed the most reasonable plan. In an era where dragons have completely disappeared, the Dragon Slayer is the only one capable of killing the black dragon Acnologia. Moreover, it was precisely because those dragons failed and could not defeat the black dragon Acnologia that the Dragon Slayer plan had to be born. Even Wendy's adoptive mother, Grandine, and other dragons might have chosen to carry out such a plan because they were injured in the battle with Acnologia and their lifespan was nearing. Moreover, by means of hosting, the growth of the dragon seeds in the Dragon Slayers' bodies can be suppressed, allowing the Dragon Slayers to fully develop the power of the dragon without worrying about becoming monsters like the black dragon Acnologia that only know how to destroy. This also explains why Wendy said that her mother Grandine loved her very much, just like a real mother, but had to choose to leave. Because in fact, Grandine did not really leave Wendy, but was just living in Wendy's body. Moreover, if what Yi Meng said was true, then once Wendy was really in danger of her life, I'm afraid the other party would come out of Wendy's body directly. Even if doing so might make all the efforts in this process go to waste, it is better than watching your child die, right? Not to mention, the existence of these children is crucial to whether the black dragon Acnologia can be killed. Through these explanations, Robin Liu finally truly trusted what Yi Meng said and realized that he was here to help Wendy. But since they left without saying goodbye, it must be because they didn't want to tell them so that they could grow up independently. If you tell Wendy this, it won't be a good thing for her. As someone who had experienced this, he already knew why these dragons left without saying goodbye to the children they had chosen and treated as their own. Because this is necessary to allow them to grow into a person who can fight against the black dragon Acnologia. Only when their minds have experienced hardships can they stand up and face strong enemies when they are really in danger. Especially since their enemy is Acnologia, the legendary dragon that will bring doom to mankind. In the face of such a powerful enemy, without a strong enough mind and powerful strength, it is impossible to compete with it. That's almost equivalent to failure. Yi Meng also spoke calmly, but very seriously. I will take this responsibility on behalf of that child. A lovely child only needs to live a lovely, carefree life at a lovely age. Besides, letting a group of such young children take on the responsibility of saving the world is a mistake in itself. After all, isn't it because we adults are incompetent that we have to force these children, who should be playing with their friends like real children, to participate in a war that is inappropriate for their age? Listening to Yi Meng's words, Robin Liu couldn't help but fall silent. Wendy, who had originally been somewhat reluctant about Yi Meng telling the truth, couldn't help but waver. But don't worry, I will tell her in a way that Wendy can accept. This way, she won't have to worry so much about finding her missing adoptive mother, and I can help her grow up. Listening to Yi Meng's comfort, Robin Liu also said doubtfully, if that's the case, then there's no problem. The reason why I didn't tell the other person was that I was worried that Wendy would have difficulty growing up. Otherwise, it would be better to stimulate their growth by leaving without saying goodbye. And if Yi Meng can make Wendy still want to become stronger on her own, even though she knows about her adoptive mother, that would be a good choice. There's no way Wendy's personality is just too soft. Before Yimeng told him the origins of Wendy and the other dragon slayers today, he could hardly imagine that a child with Wendy's personality could be burdened with such a mission. However, in order to facilitate Wendy's growth, we will take her away later. Well, we will also settle down in the town where Fairy Tale is located. Coincidentally, the savior Wendy is looking for happens to be a member of the Fairy Tale Guild. Also, among the people traveling with us this time, there happens to be members of the Fairy Tale Guild. I just don't know if Lee Sin knows about their existence. Upon hearing this, Robin Lu nodded and said, "If it's the Fairy Tale Magic Guild, then I can give it some trust." Although Fairy Tale is a well-known vandalism guild, it is also a very well-known magic guild. If it is Fairy Tale, then it is indeed worth believing. But are these people really trustworthy? Although everything Yimeng said made sense, it was all based on the premise that the other party was trustworthy. If Wendy were an adult, then no matter how weak her personality was, she would at least be able to protect herself. But how old is Wendy now? Only 10 years old. Letting a 10-year-old girl follow a group of people who came out of nowhere? Anyone with a sound mind would not agree to such a thing. Yimeng looked at the other party's concerns and said speechlessly, "If I remember correctly, you should have become a legal guild of light, right?" Hearing Yimeng's question, Robin Lu nodded with some doubt and said, "Well, that's true. What's wrong?" After all, for the sake of Wendy, he directly created a tribe, and in order to raise the child well and solve the livelihood problem, he directly established a magic guild. Although he was unable to carry out combat-type commission missions, he did the simple job of selling local specialties. But he is indeed a member of the Guild of Light. Yimeng also said, "Why don't you contact the counselors directly and ask them to find the president of the Fairy Tale Guild, Makarov, to claim the person? It just so happens that we also want to go to the Fairy Tale Guild. Plus, we're lost. We don't know where we are now, nor do we know where to start to get to Fairy Tale." Hearing Yimeng's suggestion, Robin Lu slapped his forehead and said, "Oh, I'm really old and confused. I didn't even think of such a simple truth." Robinla did it as soon as he thought of it, and directly contacted the Magic Council. I don't know if it was a coincidence or for some other reason, but today was the day when all the presidents of the Bright Guilds went to the Magic Council for a regular meeting. So the council directly informed Makarov, who was attending the regular meeting/party, that a Fairy Tale member accidentally got lost near the Demon Cat Inn. This also stunned Makarov, who was having a party. No, it should be said that he was holding a routine meeting. No, which kid of ours could get lost while going on mission? You know, as a magic guild, running around to complete commission tasks is almost commonplace. So normally speaking, it is impossible for a wizard in any guild to be directionally challenged. Of course, this possibility cannot be ruled out, but there are basically solutions, such as raising a magical pet to lead the way for yourself. But getting lost in someone else's guild, isn't that a bit too much? For a moment, even Makarov, who was so shameless that he could ignore the scoldings of the counselors, couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Of course, if it happened at any other time, it would be fine, but it happened to be during a routine meeting, which meant that this scandal spread directly to all the magic guilds in the Kingdom of Fiori. Old Ma, I didn't expect your guild still has so many talented people. There's even someone like me who has a poor sense of direction. Ha! In the past 2 years, the Fairy Tale Guild seemed to have regained its glory, and one outstanding magician after another gradually emerged. Not to mention the veteran S-class wizard Girdos, who can almost be said to be the backbone of Fairy Tale. Even if you count all the Fairy Tale members from all generations, they are still considered to be the top group. In the past 2 years, those children have been like bamboo shoots in spring, gradually showing their talents one after another. Thunder God Lacrosse, Fairy Queen Urza, Demon Mira Jane, Fire Dragon Natsu, Ice Stylus Gray, Thunder Gods. In addition to these people, there are also many excellent wizards whose strength has reached at least A level. It can be said that Fairy Tale has almost once again become the #1 magic guild in the Kingdom of Fiori. Although Phantom Lord is also known as the first magic guild in the Kingdom of Fiori, it exists on par with Fairy Tale. But in fact, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the main reason why Phantom Lord can be called the #1 magic guild in the Kingdom of Fiori is because of the number of members in this guild. The Phantom Lord Guild has branches almost all over the Kingdom of Fiori, so the number of members in the guild is quite terrifying. But unfortunately, no matter how many lives there are just a group of ordinary wizards with average strength who can only reach B level at most. In terms of high-end combat power, Phantom Lord is obviously far inferior to Fairy Tail. Moreover, several of the guild presidents in this routine meeting had actually left Fairy Tail and formed their own guilds. They knew better than anyone how outrageous Fairy Tail's S-Class Wizard promotion test was. Other people's S-level assessments are just normal S-level promotion assessments, but Fairy Tail's S-level wizards are based on the Holy 10 standard. In other words, every additional S-Class wizard in Fairy Tail is equivalent to an additional Saint-level 10 combat power. What you think of as a level is just an S-level wizard who cannot pass the S-level promotion assessment based on the Holy 10 standard. Moreover, whether a guild is powerful in this country can actually be seen by looking at how many guilds are competing with it in the same town. For guilds of average strength, there may be 2 or 3 magic guilds in the same town at the same time. If they want to coexist peacefully, they can only assign different types of tasks. Phantom Lord also used its numerical advantage to compete with other guilds for the commission tasks in that town. But only Fairy Tail, even Phantom Lord, which is said to be the first magic guild in the Kingdom of Fiori alongside Fairy Tail, cannot gain a foothold in this city. Moreover, others use the town as their territory, but Fairy Tail directly uses the city as its territory. This shows how much Phantom Lord is good at flattering himself. At the same time, it is also clear that Fairy Tail, as the first magic guild in the Kingdom of Fiori, is well-deserved. Coupled with these newcomers who are gradually becoming famous, Makarov can be said to be as proud as he can be. And now, a scandal involving Fairy Tail has finally emerged, and those brothers who have a close relationship with Makarov naturally began to take advantage of the situation and laugh at him. Makarov was also helpless about this. He was pretending to be cool, but suddenly his own little b*** D brought shame upon him. Doesn't this prevent him from showing off? But there is nothing we can do, because it is our own kid who is in trouble. They have come to him for help. As the head of the goblin family, can't he just ignore it? But he had to first find out which B*** D had brought shame upon him. After returning, he would have to teach that person a lesson. I don't care if you sabotage me and cause me to be scolded by the reviewers, but if you prevent me from showing off in front of my old friends, then you are wrong. Which brat is lost? He casually asked the staff member who came to report to him. The staff member didn't think much about it and said directly, "It seems her name is Lysana Strauss." When Makarov heard what the staff member said, he was stunned. Then he looked at the staff member in disbelief and said seriously, "Who did you say that person is?" Seeing Makarov's sudden reaction, the staff member was also startled and a little scared, but he still honestly repeated again, "Lysana Strauss." Makarov also took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent guilt in his heart, and said, "I understand. I will go to the Demon Cat Inn to pick up the child." After that, Makarov left. Seeing Makarov leave immediately, the staff member finally breathed a sigh of relief. When he came to his senses, he noticed that his clothes were soaked with sweat. Is this the legendary guild Master Makarov, one of the 10 saints? He hasn't even unleashed his magical powers, yet a single glance is so terrifying. He's truly incredible. Although Makarov's eyes did scare him just now, he would not feel scared even after he came to his senses, because he knew that as long as you don't offend the other party, Makarov is a good old man with a kind personality. So he will only admire the other person instead of being afraid of the other person. Well, as long as you don't do anything stupid and offend the other party, it's fine. As for Makarov, he was also very excited, because the child who was supposed to die did not die. This is definitely good news for Makarov, who treats everyone in the guild as his own children. He had doubts before. After all, when someone dies, their body will turn into starlight and dissipate between heaven and earth, right? It's not like he hasn't seen dead people before. However, Lee Sena was indeed mutilated and her whereabouts were unknown, and considering what happened at that time, she was confirmed dead. But now, Lee Sena has returned, which proves that Lee Sena was not actually dead at that time, but was teleported to another place for some reason. However, this was ultimately his personal guess. He didn't intend to tell Mira Jane and Elfman about this news until he saw with his own eyes that the other person was really Lee Sena. He didn't want the two siblings who had finally managed to cheer up to have their hopes dashed again. So he needs to verify the authenticity himself. Then, because of his inner excitement, Makarov directly used acceleration magic to speed up his journey. As the president of a guild, Makarov naturally knows a lot of magic, but the giant magic is the most famous. The perspective returns to Yimeng. Lala and her friends met Wendy and Carla on the way, and with Wendy's warm hospitality, they arrived at the Demon Cat Inn. Afterwards, Yimeng told little Wendy all the reasons why he came here, that Grandine was actually inside her body, and why he had to do this. After hearing Yimeng's explanation, Wendy's emotions seemed a little complicated, even a little depressed. She finally got news of her adoptive mother whom she had been looking for a long time, and it turned out that she had always been by her side. However, except when they are about to die, they may never see each other again. The reason why Grandine did this was not only to help her suppress the dragon seed and prevent her from becoming a world-destroying disaster like the Black Dragon Acnologia, but also because the other party's lifespan was not much. In the battle with the Black Dragon Acnologia, her foundation was damaged, and her life was coming to an end. So even if we meet at that time, it will only be a farewell for the last time. She couldn't accept such an outcome. Looking at the very depressed and lost little Loli, Yimeng hugged her in his arms and said comfortingly, "Things are not as bad as you think." Didn't I just say that? The reason they live in the bodies of you children is not only to suppress the dragon seeds in you, but also because doing so can prolong their lives. Then, think about it the other way around. As long as you are strong enough and cannot be killed by anyone, then you will never need them. Your mother, Grandine, used her last life to save you. Furthermore, as long as you are strong enough, stronger than your mother, Grandine, then you can use the power you receive from your mother to nourish and heal her injuries. Also, within the attachment magic, there's a spell called personality attachment. As long as you're strong enough and find a suitable container, you can attach your mother to it. Then, your mother will be resurrected. Angelica is the perfect example. She is the being I created through the addition magic and personality addition. After hearing Yimeng's words, Wendy, who was originally very depressed, once again had a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Although she was still young, she understood one thing. That is, as long as her strength was strong enough, her mother Grandine would still have hope of coming back to life. It no longer needs to be the last time you see each other, only in critical moments of life. Please, Brother Yimeng, I want to become stronger. I want to revive Grandine. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing Wendy's commission mission 1. Ding. A new commission has been detected. Client, Wendy. Mission requirements. Help Wendy improve her strength and resurrect her mother, Grandine. Mission evaluation requirements. Since this mission is a long-term mission, it is based on Wendy's strength when Grandine is resurrected. S and 5-star reviews are required, and Saint 10 will add an additional S-level random draw in all worlds. Yimeng also touched Wendy's cute little head, and even couldn't help but kiss her cute little face. He smiled and said, "Of course you can, but if you want to become stronger, it will be very hard. You have to be mentally prepared." Wendy, who was originally very serious about wanting to become stronger, was suddenly kissed by Yimeng and immediately became shy. She said a little embarrassedly, "Well, I know. I will work hard." Looking at Wendy's cute look, Yimeng couldn't help but give her another kiss. It's so cute. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but burst into laughter without thinking too much, because Wendy looked so adorable that people couldn't help but want to kiss her cute little face. In order to become stronger, Wendy had no choice but to accept Yi Meng's invitation and go to Fairy Tale with him. There is no way. Although the Demon Cat is also a magic guild, it is not a combat type of magic guild and cannot help Wendy's strength grow in any way. However, Fairy Tale is the strongest guild in the Kingdom of Fiori. Only by going there can Wendy quickly improve her strength and reach the point where she can save her mother, Grandine, as soon as possible. And Grandine and Wendy's body also saw this scene. Although he was somewhat surprised and helpless about the exposure of his own strength, the result was at least moving in a positive direction. At least Wendy has the motivation to become stronger. They had not expected that this could motivate these children to grow up spontaneously. And most importantly, she saw Yi Meng. That's right. Although it was the first time for Yi Meng that they met, it was not the first time for her and the other dragons to see Yi Meng. So Grandine had no objection to Yi Meng's proposal of such an arrangement. Rather, if Wendy could stay with Yi Meng, she could sleep peacefully. Moreover, Yi Meng did not hide his origins at all at that time, and directly came from an era 400 years later. In addition, the intensity of the aura emanating from Yi Meng was far inferior to that of the Yi Meng she met that year. Therefore, the Yi Meng that Wendy meets now should obviously have just started to grow up not long ago. After all, Yi Meng's age is there. At night, when going to bed, Grantine took advantage of Wendy's sleep and met her in her dream through the mental connection and told her to stay with Yi Meng and practice well in the future. Although she didn't expect Yi Meng to be able to resurrect her, it would at least be good to make Wendy willing to become stronger. Moreover, as a dragon who has seen Yi Meng's future, she has already learned from Wendy in the future that Yi Meng possesses magical abilities. As long as she helps others realize their wishes and solve problems, she can gain various abilities. Therefore, resurrection is really possible. It's just that Yi Meng at that time hadn't acquired this ability yet, so he could only look forward to it in the more distant future. Mission Reward Settlement. Help Lysana return to the Fairy Tale world completed. Optional. Receive Magic B. Random 1. Receive Magic, Beast Form, B. Retains humanoid form and transforms into a beast. Alternatively, partial body parts can be transformed into beast forms. Transforming into a beast form through receiving magic enhances physical abilities, strengthening animal-specific body parts like horns, teeth, claws, fur, tail, and skin. Each additional body part transforms into a beast form, increasing all attributes by an additional 10%. Random 2. Receive Magic Cat Soul, C. When receiving a cat-like creature, attack and agility, a combination of speed and reaction nerves, are increased by an additional 50%. Help Wendy find her missing mother, Grandine, completed. Optional. Sky Dragon Slayer Magic A. Random 1. Dragon Slayer Secret Technique, Galaxy S, can communicate with any dead soul. Random 2. Healing Magic B. Magic that can be used for detoxification, fever relief, wound healing, etc. Equipped items 5 of 5. Debulic Royal Family and Cham Hybrid Physique. Additional magic, King's Treasure, Taishu Sword 7 cents Ether S. Looking at the already full entry column, Yi Meng couldn't help but feel helpless. There's no place to put the Sky Dragon Slayer magic attribute. How about using the additional magic cheat? If it was any other item, Yi Meng was still unsure, but if it was dragon-slaying magic, then it was hard to say. After all, Dragon Slayer magic is a power gained through additional magic. But the problem is, although Dragon Slayer magic is powerful, it also has some serious side effects. After developing Dragon Force mode, you will start to feel dizzy in transportation. Although in fact it is because the power of dragons has transformed the human body, making human senses as sharp as dragons, so humans cannot stand the factors of transportation that constantly destroy their sense of balance. However, this kind of problem can be solved by asking Lala to help invent an invention. However, dragon transformation is a bit troublesome. Don't forget, Irene in the original novel was driven crazy by the side effect of the dragon-slaying magic, which caused her to transform into a dragon. Even Acnologia's human consciousness was probably wiped out by this. Yi Meng doesn't want to end up like this. If it is an entry, you only need to install it when you need it and take it off when you don't need it. But once it becomes a permanent inherent skill through additional magic, there is no way to circumvent these side effects. He has to find a way. That's right. Hokage Jinchuriki. Yimeng also suddenly remembered the setting of the Jinchuriki in Naruto. Isn't this exactly the same as this? Moreover, if Yimeng remembered correctly, the Bagua seal used by Naruto was a seal composed of two four-symbol seals superimposed on each other. The first seal is to build a nest for the nine tails, and the second seal is to merge the chakra overflowing from the nine tails nest with Naruto's chakra and completely belong to Naruto personally. So this is the main reason why Jinchuriki generally possess huge amounts of chakra. Moreover, because the Jinchuriki's seal links the lives of the Jinchuriki and the tailed beasts, when the Jinchuriki uses chakra, he will more or less be contaminated by the energy properties of the tailed beasts. This can be seen from the other tailed beast Jinchuriki, who can all use the special powers of the tailed beasts. Only Naruto's nine-tailed fox is a little special. It doesn't have those fancy special abilities. It's just a pure numerical monster. Therefore, he could use a similar method to seal up the dragon power of the dragon-slaying magic separately, so that he could obtain the dragon-slaying magic permanently through this cheating method, while also preventing his body from being excessively eroded by the dragon power. Wait, I don't think I need to worry about dragon transformation. Yimeng also suddenly thought of something very important. Regarding the side effects of Dragon Slayer magic, the main reason why Irene's situation occurred is that the change was erosion rather than complete fusion. It's like there are suddenly more cancer cells in your body. Everyone knows that cancer cells are harmful to the human body. But what if your body is completely assimilated and fused with the cancer cells? So are these cancer cells still harmful? The function of cells is to regenerate and grow. The problem with cancer cells is their uncontrolled growth. This is similar to the dragon seeds, which are both uncontrollable and growing continuously. But what if the growth of cancer cells does not affect the body itself? Therefore, Yimeng's solution to the side effects of dragon-slaying magic is to seal the dragon seed in a separate space and let it grow freely in this space. In this way, not only can it continue to use the power of dragon-slaying magic, but later on, it can even directly transform into a dragon without being affected negatively. And Yimeng has an even simpler method, that is to completely integrate the dragon's power with oneself. In Yimeng's opinion, the main reason why Irene and Acnologia became like that was that they were unable to achieve a true 100% integration. After all, this is like reproductive isolation. Humans will never be able to achieve a truly perfect fusion with dragons. Therefore, no matter how high the degree of integration is, it can only be 99.99%, and it is impossible to achieve 100% perfect integration in the true sense. As long as there is a slight difference in the degree of integration of 0.01, conflicts will still arise. But Yimeng doesn't need to worry. The greatest ability of the seventh sense, ether, lies in perfect fusion. It was mentioned in Stealing Hearts in September that when Muir was robbing the 8 elements, he said that ether was the most critical of the 8 elements, and it served to regulate the other 7 elements. They all know that with just the 8 elements, one can become a god. So, logically speaking, even if not all 8 elements are gathered, a simple fusion to increase strength and quality should still be possible, right? But the reality is the opposite. He could still only use the power of other elements individually, and was completely unable to fuse them. It was not until Qi Xiaosha found the ether power copied from Lu Xing that he completed the fusion of the 8 elemental powers and became a pseudo-god. In addition to ether, Yimeng also has a tiger talisman that can balance all power conflicts. It can be said that with these 2 abilities, Yimeng does not need to worry about any forces conflicting within his body. Moreover, with these 2 abilities, Yimeng basically does not need to consider the issue of the number limit of entry columns, and can directly merge all entries permanently. Moreover, because the abilities are digitized, or in other words, they are all entries, even if they are permanently integrated and cannot be taken away, the entries can still be upgraded. In fact, because of the permanent fusion, It is even possible to upgrade the entry level through training. However, some entries are not suitable for permanent integration now. Just like the Taishu Sword God, this thing has extremely high requirements for its own hardware. Once there is any problem with itself, its strength will be affected. As for equipment attributes, no matter when or what happens, the effect of the attribute can be fully utilized. Do it when you think of it. Yimeng also directly used the additional magic to permanently attach the Sky Dragon Slayer magic to his body. Seventh Sense, Ether, activate. Tiger Talisman, activate. Since the dragon power of Windy Sky Dragon Slayer magic comes from the Sky Dragon Grandine, Yimeng is now directly integrating the power of a Sky Dragon from the Dragon King level. This is how I think about the dragon class differentiation in the fairy tale world. Ordinary elemental dragon, Dragon King of the same element, Grandiine, and other dragons. True Dragon King above all other dragons, Igneal/Acnologia. Sensing the changes in Yimeng, Grantine, who was inside Wendy's body, also showed an expression of understanding. So this is how Yimeng got his dragon bloodline? At first, Grandine thought he had recognized the wrong person. After all, besides being weaker than she thought, Yimeng was actually a little different. That is the aura on your body. In her understanding, Yimeng's aura was more like that of a dragon man born from the union of the dragon and human races. Moreover, because the aura was very similar to hers, she even thought that one of her brothers and sisters had given birth to a child with a human, which made her feel very close to the other person. But the Yimeng we see now is just an ordinary human being, at most a little different from ordinary humans, Lala's physical condition entry. But considering the other party's special nature, such a difference is not unacceptable. Unexpectedly, this is how the other party got his dragon bloodline. But why can Yimeng do it, but they can't? Congratulations to the host for obtaining the new permanent entry, Sky Dragon S. Entry Effect. Effect 1. Elemental Dragon King Sky Dragon Bloodline. Wind Attribute Affinity and all attributes increase by 1000%. Effect 2. Sky Dragon 1. Can recover by absorbing pure air magic and increase all attributes by 1000% for a short period of time. Effect 3. Sky Dragon 2. The Sky Dragon's power is mainly based on auxiliary magic, and the effects of all auxiliary magic are increased by 1000%. Effect 4. Power of Wind Control. Possesses the power to control air flow and momentum, specifically controlling the wind. Effect 5. Dragon Roar. The most common attack method among dragons. Although it can only spit out elemental attacks corresponding to its own attributes, its power is equal to its own strength. Although it is basic, it is also one of the strongest attack methods among dragons. Effect 6. Dragon Power. Inflicts a powerful mental pressure on the target. If the target is significantly weaker than the caster, they will be stunned and lose consciousness. This is most effective against beasts. Similar to the mental pressure of Conqueror's Haki, but only mentally. Effect 7. Dragon Power/Dragonization. After activation, dragon characteristics will appear on the body, including dragon scale-like tattoos, dragon scales, dragon claws *2, dragon wings *2, dragon tail, dragon horns, and dragon feet *2. For each additional part that is transformed into a dragon, all attributes will increase by 100%. Effect 8. Perfect Dragon. Completely transform into a sky dragon, increasing all attributes by 1000% while in this state, and continuously consuming magic power until it is exhausted or you voluntarily exit. Effect 9. Dragon Scale Armor. When scales are attached to the body, elemental resistance increases by 1000%, wind attribute attacks are completely immune, and physical attack resistance is 100%. Looking at this newly acquired entry, Yimeng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This newly acquired S-level entry is a bit amazing. Should we say that even if they are at the same level, there are still differences in level? Even if it is an S-level entry, this Sky Dragon entry is definitely one of the top ones among all S-level entries, right? However, Yimeng has now gained a lot of weight. Although it doesn't allow him to possess the strength of a Dragon King like Grantine all of a sudden, he has reached the quasi-national level of strength. Accurate. An achievement that can only be achieved by using all your strength. Normal. Achievements that can be achieved by normal performance. Peak. Achievements that can be achieved with one hit. After all, in addition to being able to transform into a dragon, Yi Ming now also has many powerful abilities to use. Although these abilities cannot directly bring a powerful amplification effect to Yi Ming, the stronger his own strength is, the more powerful the power he can exert will naturally be. That's right, my race changed from human to Dragon Man. However, Yi Ming does not have such a strong obsession with being a human being. Moreover, in addition to having dragon blood, if Yi Ming wants to have children in the future, he doesn't have to worry about reproductive isolation from his wife. After all, Yi Ming's hunting range is relatively wide. As long as the human characteristics reach about 70 to 80%, half-orcs are acceptable. Moreover, the dragon bloodline is also quite peculiar. No matter what race it is, it can produce mixed-race offspring. At the same time, Yi Ming was very impressed by his own imagination, which actually made him successful. In modern terms, my current situation can basically be described as a modern evil cultivator. Modern evil cultivation, not practicing and operating according to common sense, using unorthodox methods to quickly obtain similar results. By noon the next day, Makarov had rushed from the Magic Council to the territory of the Demon Cat in less than a day. It can be seen how much shock Makarov was brought by the news that Lysana might still be alive. However, after arriving at the Demon Cat's Inn, Makarov couldn't help but frown. As a saint of the 10th level, and one who was ranked relatively high in strength, he could tell at a glance that all the people in the Demon Cat Lodge were, without exception, thought bodies. Moreover, from the fact that the magic power in these people's bodies is completely of the same origin, it can be seen that these thought bodies are all from the same person. This is outrageous. It is very difficult to learn the thought body, and in order to create a qualified thought body, a lot of magic power is needed. Unless the person has very strong control over his magic power. Otherwise, if he wants to create a thought body without affecting himself, he must have at least the magic power reserves of an S-level wizard. However, the dozens of people in this Demon Cat Inn are all thought bodies without exception, and each one is equivalent to a C-level wizard. Even though this is only the lowest C-level magician, he is still much stronger than ordinary people. Not to mention that he had to transform into the appearance of other people. From this, it can be seen that the person who did all this must be at least at the same level as him. For a moment, he even doubted whether this was a trap specifically set for his subordinates. But it shouldn't be like Thay. After all, the Demon Cat Inn is a bright guild recognized by the Magic Council. Although it seems to have only been established for 2.5 years, it shouldn't take so much time and energy just to trick an old man like him. Right? Well, if they really are members of the Dark Guild, then it's understandable. After all, you can't use common sense to understand these lunatics. But at this moment, Makarov's eyes widened. He no longer suspected that a Dark Guild was out to trick him, because he has seen Lysana. However, as if he had seen some hallucination, Makarov couldn't help but rub his eyes. There was no way. He seemed to have seen 2 Lysanas and 1 Mira Jane just now. If there was only 1 Lysana and 1 Mira Jane, then he could also assume that Mira Jane also received the news that Lysana was still alive, so she rushed here as soon as possible. However, suddenly seeing 2 Lysanas made him wonder if there was something wrong with his eyes. However, after opening his eyes again, he found that there were still 2 Lysanas in front of him. Moreover, after one of the Lysanas noticed him, she waved at him happily and ran towards him. Grandpa President. After seeing this scene, Serena and Mira Jane also followed with some curiosity. So, this is an illusion? But no matter what, Lysana is really still alive, and that is more important than anything else. After arriving in front of Makarov, Lysana said happily, "Grandpa President, that's great. I didn't expect you to come pick me up so soon." Makarov nodded with relief and said, "Yes, it's great that you're still alive. Mira Jane and Elfman will be very happy when they know this." So who are these 2? After careful observation, Makarov also discovered that although Lysana and Mira Jane were exactly the same as the two in his memory, they did not have any magic power. This also made him think of the most mysterious S-class wizard in the guild, Mystigan. They have almost the same appearance and actually have no magic power in their bodies. They are also the youngest in the Magic Council and one of the 10 saints, Jalal. How did someone without any magic power advance to the S-level assessment of Fairy Tale, which is comparable to the promotion to the Saint 10? Don't forget, although Mystigan has no magic power in his body, he has powerful magic devices. The people of the Idolos world have extremely high attainments in magical devices because humans do not have magical powers in their bodies. And if Netvoka, the captain of the 2nd Magic Warfare Unit of the Idolos Kingdom Army, could obtain the powerful magic weapon 10 Commandments Spear, which makes his combat power comparable to that of Fairy Tale S-class magician, then Mystigan, as the prince of the Idolos Kingdom, can only obtain a more powerful magic weapon. Moreover, Mystigan brought 5 swords, each of which had powerful magical effects. Not only were they powerful, but they were also very comprehensive in effect. One of the sleeping spells was said to be so powerful that even Makarov could barely resist it, although it is not ruled out that Makarov may not have deliberately resisted. But from this we can also see how powerful these magic wands are. After the introduction, it turned out that he was from the world of Idolos, just as Makarov had guessed. Makarov naturally knew about the existence of the Idolos world. After all, there are 2 people from the world of Idolos in the Fairy Tale Guild now. One is Mystigan, and the other is Pelusica, who lives in a cabin deep in the forest east of Magnolia City. He usually does not participate in Fairy Tale's affairs, but will help treat Fairy Tale members when they are injured. After Lysana's explanation, we learned that Lysana was affected by the super magic soul used by the king from the Idolos world at that time. In addition, she was seriously injured and very weak at the time, so she was implicated. Fortunately, Yi Ming saved her and sent her back to this world. These 2 followed over, wanted to see what Fairy Tale in this world was like. Makarov didn't care much about this. After all, doesn't this prove that no matter which world they are from, they are destined to be members of Fairy Tale? They're a natural family. Where is that little brother named Yi Ming now? The old man, must thank him properly. No matter what, Yi Ming is the savior who saved Lysana and sent his child back home safely. He has to thank her in person, right? Hearing Makarov's words, Lysana couldn't help but look at a place and said, Brother Yi Ming is teaching little Windy Dragon Slayer magic over there now. Let's go. Dragon Slayer magic? Makarov was also very surprised to hear Lysana's words. Of course he knew about Dragon Slayer magic, not to mention that there was a Dragon Slayer in their Fairy Tale Guild, and their sworn enemy, Phantom Lord, also had an Iron Dragon Slayer. Unexpectedly, not only did another Dragon Slayer appear here, but he was even a Dragon Slayer magic teacher who could teach others. Could it be that this teacher taught these children the dragon-slaying magic? No, Natsu said that his Dragon Slayer magic was taught by his father Igneel. Then the relationship between Yi Ming and Little Wendy should be similar to that between Natsu and Igneel. Is that so? Then let's wait. Observing someone without their permission is against ethics and bottom line. Although dragon-slaying magic has been passed down since the era when dragons ruled, no one knows how to learn it. It wasn't until Laxus was taking the S-Class Wizard promotion test that he learned that Laxus had actually obtained Thunder Dragon Slayer magic through the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic crystal implanted in his body. He originally thought that the dragon slayers who fought dragons in ancient times learned dragon-slaying magic in this way. But Natsu said that his Fire Dragon Slayer magic was taught by Igneel. And after his testing, he found that Natsu did not have the same Dragon Slayer crystal as Laxus. This thing is a solid and is transplanted into the body instead of being eaten and digested and absorbed. Therefore, it cannot be completely absorbed by the body and can only form a symbiotic relationship at most. So he could only guess that there were 2 ways to obtain Dragon Slayer magic. One was to learn it, and the other was to implant the Dragon Slayer magic crystal. But curiosity aside, He was indeed very curious about how to learn dragon-slaying magic. But no matter who it is, when teaching anything or practicing anything, it is most taboo to have someone stealing the teachings or peeking at them. As an old man with morals and bottom line, Makarov would never do such a tasteless thing. In addition, they were not familiar with each other, and Yi Meng was Lysana's savior, so he could not do such a thing. Lysana also smiled and said, it's okay, it's okay. I'm not teaching Dragon Slayer magic, but teaching little Wendy how to use combat skills. Little Wendy is also a Dragon Slayer, but she can't fight. Upon hearing this, Makarov no longer refused and said, if you don't want to disturb me, then let's go over and take a look. I also want to see how Dragon Slayer magic is learned. Afterwards, under the leadership of Lysana, they came to a very spacious lake. Yi Meng is teaching Wendy how to use Dragon's Roar, or Dragon's Breath, or Dragon's Roar. Because of Yi Meng's language skills and the affirmation given by Grandine in the dream, Wendy now has the idea of becoming stronger. Therefore, he asked Yi Meng to teach him how to become stronger. Coincidentally, Yi Meng had just obtained the Sky Dragon, which was equivalent to a Sky Dragon Slayer wizard, so it was possible to teach Wendy how to use combat skills. Apart from anything else, at least the Dragon's Breath, which is an almost instinctive attack magic, is definitely the easiest to teach. In fact, in the original novel, Yi Meng was quite helpless. This wind attribute magic, no matter how you look at it, is suitable for long-range and area attacks, right? But it seems that due to the influence of Natsu and gear, or in other words, this is the mainstream of the magic combat system in the fairy tale world. So, Wendy's combat methods are also of the melee type. But if you think about it carefully, in addition to giving people powerful attribute powers, dragon-slaying magic will also gradually make the user's physique move closer to that of a dragon, or even become more and more like a dragon. So Wendy looks like a lowly, but in fact, since she fully activated the power of dragon, she has also become a giant dragon in the making. So it seems quite normal for Wendy to prefer close combat. Rather than directly fighting the enemy, supporting and assisting teammates is the primary task of us Sky Mages. Even though we are Sky Dragon Slayer mages, assistance and support are still our main advantages. However, it's impossible for the enemy not to attack you just because you're an auxiliary staff member. On the contrary, as a force that could change the battlefield situation at any time, the auxiliary wizard is the first target to be eliminated in battle. Because support and assistance abilities can make already powerful teammates even stronger, and can also allow enemies that have been defeated with great difficulty to stand up again. This is the most difficult aspect of support mages. You could even say that a good auxiliary or supportive companion can make an otherwise unbeatable enemy no longer so difficult to deal with. So, in order not to hold our teammates back, we naturally need to have a certain level of self-protection ability. And the power of dragon-slaying magic also gives us not only powerful auxiliary abilities, but also powerful combat abilities. Among them, there's a universal skill in Dragon Slayer magic that all dragons can use. It's called Dragon's Roar, also known as Dragon's Breath or Dragon's Roar. As for the name, you could just pronounce it however you like. We are Sky Dragon Slayer magic, so our main source of power is the magic in the air. So if we want to use the dragon's common skill, Dragon Breath, we need to absorb more air magic into our bodies and then exhale it all in one breath. Of course, if your magic control is advanced enough, you can compress it first and then spit it out. This way, the power will be even stronger. But this is your first time learning offensive magic, so you just need to learn to simply inhale and exhale. Besides, there's no place to fight right now, so you can take your time and get a feel for it first. Once you've mastered it completely, you can gradually increase the speed of releasing Dragon Breath. Listening to Yi Meng's teachings, Wendy also began to calm down and carefully feel the magic in the air that was very close to her. Afterwards, Wendy followed Yi Meng's instructions and began to slowly absorb the magic power in the surrounding air into her body. Because Yi Meng had demonstrated it once before, Wendy only needed to imitate Yi Meng as much as possible. Then, when she felt that she could no longer breathe, or when the feeling came, Wendy exhaled all the air she had inhaled in her body in one breath. A tornado-like wind attribute impact burst out of Wendy's mouth. Seeing this, Yiming also touched Wendy's little head and praised her. "Not bad. You learned it in no time. Wendy is really talented. You are worthy of being the child chosen by Grandiny." Listening to Yiming's exaggeration, Wendy also seemed very happy. After all, Yiming's praise was equivalent to saying that Grandine had not made a mistake in choosing him. As the child who likes Grandigny the most, Wendy is naturally very happy about such praise. But in fact, Dragon's Breath, a normal skill that all dragons can use, is not as difficult as imagined. Basically, you only need to know how to inhale and exhale, but you need to gather your magic power while inhaling. Only in this way can you spit out something when you exhale. Although Wendy has hardly learned any offensive magic in Dragon Slayer magic, this does not mean that Wendy's talent is poor. She was just too kind, and the demon cat protected her so well, so there was almost no need for Wendy to fight. Moreover, auxiliary and support magic is very difficult to learn. It's not simpler than those high-level attack magics. A C-level auxiliary magic can be as difficult to learn as a B-level magic. And taking healing magic as an example, the requirements for the user are also very high, because it doesn't mean that you only need to know how to use it. You also have to adjust the strength of the healing effect based on the severity of the injury. If the healing effect is too strong, it may even make the serious injury worse. As for the fact that he was already able to skillfully use all auxiliary and supporting magic at the age of 10, one can imagine his talent and control over magic power. Therefore, it is not surprising that he could learn this kind of magic that is almost instinctive in one go. Others are just gifted. What can you do? Then, Yiming thought of something and said, "Oh, by the way, this is for you. You must carry it with you from now on." As he spoke, Yiming took out the tiger talisman and gave it to little Wendy. When he took the tiger talisman handed over by Yiming with some confusion and asked, "What is this?" Yiming also said, "The power of the dragon race is not something that humans can easily withstand. Therefore, if you overexploit the dragon power when your body is weak, negative consequences will occur. This is also the main reason why Grandine wants to enter your body to help you suppress the dragon seed. However, personally, rather than suppressing this power, I would rather let the dragon seed thrive and grow into a towering tree. Because only in this way can we truly gain power comparable to the black dragon Acnologia. But obviously, doing so will only turn me into a disaster like the black dragon Acnologia, bringing destruction to the world. However, that is all based on the premise that it is uncontrollable. The tiger talisman has only one ability, and that is absolute balance. It helps you balance any runaway, out of control, conflicting forces within you. In other words, as long as you carry this tiger talisman, Grandine won't have to waste any more power to help you suppress the dragon seed. Even if you let the dragon seed grow wildly within your body and turn into a towering tree, you don't have to worry about losing control of your power and going berserk like Acnologia. When he was also very surprised to hear what Yiming said. Such magical things actually exist in this world. But in that case, don't you, Brother Yiming, need it more than me? As long as I have Mother Grandine to help suppress it. Yiming also rubbed Wendy's little head, smiled, and said, "Don't worry, I have completed a truly perfect fusion in the true sense of the word. Although I'm not as powerful as giant dragons like Acnologia, in essence, I'm now a true dragon man. Like a child born from a dragon and a human, born perfect. The dragon-human race is born with the ability to slay dragons. So, I can't use this tiger talisman for the time being. If you want to improve your strength faster to the point where you can revive your adoptive mother, then it's best to use this method. I can tell you very clearly that if you want to truly revive your mother, you'll need at least the strength of a Saint 10. After listening to Yiming's words, when he finally decided not to take the photo despite Yiming's kindness, Yiming has made it very clear that he has now perfectly integrated the power of the dragon. Apart from his human body shape, he is essentially no different from a real dragon. Since Yiming no longer needed to use the tiger talisman, She naturally had no reason to refuse in order to quickly increase her strength to the Saint level 10 required to resurrect her adoptive mother, Grandine. Although Grandine in Wendy's body was helpless, he did not reject Yi Meng's proposed arrangement. After all, she saw with her own eyes how Yi Meng perfectly integrated the newly acquired dragon power into his own body, becoming a dragon man, a race born from the union of dragons and humans that only existed in fantasy. Although she really liked little Wendy and even treated her as her own daughter, but she was still human after all, and could only be considered her adopted daughter at best. But if I could turn Wendy into a dragon man like Yi Meng, then, as Wendy had merged her own power, what difference would there be between her and my own daughter? Moreover, no one knew when Acnologia would suddenly go crazy and attack Wendy, so she naturally hoped that Wendy's strength would be improved to the point where she could compete with Acnologia as soon as possible. Not to mention the strength to defeat the opponent single-handedly, but at least he should be able to protect himself from Acnologia, right? In addition, considering the future Wendy she had seen 400 years ago, the other party had indeed succeeded in doing so. So naturally she wouldn't refuse. She originally thought that this kind of thing would have to wait a long time before she could do it, but unexpectedly, Yi Meng now has the conditions to help Wendy become the second Dragon Man. However, it seems that Yi Meng's case is difficult to replicate, so this method can only be used to assist Wendy so that she can grow freely without any worries. Although she didn't know how Wendy would eventually become a dragon person in the future, since the predetermined future meant that she had already succeeded, there was no need for her to get in the way. This is really amazing. I didn't expect that he already possesses such powerful strength at such a young age. Seeing Yi Meng and Wendy finally stop to rest, Makarov couldn't help but applaud and praise them. He really admires Wendy's talent. He was also 10 years old when he picked up Natsu. Although Natsu was also a dragon slayer, his mastery of magic at that time was not very ideal. He still remembered very clearly that Natsu's dragon breath at that time was not as powerful as Wendy's. Of course, it may also be because the release method is different. After all, Wendy draws magic power directly from the air, while Natsu can only gather magic power from his own body. Therefore, given his lack of strength, the dragon breath that Natsu can release is naturally not as good as Wendy's, which can be absorbed directly from the air. The source of power from magic, besides itself, is also influenced by the natural environment, which accounts for a considerable proportion. A Sky-type dragon slayer like Wendy can draw on the air for unlimited power as long as there is air. Furthermore, the more active the magic in the air is, the stronger the amplification effect will be. In a sense, Sky mages are almost the easiest to grow among all types of mages. Of course, as a Saint level 10 warrior, Makarov naturally knew how to limit the growth of the Sky mage. That's the air. Since the clearer and purer the air, the stronger the magic power. Then, as a being that is extremely dependent on air, it will become impossible to use magic in places with turbid air. Basically, any S-class wizard can do this. Use magic power to infect the surrounding air magic power. As long as the opponent does not want to forcibly absorb the enemy's magic power, causing the magic power to conflict and run wild in the body, then it is enough to restrict the opponent's sky magic. Hearing Makarov's praise, when he scratched her head a little embarrassedly, "It's not that great." Carla, who was watching from the side, was also a little helpless. "Wendy, you need to be more confident. This is a good thing." It took a lot of effort to get Wendy to start growing stronger and more confident, but she ended up being so easily made shy by a compliment. Yi Meng also said, "Are you the president of Fairy Tale?" Makarov nodded and said, "Yes, my friend. Thank you for sending my child back. If you need any help from me, please feel free to tell me. As long as it is something I can do, God will do his best to help you." Yi Meng also smiled and said, "Since you have said so, I will not be polite to you. We are a group of pioneers who love adventure and travel to all kinds of places, especially places we have never been to. The pioneers who came before us once said, 'We can go further by following the paths that have not been traveled before us.' Every step closer to the stars is a reward for our pioneering work. The unknown is not more terrifying than the known. The unknown often means it can still be controlled and changed. Among countless roads, choose the one that suits you with your limited knowledge. May this journey finally reach the stars. This is the ultimate goal of us pioneers. Listening to Yi Ming's introduction of their identities, Makarov couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The pioneers' philosophy and the philosophy of their fairy tale guild coincide perfectly. Although I'm still a newbie and don't quite understand the underlying meaning of these words, I think it's pretty good. Requesting flowers 0. I really like this group of people, but unfortunately there are no pioneers in this world anymore. So I became a pioneer by chance. Really? That's quite regrettable. What do you need? I will do my best to satisfy you. Makarov also expressed deep regret upon hearing that there were no other pioneers in the world, because he felt that these people called pioneers would get along well with fairy tale. Yi Ming also smiled and said, "It's not a big deal. You know, humans don't like wandering and being alone, so I want to find a place where I can settle down so that when I get tired, I can go home and rest. Besides, this is our first time in this world, so we also want to take a good look at the storms in this world. We've also heard about the fairy tale guild's philosophy from Lisana. I think fairy tale would be a good fit for us, so we'd like to join. What does guild president Makarov think?" Listening to Yi Ming's request, Makarov grinned and said, "Of course, no problem. As long as you're not a wicked person, fairy tale won't refuse anyone with an adventurous spirit to join." Not to mention that Yi Ming saved the child Lisana and brought her back. Just because the other party was Dragon Slayer, he already had the idea of recruiting him. After all, as the leader of a guild, who doesn't want their guild to become stronger? Even if it's the first guild in the Kingdom of Fiori, so what? Couldn't the Fairy Tale Guild be the strongest in all of Ishgar, East Road, or even the world? Yi Ming smiled upon hearing this and said, "Well, please give me your guidance in the future, President." In response, Makarov also smiled and nodded. But at this moment, Makarov suddenly realized something. That is, Yi Ming seems to be quite popular. The three Lalas who looked like sisters at first glance, the Mila's sisters who looked almost identical to their fairy tale sisters, and even Lisana from their side seemed to have quite a liking for Yi Ming. Even this little lowly, who seemed to have just met Yi Ming not long ago, seemed to have a great liking for Yi Ming. But Lisana is okay here. She hasn't done anything out of the ordinary yet. Maybe because she saved my life, so I have a good impression of her. You wouldn't let a wolf into the house, right? 063. Thinking of this, Makarov couldn't help but worry about Natsu's future. There was no way. He wasn't too worried about the others. After all, although they were all vandals, they still had normal ideas about men and women. But what about Natsu? This guy is like a single cell. All he does all day long is fight and look for his father near. It can be said that among so many people, Natsu is the only one who makes him worry that he will not be able to find a wife in the future. With the addition of Happy, he can almost be considered the child of these two. Therefore, everyone almost tacitly accepted that Lisana and Natsu were a couple. However, the affair between the two people was never revealed, so they have always been in an ambiguous state that is more than friends, but less than lovers. Therefore, before the relationship is completely confirmed, Lisa may change her mind at any time. After all, you can't just say that Lisana likes Happy, so you tie someone else to Natsu, right? Lisana isn't the only one who likes Happy. Who in the entire guild doesn't like Happy? So, now that he saw Yi Ming was so popular with the girls, and that Lisana on their side had developed a great affection for him because of saving his life, he suddenly worried that he might be letting a wolf into the house. But even if he really did let a wolf into the house, there was nothing he could do. Although he is the patriarch of fairy tale, he basically doesn't interfere in the emotional issues of everyone in the guild. After all, it's their own choice. We are all adults and should be responsible for our own choices. Not to mention, emotional matters are too complicated for an old man like him, and he really doesn't want to get involved in such matters. Therefore, he could only pray that either Lisana did not fall in love with Yi Ming in the end, or that the two of them confirmed their relationship earlier before Natsu could react. Just don't suddenly wake up at the most critical moment. Although doing so might be a bit unfair to Natsu, it was his own fault for not seizing the opportunity, and it was also Lysana's own choice. What's more, they're all children from his own guild, so who can he favor? Afterwards, Lala and the others naturally expressed their desire to join Fairy Tail. In addition, in order to improve her strength, Wendy also decided to join Fairy Tail. Although it is very hard to do, but in order to quickly improve his strength to the Saint 10 level and save his mother, Grandine, even if Wendy is not, he must do this. Yimeng also said that they have left the spatial coordinates here, and if they want to come back later, they can come back to visit everyone in the Demon Cat Inn at any time. In this way, Winnie would not be so reluctant to leave. At the same time, Makarov also learned the significance of the Dragon Slayer Magisters from Lysana. But what they didn't expect was that the dragons that adopted Natsu and his children had actually been inside these children all along. However, after learning that dragon-slaying magic actually had this side effect, he could understand why they did this. In addition, after fighting with the legendary black dragon Acnologia, as the defeated dragon, even if it doesn't die, it is estimated that it will not be much better. So if they do this, firstly, they can continue to cultivate beings that can defeat the black dragon Acnologia, and secondly, they can also give their already lingering lives a brief Z. As for what Yimeng said, as long as their strength is raised to at least Saint level 10, then the dragon in their body can be resurrected. Makarov did not give a clear attitude on this point. After all, bringing a dead life back to life is really unbelievable. Although he was not entirely sure about the true situation of the dragons residing within the Dragon Slayer children, he could tell from the fact that the black dragon Acnologia was still alive and well. Those dragons all lost in the end. Even if those dragons survived in the end, I think their condition would not be very good. After all, he didn't think that the black dragon Acnologia, a being that could bring destruction to the world, would let his enemy go so easily. Lysana just said that the black dragon Acnologia was once a dragon slayer, so he has a great hatred for the dragon clan. Moreover, he was certain that even if the dragon slayer's magic could restrain the dragons, if they wanted to contend with or even defeat Acnologia, the legendary black dragon that would bring disaster and destruction to the world, then dragon slayers like Natsu would have to grow to at least the Saint 10 level of strength. It may even need to be stronger than the 10th level of Saint. 2.1 After all, the black dragon Acnologia is a terrifying existence that single-handedly wiped out the entire dragon race. Even a saint of the 10th level could only protect himself in front of the black dragon Acnologia. Therefore, in Makarov's opinion, the reason why Yimeng said this to Wendy was probably to let her grow up as quickly as possible, to have the strength to protect herself in front of the black dragon Acnologia. He could understand this as well. After all, this is the responsibility that these chosen dragon slayer children bear and cannot escape. If he encountered such a thing, he would do the same. He desperately strives to improve the strength of the people he cares about at all costs. You don't need to be strong enough to defeat a strong enemy, but you must have the ability to protect yourself from the strong enemy you are about to face. However, he didn't intend to use this reason on Natsu. Natsu is very ambitious now, even too ambitious. Every mission would cause considerable damage, and he didn't want Natsu's firepower to rise again because of that. Makarov had no doubt that this guy would definitely judge how much his strength had improved based on every destruction he caused. Afterwards, under Makarov's stunned gaze, Yimeng once again took out the Vimana, a magic spaceship made of gold. Makarov was completely dumbfounded. In his entire life, when had he ever seen such luxurious things? Seeing Makarov's shocked expression, Yimeng smiled and said comfortingly, "Don't worry about it. Didn't I tell you before? All those pioneers have disappeared. Even my current status as a pioneer was acquired by chance. In addition to these, we also inherited some legacies from our pioneering predecessors. This golden spaceship is one of their legacies. Who gave Yimeng the pioneer class? It is given by the system. Who gave the king's treasure? It's given by the system. Therefore, The system that gave Yi Ming the identity of a pioneer and the treasure of the king is naturally what Yi Ming calls a pioneer senior. However, although Makarov was very surprised, he said he could still understand it. After all, Yi Ming said that this was inheriting someone else's legacy. But at the same time, Yi Ming will inherit the will of those pioneers and continue this pioneering journey. But this was also so envious that he couldn't help but shed tears of poverty. Although Natsu and his team have gradually grown in the past 2 years, Fairy Tail has once again become the #1 magic guild in the Kingdom of Fiori. But the destructive power of these unfortunate kids really left him speechless. Although they are strong, this group of people never hold back when they work. As a result, he was always criticized by the reviewers. Moreover, as a light guild, they must compensate for the damage to public property. Otherwise, what is the difference between them and the Dark Guild? Although in terms of the destruction of public property, they are even more brutal than the Dark Guild. Therefore, the Fairy Tail Guild has never had the money to expand its scale. After all, nearly 80% of the mission reward was used to lose money. So when Makarov saw that Yi Ming was so lucky to inherit the legacy of an organization, he was naturally very envious. Afterwards, Yi Ming and others also boarded the Vimana. After getting on board, Yi Ming also carefully felt his current body. After all, the fact that the Dragon Slayer mage was afraid of transportation was almost an unchangeable setting. Therefore, Yi Ming is also worried that he will have such a weakness now. However, it seems that because Yi Ming's situation is somewhat different from that of the Dragon Slayers, there is no such weakness. Looking at Yi Ming's cautious look, Lee Sana and Makarov couldn't help but think of Natsu. Although Natsu has an overly lively personality, he instantly becomes listless once he gets on a vehicle. So Natsu can be said to really hate riding public transportation. The feeling Yi Ming gave them now was like Natsu was about to get on a vehicle. Thinking of this, Ming Ming beside her asked with some confusion, "Brother Yi Ming, what are you doing?" If it was Yi Ming's first time riding this spacecraft, it would be normal for him to feel afraid and resistant. But don't forget, from the time they came to this world until now, Yi Ming has been flying them around on the Vimana. But now, why do you look so scared to get on the boat? Yi Ming also smiled helplessly and said, "This is also one of the side effects of dragon-slaying magic. As I said before, the power of dragons is not something that can be easily carried by the human body. Even if it succeeds, there will still be unavoidable side effects. Dragonization can only be considered a side effect that gradually appears after overdeveloping dragon power. But in reality, the side effect have already appeared since Dragon Slayer began to gain true dragon power. The powerful force of the dragon power will damage the semicircular canals of Dragon Slayers, affecting their sense of balance. Therefore, humans who have activated the dragon power and become true Dragon Slayers will be extremely afraid of vehicles that constantly disrupt their balance." After listening to Yi Ming's explanation, Makarov and Lee Sana suddenly understood. No wonder Natsu is afraid of even transportation. They originally thought it was a problem with Natsu's personal constitution, but they didn't expect that all Dragon Slayers have such a temperament. However, I don't know if this spaceship is too powerful and equipped with a magic circle device to prevent motion sickness, or if my condition is special, so I'm not affected by it now. Makarov looked thoughtful and said, "If transportation is Dragon Slayer's weakness, then it seems necessary to get a large spaceship in advance." Unexpectedly, this time, he not only successfully brought Lee Sana home, but also picked up several talents and even learned the weakness of Dragon Slayer. And most importantly, the Black Dragon Acnologia is also a Dragon Slayer. This news is absolutely extremely important to mankind. Of course, we have to hide the fact that the Black Dragon Acnologia is actually a Dragon Slayer. Otherwise, Natsu and other Dragon Slayers will definitely become public enemies of mankind. Moreover, after returning, I have to find a way to persuade Laxus to give up the Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic Crystal. After all, Laxus didn't have the same treatment as Natsu and the others, where they had a giant dragon to help suppress the violent dragon power. Although I don't know the difference between implanting the Dragon Slayer magic crystal and orthodox Dragon Slayer magic, I'd rather be safe than sorry. But we don't know what the situation is yet. Let's find time to test it later. Although doing so may expose your weaknesses, it is better than letting the enemy discover your weaknesses and use them against you, right? Moreover, he was now a dragon man, unlike humans who only used dragon-slaying magic, so he should not have such defects. But no matter what, you should first understand your weakness to avoid being discovered and exploited by the enemy. Afterwards, under the leadership of Makarov, he also controlled Vamana and headed towards Fairy Tail. Vamana's speed is also very fast. According to Makarov, if you take normal transportation between Magnolia and the Demon Cat Inn, it will take at least 1 or 2 days to arrive. Even if he used magic at full speed, it would still take nearly a day. However, this golden spaceship called Vamana arrived in less than half a day. It can be seen that Vamana is not only luxurious in appearance, but also has top-notch internal configuration. However, Yimeng did not land directly in Magnolia. After all, a spaceship made of gold is indeed too eye-catching. Although Yimeng is not afraid of trouble, he also hates it. Yimeng didn't want to get into trouble because of a bunch of messy things. So Yimeng landed directly in the territory that also belonged to the Fairy Tail Guild, in the forest east of where Pelushika lived. Looking at Yimeng, who recovered the golden spaceship by transforming into Starlight, Makarov couldn't help but sigh at the strength of the organization called Pioneers, who even had such a thing. Afterwards, Makarov and Lisana led the way. As they got closer to the Fairy Tail Guild, they suddenly noticed that Lisana seemed to have become a little nervous. Noticing Lisana's strange behavior, Serena, who was more like a sister to Mira Jane than anything else, couldn't help but ask with some confusion, "Lisana, what's wrong with you?" Lisana scratched her head a little embarrassedly and said, wasn't I accidentally teleported to your world before? I've been away from home for so long, and I was even thought to be dead. So Sister Mira and Brother Elfman must be worried sick. So now I don't know how to face them. I've made them worry for so long." After hearing Lisana's words, everyone nodded in understanding. "But you don't have to worry about it so much. After all, at least you came back alive and safe, right?" Yimeng said angrily. "Why think about so many messed up things? Since they're your loving sister and brother, I believe they will be more happy that you can return safely than all those messed up things." Makarov nodded and said, "That's right. For a family, nothing makes them happier than seeing their loved ones return home safely. Since Lisana's death, Mira Jane and Elfman have changed a lot. Not only did his personality change, but his strength was also greatly affected. Elfman failed in receiving the soul of the Beast King, went berserk, and even killed his own sister with his own hands. As a result, let alone receiving the power of the soul of the Beast King, he no longer dares to receive it with his whole body. So now Elfman, in order to prevent this from happening again and to motivate himself to not be as weak as before, begins to develop a tough character. Mira Jane's changes are arguably even greater. Her original fiery personality like a hot pepper is gone, and she has become gentle and lovely. Moreover, this was a sudden change that happened overnight, which scared everyone in the guild. Even Urza, who had always been at odds with Mira Jane, couldn't help but take the initiative to care about her. Moreover, because of his arrogance, he took his younger brother and sister to do an S-level commission mission. But in the end, because of his overconfidence, his younger sister died in front of him. This powerful blow not only changed Mira Jane's personality overnight, but also because the blow was too severe, even her magic power was sealed up. Although there was still magic power in her body, she was no longer able to use any magic. This shows how much of a blow Lisana's death brought to Mira Jane. But now, Lisana can return to the guild safely, and Mira Jane's problem should be solved as well. By then, another S-class wizard will return. However, according to Mira Jane's current change in mentality, it is probably difficult for her to become an S-class magician again. But it's okay, just think of it as leaving an S-class wizard to lead the guild. Come to think of it, their fairy tale guild is quite luxurious. At this moment, Yimeng suddenly suggested, "But if you need, Qianli Hao, can give them a surprise. As he spoke, Yi Ming couldn't help but look at the two Lisanas who were not biological sisters, but looked more like twin sisters than biological sisters. When everyone heard Yi Ming's words, they all looked at the two heroes in front of them who looked like twins. Although Yi Ming did not explicitly state what his plan was, they could all vaguely guess what Yi Ming wanted to do. Afterwards, a few people were missing from the group. Invisibility cloth, a permanent active treasure. Wearing it will make you invisible, making you invisible even when you use magic or optical methods. Body temperature and movements will be clearly exposed. Yi Ming remembers this thing very clearly. Afterwards, Makarov brought Yi Ming and the others to the Fairy Tale Guild. Looking at the guild that was more like a riot than a bustle, everyone except Yi Ming, who was mentally prepared, could not help but look at Makarov, who was bragging about the Fairy Tale Guild not long ago. Mira Jane and Serena, members of the Fairy Tale in the Edolos world, said that their guild was not as chaotic as it was at its worst. For a moment, Makarov also felt some pain on his face. Can't these guys just be quiet for a couple of days? At the very least, it's okay to be quiet once in a while. He could almost imagine how chaotic the guild had become during his absence. However, Lala was very interested in this very lively place. After all, the place where she usually lived was too quiet, which made her feel very bored. It can be said that one of the reasons why she wanted to run away from home was that her home was too boring. Yi Ming also smiled and said, "Then I'll go in first." Everyone 720 nodded when they heard this. This was all planned in advance, so naturally there won't be much to say. Afterwards, Yi Ming directly opened the door of Fairy Tale. The scene inside was even more lively than what they heard outside. The guild was extremely lively at this time, and it did not quiet down because of Yi Ming's arrival. Yi Ming didn't care much about it and walked straight towards the bar. Lisana and Selena, wearing invisibility cloths, also followed behind Yi Ming. Walking to the bar, Mira Jane, who blamed herself for killing her sister due to her recklessness, was working as a waitress and a receptionist because she had sealed her magic power and became an ordinary person. I'm currently considering taking on a cover girl role to increase my income. Although Elfman can now complete A-level commission tasks independently, as a user of receiving magic, in addition to considering the strength of the receiving creature, he also needs to consider his own basic strength. Therefore, as a physical training magician, Elfman naturally needs to exercise constantly. As the saying goes, the poor are good at literature and the rich are good at martial arts. If you want to have a strong physique, you naturally need to consume high-protein foods such as meat for a long time. And for this world, the most nutritious meat is undoubtedly Warcraft meat. Normally, it would be more than enough for LV to be able to complete an A-rank subjugation mission on his own. However, Elfman's goal is to become an S-class wizard. In this case, you must train yourself using the S-level standard. Not to mention, the requirements for Fairy Tale's S-class wizards are comparable to those of the Holy 10 in the outside world. As a former S-class wizard, Mira Jane knows this very well. The reason she could become an S-class mage through receiving magic was not only because her own receiving magic path was a mage path, so the physical requirements were not that high, but most importantly, the objects she received magic from, except Yuan Shi, were all naturally powerful demons. It can be said that she was able to become an S-class wizard not only because of her strong talent, but also because of her good luck. As a natural-born magic awakener, the power of magic when cast for the first time is very strong, and can even reach S-level power for a short time. In addition, the first demon she received had just been freed from the seal and was in an extremely weak state, thus successfully laying a strong foundation for Mira Jane's future achievements. It can be said that if any step is missing, Mira Jane's potential and future achievements will be greatly reduced. But now, because of her autism, she has become an ordinary person who only has magic power but starts to use magic. Therefore, in order to support her younger brother and prevent Elfman from getting into danger due to lack of strength and losing his last family member, Mira Jane also plans to increase her income a little more and lay a better foundation for Elfman. Given her current situation, being a cover girl is undoubtedly the best choice. Not only is there no danger, but the pay is also very high. With her looks, she can easily get a reward comparable to an A-level commission task. At this moment, Mira Jane, a former S-class wizard, although her magic power was gone, her intuition was still there. She also noticed someone approaching her and quickly raised her head. Mira Jane, who originally thought someone wanted to order something, also discovered that there was a man she had never seen before. "Hello, what could you order? Or do you have a commission?" There are two main sources of guild commissions. One is that the client comes in person to issue the commission task, and the other is that the Magic Council assigns various types of tasks to guilds that are good at the task. However, the Magic Guild does not only undertake commission tasks and has no other income. Like Blue Pegasus, he earns extra income from being a gigolo and selling perfume. Fairy Tale is a restaurant. However, since Fairy Tale members often fight over trivial matters, few ordinary people dare to come here to eat. So, in the end, it became the staff cafeteria. Of course, if someone wants to come and eat, then they will definitely be happy to do so. That's why Mira Jane asked Yimeng whether he was here to eat or to issue a commission. Looking at Mira Jane's gentle smile that was as bright and sunny as the sun, Lysana beside her couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Although she had already heard from Makarov that her sister Mira Jane's personality changed drastically after seeing her in trouble, she had never expected the change to be so drastic. Although Mira Jane's smile now looks very bright and cheerful as her younger sister, she can see that behind this smile, there is a broken heart. Seeing Lysana's reaction, Serena beside her also shook her head, suggesting not to be impulsive. Lysana also suppressed her inner excitement and nodded, indicating that she would not do anything rash. Yimeng heard this and said, "Excuse me, are you Lysana's family member, Miss Mira Jane?" Mira Jane's smile froze upon hearing this familiar name that made her feel scared due to guilt. However, Mira Jane, a former S-class wizard, quickly recovered her composure and asked, "Yes, is there anything I can help you with?" Yimeng also took out an envelope that had been prepared in advance, handed it to Mira Jane, and said, "We have a gift from your sister. It was sent to you about a week ago, but we had an unexpected incident, so we accidentally delivered it a week late. Calculating from the time when Lysana had the accident, it has been about a week. Preparations for Lysana's funeral have already begun." When Mira Jane heard that it was a gift from Lysana, she almost burst into tears. Because a week ago, she had just been promoted to an S-class wizard and was preparing to team up with her two younger brothers and sisters to complete the first S-class commission mission as a commemoration. It is also a birthday gift for my younger brother Elfman. But no one expected that it was precisely because of her self-confidence that time that she almost lost everything. As a natural-born strong person, Mira Jane almost forgot one extremely basic thing. That is, receiving magic is not something that can be done just because you want to. It is based on the confrontation of strength and will between the two parties. If the gap in strength between the two parties is too great, then there's even the possibility that the receiving party will take over the control of the body and go berserk. Therefore, when using receiving magic to receive an object, the objects received are generally enemies that you have defeated yourself. However, the Beast King they faced in this mission was defeated by Mira Jane. Although the Beast King had been knocked unconscious at that time, Elfman looked very strong at that time, but he was too weak in both character and strength. Therefore, this is what caused Elfman to lose to the Beast King in the receiving competition and go berserk. Therefore, the gift Lysana gave her was obviously a gift to celebrate her successful promotion to an S-class wizard. Listening to Yimeng's words, the people around who had suddenly become quiet at some point couldn't help but reveal a sad expression. Although Mira Jane always says that nothing is wrong with her, not only has her personality become gentler, but her smile is also full of sunshine and cheerfulness. But all of this is based on the changes that occurred not long ago, based on the premise that a loved one had just passed away. They would never believe that Mira Jane was really fine. After all, no one can watch their loved ones die in front of them and still remain indifferent. Not to mention, they are Mira Jane's blood relatives. So there is no doubt that everyone regarded Mira Jane's smile as a show of strength. Therefore, although everyone seemed to be arguing very fiercely, they were actually secretly keeping an eye on each other in case anything unexpected happened. Especially when someone is seen approaching Mira Jane, it will directly attract the attention of everyone in the guild. However, this man suddenly mentioned Lee Sena and came over specifically to give Lee Sena a gift specially prepared for Mira Jane, which made them feel sad as well. Although Mira Jane used to scare them, Lee Sena was like a mascot to the fairy tale guild. Moreover, if such a sudden change had not occurred, the poster girl of their fairy tale should have been Lee Sena, not Mira Jane. Seeing Mira Jane's almost uncontrollable smile, Lee Sena in the invisible cloth was extremely anxious. She couldn't help but pull the corner of Yi Meng's clothes to remind him to. Sister Mila, who sells thorns. Seeing this, Yi Meng also looked worried and asked, Ms. Mira Jane, are you okay? Hearing Yi Meng's question, Mira Jane hurried back to her province to sort out her sadness. She smiled softly and sweetly once again and said, It's okay. Let you. By the way, sir, what is this gift? In order to stop being immersed in sadness, Mira Jane decisively changed the subject because she had a problem and wanted everyone to continue worrying about her. Seeing this, Yi Meng also smiled and said, It's like this. This is a gift, and it is also a small game that Miss Lee Sen has specially arranged for you, Miss Mira. I hope you will like it. After saying that, Yi Meng also made a loud noise. As Hibiki's voice rang out, Lee Sena and Serena both dropped their invisibility cloths and said to Mira Jane in unison, Guess which one of us is Lee Sena? Asterisk 2. Looking at the person who suddenly appeared, Mira Jane also showed an expression of disbelief. Not only Mira Jane, but everyone around who had been paying close attention to the situation here also showed expressions of disbelief. Hey, are you kidding me? That's Lee Sena. Am I hallucinating? Why do I seem to see two Lisanas? Mira Jane looked at the voice that suddenly appeared in front of her and finally couldn't control her tears. 3.0 Mira Jane excitedly left the bar and took Lee Sena into her arms. Lee Sena, is that you? Is it really you? I'm so glad you're okay. I'm so glad. 5555555 Looking at Mira Jane, who was crying, Lee Sena also couldn't help sobbing. Sister Mira, everyone, I'm back. Seeing that it was actually Lee Sena who returned, everyone in the guild couldn't help but cheer excitedly. Great! Lee Sena is really back. That's great. Hearing the cheers from the guild, Makarov, who was waiting outside, knew the plan had succeeded, so he followed in. It's great to see you guys so happy. It's worth it for me to come all the way here to pick up Lee Sena. President, you're back. So it was you, Guild Master, who brought Lee Sena back. You're truly amazing. You're worthy of being the Guild Master. Makarov also shook his head and said, I don't have that much ability. It was this young man who brought Lee Sena back. If you want to thank someone, thank this young man. It just so happens that this guy and his girlfriends are planning to join Fairy Tale. From now on, we'll all be a family. However, compared to the joining of Yi Meng and others, Mira Jane and Serena were obviously the ones they cared about more in this group. After all, these two people looked exactly like the sisters Mira Jane and Lee Sena in their impression. Perhaps because the 23 members of Fairy Tale were familiar faces to the two, they were not too nervous even though they were being stared at by so many people. Hello, my name is Serena, and I'm a member of Fairy Tale from another world, Idolas. My name is Mira Jane, and I'm also a member of Fairy Tale from another world, Idolas. We came here this time to visit and play in this world's fairy tale. Everyone was very surprised when they heard what the two sisters said. But because the people who want to join Tale are basically big-hearted, and they're all members of Fairy Tale, although they are from another world, and they're also people brought back by their president, everyone easily accepted the setting that these two people are members of Fairy Tale from another parallel world. Of course, for them, as long as you are members of Fairy Tale, basically nothing is unacceptable. What's more, the person who came was originally the poster girl of their fairy tale. So what was there to be unacceptable? Anyway, for this group of LSPs, as long as she is a young and beautiful girl, everything is fine. Yi Ming and others also successfully joined Fairy Tale. In addition, except for slightly different colors. The guild articles were all printed on the back of the left hand. Moreover, just as Meng guessed, tasks do not have to wait for others to release them. There are also specific hidden tasks. According to the system task routine that Meng is familiar with, the triggering method of this so-called hidden task should be related to the original plot, but it is not particularly important. Therefore, after successfully joining the Fairy Tale Guild, Meng also completed a hidden task. However, the difficulty of this hidden mission was not too high, so Meng was only given a B-level random lottery opportunity in the universe. But even so, it is enough. After all, the effect of a B-level entry represents raising the proficiency of that ability to a complete mastery, or increasing the amplification effect by 100%. The only shortcoming is that some special abilities may become unusable in a world without a power system that does not have such abilities unless they reach a level. For example, this world must have magic, aura, and other extraordinary powers that are related to the rules of the world, or even can be said to be local specialties. Energy like qi, which comes from one's own body, is considered to be universal energy. Therefore, unless most of the worlds Meng travels to in the future are worlds with magic, otherwise, if he has a choice, Meng will definitely give priority to the power of the physical system. In addition to the hidden quest of joining the Fairy Tale Guild, Mira Jane also triggered and completed the hidden quest of bringing Lysana back. However, the reward for this hidden mission is very generous. It is actually considered to have completed Mira Jane's commission. And because the difficulty of traveling through the world is very high, the level of this commission has reached 5. In other words, the 3 commission tasks Meng received from Mira Jane can all be rewarded with S-level entries. Skills that have reached the pinnacle of proficiency or amplification effects that increase their effectiveness by 1,000%. And there are 3 of them. As expected of Fairy Tale's poster girl, she's so lovable, giving him such a bold welcome gift right from the start. I really love it. But what's a bit embarrassing is that Mira Jane's skill bar is a bit pitifully small. Reception magic, transformation magic, hypnosis magic. Well, Mira Jane turns out to be a stat monster. But this is normal. Mira Jane's main path is the devil. And how many devils are there in this world? Although many people know about the existence of demons and that they are very powerful, there are actually many traces of demons. Many demons were either dealt with before Mira Jane was born or recycled by Tartaros. 530. So even if there are indeed legends about demons in this world, there are only a few clues that can be found. However, Mira Jane was lucky, as she actually found a few high-level demons that could not be completely killed and had to be sealed, and she took them all in. At the same time, someone suddenly remembered that Elfman was preparing for Lysana's funeral today, so someone quickly informed Elfman that Lysana was still alive and asked him to cancel the funeral preparations. Fortunately, Lysana came back 2 days earlier. Otherwise, she would have been able to attend her own funeral. Afterwards, Meng also found Makarov and asked, "Grandpa, we want to settle down here. Can you recommend any suitable places? A large villa would be best. If you don't have one, a large open space will do. We can build one ourselves." Hearing Meng talking about the big villa without mentioning the one he built himself, Makarov didn't know what to say for a moment. But there was no way. For an organization that could use gold to build high-performance magic spaceships, he couldn't imagine how huge a legacy this organization would leave for Meng. And according to Lysana, Meng also has a villa space that is even larger than their Fairy Tale Guild. So I think that if we can't find a suitable villa, we should just place it on an empty lot. Upon hearing Meng's request, Makarov hadn't spoken yet when Mira Jane said, "Let me take you there. When we 3 siblings first arrived, we were all over Magnolia, so we know a lot of good places to stay." Isn't the reason Mira Jane works so hard to become stronger and to protect her younger siblings and to give her family a good life? Therefore, Mira Jane had already made up her mind to let her younger brothers and sisters live in a big house, and she worked hard for it. As a result, she overestimated her own strength and underestimated the dangers of S-Class commission missions. Right after becoming an S-Class wizard, Without even knowing how dangerous S-Class commission missions would be in the future, she took her younger brothers and sisters to carry out an S-Class mission with an unknown risk factor. Now, he has lost the sister he was supposed to protect, and he has also sealed his magic power due to his autism. Fortunately, Lisa did not actually die, which redeemed her guilty heart. So Mira Jane was very grateful to Yi Ming for saving her sister and bringing her back to her side. So as a thank you, Lai Raj decided to introduce the big villa that the three siblings had previously liked to Yi Ming. It is also the best way I can to thank the other party for saving my life. Afterwards, Yi Ming and his group also went to visit the villa that Mira Jane's three siblings had their eyes on. Although the villa that Mira Jane and her two siblings liked was indeed nice, it was still a little small for Yi Ming and others. Well, we can only say that poverty limits their imagination. Putting aside the number of people, they calculated based on the number of their three siblings, and Yi Ming had a few more people than them. Lala also needs an independent invention room and a courtyard where animals and plants can be raised. Therefore, for Yi Ming and others, the villa that the three siblings had their eyes on was indeed a little too small. But actually, it's not a big problem. After all, Lala and her friends have a dimensional space device that allows them to directly install an additional independent space in the room as a residence. However, considering that this was the villa that Mira Jane and her two siblings had originally strived to acquire, Yi Ming and the others ultimately rejected Mira Jane's offer. Of course, the main reason is that I think this is really too small. After all, Yi Ming can basically foresee that there will definitely be many people living together in the family in the future. In the end, I decided to buy a large piece of land near Magnolia Town and build my own house. For ordinary people, doing this is obviously a very dangerous behavior. After all, even for people on the blue planet, living outside the unified human living area may lead to attacks by wild animals, especially in ancient times when wild animals were everywhere. Not to mention a world with extraordinary powers. Any animal that can survive in such a place is originally a magical beast. Therefore, in addition to the fact that Natsu has a dragon aura that makes wild animals afraid to approach him, even Urza and the others would not choose to build a house in the wild. Even if you're not afraid of those wild monsters, you still can't stand one coming to harass you from time to time. In addition, there are also living problems such as water supply and toilets, so no one would do this. But Yi Ming and others chose to build houses in the wild outside of human towns. This really surprised Mira Jane. However, when Mira Jane saw that Meng Meng and Nana could communicate with animals and plants and control them, as well as Lala's various magical inventions, Mira Jane and the others were able to understand why they could choose to live in the wild without any worries. Because all the problems and troubles that humans may encounter in the wild are not a problem at all for Yi Ming and others. During this time, the guild members found Elfman and informed him that Lisa was still alive. This caused Elfman to burst into tears and run back to the guild. 0149104223 Feilu 133442070. Yi Ming and his companions also began to build their first home in the wild. Because she had made preparations in advance, Lala successfully created an invention specifically for building houses one day at a time. As for the design of the villa, just restore and build it in a 1-to-1 ratio according to the dimensional villa they live in now. After all, they don't know much about this aspect. In this case, it would be better to just copy the existing buildings. As for why not just move the villa in the dimensional space out or connect the two spaces, the reason was simple. He was simply worried that if he did that, he would have to sleep on the streets when he went out to other worlds to do missions. Perhaps it is possible to use this dimensional villa and spatial coordinates to forcibly link the two worlds and establish a passage similar to double curtains. But Yi Ming really didn't dare to do anything rash about this kind of cross-dimensional thing. Who knows if this were to happen? Li Wang is good. Would there be any bad accidents? Therefore, at least the items should be upgraded to a level or even EX level at this time. Besides, they have the conditions to build another villa. So why would they gamble on this possibility? As for the backup of the King's Treasure database, there's no need to worry about it being damaged. Please, Xiaoko creates a new treasure, which requires a lot of time and magic power to create. Moreover, although the information about this dimensional space cloak has been recorded, it is limited to this treasure and does not include the internal layout. In other words, once it is destroyed, even if the treasure can be recovered, the things inside will need to be rearranged by yourself. Yimeng is not interested in rebuilding a big villa by himself. At least Yimeng never considered himself a hard-working person. Yimeng and others built a nearly one-to-one villa from scratch in less than a day. Lala was responsible for replicating the exterior. Angelica was responsible for replacing materials. Meng Meng and Nana were responsible for manipulating animals and plants to transport materials, and Yimeng was responsible for adding magic to the building materials, like hardness and regeneration and repair. In addition, daily household appliances, such as refrigerators and sweeping robots, are basically all taken care of by Lala. At the same time, Meng Meng and Nana use their talents to control the surrounding animals and plants to become the guards of their home. Even if someone really succeeded in sneaking into their house, they would be defeated by the defensive measures set up by Meng Meng and the two women. Even if they passed this layer of defense, there was still the anti-theft system specially prepared by Lala at home, as well as the forced repatriation space teleportation arranged by Angelica. It can be said that the defense of their home is at its maximum capacity. Looking at the 163 square meter villa built by Yimeng's family, Mira-Jane was also a little emotional. Yimeng and his family's awareness of the safety of their home was really terrifying. Unless one possesses absolute power and can crush the enemy violently, even an S-class wizard would find it difficult to gain any advantage in such a place. At the same time, Mira-Jane was secretly regretting why she hadn't been like them and had a full sense of safety. If she had been more careful and taken more safety measures for her brothers and sisters in advance, how could these things have happened? If Yimeng hadn't rescued Li Sana, she would have regretted and blamed herself for the rest of her life. Thinking of this, Mira-Jane couldn't help but feel grateful to Yimeng again. Looking at the building that was completed in almost half a day, the members of the Fairy Tale Guild who had arrived at some unknown time were also stunned. It's not like they haven't seen the process of building a house. Sometimes, they would even stay to help build houses or something because they felt bad about the damage they caused at work. Of course, the premise is that the scope of damage is not too large. If it is large, you will have to pay compensation directly. It can be said that now at least 60% of the people in Fairy Tale have learned how to build houses through practice. However, they never imagined that building houses did not necessarily require hard labor. However, most of their magic is destructive in nature, and there is very little magic that can provide help in daily life. Things like soil and wood are relatively easy to deal with. After all, they have seen substantial cases now, so they just need to develop them a little bit to become proficient in them. However, elemental attributes such as fire, which inherently possess powerful destructive power, can hardly provide any help in daily life. At least, there is almost no talent in construction. Even better, let alone helping, you'd be lucky if you didn't burn down someone else's newly built house. Of course, compared to these, they care more about how Yimeng and others use their abilities. They originally thought that magic could only be used in combat, but could it actually be used in daily life? Of course, the history of magic in this world has existed for at least several hundred years, so it is impossible for humans to have never thought about this aspect. It's just that the number of wizards in this world is not too large. In addition, there are magical beasts and people who use magic to do evil everywhere in the world. Therefore, when these wizards develop their own magic, in addition to the magic they possess, they must use it specifically for this aspect. Otherwise, they basically move towards combat, and few people think about developing in daily life. Makarov said this magic is great. Since Fairy Tale is a Vandal-oriented guild, if they could master the art of building houses with magic, would that lower the compensation for damages caused by destruction? After all, as the first guild in the Kingdom of Fiori, many high-level commissions from all over the country come to them. It's just that the bastards in the guild always cause all kinds of damage when doing tasks, so the income is average. It can be said that they deserve it. Makarov has also decided to go to the guild library to see if there is any magic that can reduce the losses. If nothing else, at least Fairy Tail really needs the magic that can quickly repair houses. Well, Levy is the only one in the entire guild who likes reading. I think she must have read all the books in the guild. I will ask her later if there are any books on this subject. After finishing the work, Mira Jane also brought the prepared drinks and said, "Mr. Yi Meng, your area?" Yi Meng took the drink handed to him by Mira Jane without hesitation and drank it all in one gulp. Then he smiled and said, "Don't be so polite. After all, you were just taken away by force by me. You are not my subordinate. Just call me Yi Meng. After Angelica finishes setting up the teleportation array, you can go back." Mira Jane also shook her head and said, "There's no rush. Now that we're here, we could take a good look around the world. There's no need to rush. And magic is indeed something that is called a miracle. A project this large, from my impression, would require at least several people and several months to complete, right? However, now it only takes a few people and half a day to complete." Yi Meng shrugged and said, "I'm not sure what kind of existence magic means to you. I only know that magic is a kind of power. Since it is in my hands, I should use it for my own benefit and according to my own ideas. Unless they are completely incompatible, or you insist on using the power's negative effects, then you must do your best to control it and make it do what you want, rather than letting the other party's characteristics take over." Speaking of this, Yi Meng couldn't help but think of the divine tongue in Food Wars. It is clearly a part of your body, and you're the master of this body, but in the end, your life is dominated by an organ of your own. This is simply unbelievable. It's simply turning the world upside down. Speaking of which, Shaorizi seems to quite like this Chinibu setting where the stronger the ability, the stronger the side effects, and the easier it is to get out of control, because it seems like it's cool to do so. If they can't do it, it only means that the user is too weak and unable to control their own power. Of course, people should learn to leverage their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. Using one's strengths to compensate for one's weaknesses is a good thing, but that doesn't include the idiotic act of reversing one's true nature. Makarov, who was standing by, nodded in agreement and said, "I didn't expect you to have such insights into magic." Yi Meng was also startled when he heard Makarov's voice. "Old man, why are you here?" "Makarov, I've been here for almost half a day, and you've only just noticed me now, you little brat?" Makarov looked incredulous. Yi Meng also shrugged and said, "I can't help it. There are so many lovely girls here. Why should I pay attention to an old man? Besides, I've been busy here for quite some time. If you guys just come over to help me, I won't be too busy to deal with you. But if you're willing to help, it's a favor. If you're not willing to help, it's your duty, so I won't say anything more. But why are all of you here? Don't you guys have to work?" Listening to Yi Meng's complaints, Makarov and the others felt a little embarrassed and coughed. In fact, the reason they came here was because they heard that Yi Meng and his team were planning to build a house by themselves. You know, Yi Meng helped them bring Lisana back. If Yi Meng hadn't rescued her, even if Lisana was still alive in that world, she might never be able to return to their world. In that case, what's the difference between that and death? Therefore, out of gratitude to Yi Meng and his friends for saving Lisana's life, they decided to help Yi Meng build the house free of charge. But after arriving here, they were shocked by the big project of Yi Meng and others. It can be said that there is no place for them to interfere in the entire construction project. Even the moving work was assisted by Meng Mengku and the other two who could manipulate animals and plants. It can be said that they didn't even have the chance to do hard labor in the face of this huge project. They really didn't expect that these extraordinary powers could be used in places other than combat. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to those of them who only knew how to fight. So, now that Yi Meng asked them this, they felt a little embarrassed. It would be fine if you said you wouldn't come to help, but it's really too much to just stand there and watch and do nothing. For a moment, everyone laughed out loud, feeling a little embarrassed. Makarov also coughed and said, "Ahem, sorry. Seeing how exaggerated you guys are, I feel like we can't help at all, so as not to hinder your construction progress. And it turned out that their decision was correct, because they had just estimated that according to the construction project of this large villa, even if all the members of their fairy tale guild joined in to help, it would take at least a month to complete. However, Yi Ming and others completed the task in half a day with only a few people. This was indeed somewhat beyond their expectations. Makarov then said, "Although you have already joined the guild, you did save Lisana and brought her back to Fairy Tale. So I would like to ask if you have anything you would like as a thank you. You don't need to be polite to me. After all, if it weren't for you, even if we knew Lisana was still alive, we probably wouldn't be able to bring her back." This is true. After all, although Makarov learned about the existence of otherworld idols from Mystigan and Polyusica, he only knew about the existence of this world. How to get to that world is unknown. Therefore, this favor must be repaid no matter what. Moreover, it is easy to repay money, but difficult to repay favors. If possible, the sooner you repay, the better. Yi Ming didn't hesitate. After a moment's thought, he said, "Do you have any magic that allows for a clone that can act independently and pass on experience and memories? It's best to have one that can create many clones. If not, gravity magic will do. These are probably the two I want now." Listening to Yi Ming's request, Makarov began to think and said, "The clone magic you mentioned is very similar to the thought body. The thought body also has the ability to synchronize with the body's memory. If you need, I can teach you. As for gravity magic, although I've seen it before, our guild doesn't have a method for learning it. Gravity magic is a high-level magic that few people can use. In fact, most of the owners of gravity magic that I have seen are basically awakened congenitally. Many magics that are at a higher initial level are mostly awakened innately, and there is basically no learning method passed down. Not to mention, not everyone is so generous as to impart their skills to others without reservation. Most people will not truly pass on all their skills to others unless they themselves are running out of time. Otherwise, they basically keep some tricks here and some tricks there. So gradually, let alone a complete inheritance, it would be good enough if someone could learn the basics. However, gravity magic is a derivative of earth attribute magic. If you're interested, you can research in this area. But aren't you a sky or wind attribute mage? By the way, why do you want to learn gravity magic? Of course, it's okay if you're not comfortable saying it. I just suggest that if it's not necessary, it would be better for you to specialize in the attributes you're good at. If all else fails, choose magic that's related to your strengths, like swordsmanship, for example. Although they had only known each other for a short time, he felt a sword intent in Yi Ming that was even more powerful than Urzus. It is also more pure. Compared to a magician, Yi Ming gave him the feeling of a swordsman or a warrior. So, in his opinion, if Yi Ming really wanted to learn some magic, then wind magic should be more suitable for him. At the very least, you should learn sword-related magic. Therefore, Makarov was worried that Yi Ming would deliberately learn a certain magic just because it was powerful, thus putting the cart before the horse and neglecting the areas in which he was truly good at. Yi Ming, who had watched the anime, naturally knew that Makarov was an old man worthy of trust and respect, so Yi Ming could naturally hear that the other party was really doing it for his own good. Besides Makarov, Master Rashi from Dragon Ball, and the old master under one person, is there anyone else who is worthy of respect? Yi Ming also smiled and said, "Don't worry, old man. I naturally know that it is better to be specialized than to be complicated. I learned this gravity magic not for how powerful it is, but for training. Exercise." Makarov was puzzled at first, but as he was knowledgeable, he quickly understood what Yi Ming meant by exercise. It is similar to weight training, and using gravity training is indeed more effective than simple weight training, and the training area is more comprehensive. Moreover, once the body has fully adapted to the gravity several times higher, the body's physique and physical fitness will naturally improve. Similar thought bodies that can share experience and memories can also be used for training. It doesn't matter how strong your mind body is, as long as you can use magic, then you can hone your skills there. It is especially effective for development and learning of moves. This guy is simply a genius. Even this kind of training method can be imagined. However, what Makarov didn't know was that this was actually a lazy exercise method thought up by Yimeng. Yimeng knew that he had never been a hardworking person, otherwise he would not have done the job of delivering food. Not to mention that in his previous life, or just a few days ago, Yimeng was just an ordinary person whose edges and fighting spirit had been smoothed out by life. So, although Yimeng's body did become younger due to time travel, Yimeng's heart and fighting spirit had long lost the motivation to make progress. What's more, there's a system that can gain powerful abilities as long as you complete the tasks. To be honest, Yimeng is really unable to work hard now. It can even be said that the fact that Yimeng has not started fighting directly now means that Yimeng has not yet completely fallen. But Yimeng also knew one thing. Although the function of the entry allowed Yimeng to fully utilize all the capabilities of the entry just by equipping it. However, the upper limit of the power that these terms can bring out is determined by Yimeng's own foundation. Therefore, physical training and strength cultivation must not be neglected. Fortunately, Yimeng is the type of person who has difficulty taking the initiative to work hard, but can accept long-term passive efforts. What Yimeng meant by the difficulty in taking the initiative to work hard was naturally the 3-minute enthusiasm. Once the novelty wears off, there will be no motivation to continue working hard. Many people want to lose weight, but apart from the first 1 or 2 days, how many people can stick to it to the end? If you don't develop the habit of self-discipline and hard work when you are young, it will be even more difficult to change it when you grow up. But if it's passive effort that can be compatible with daily life, then Yimeng can still accept it even if he is exhausted for a long time on weekdays. That's why Yimeng thought of using gravity magic to polish his body and use the clone method of the thought body to learn and hone his skills. In addition, there is Shaoyan's Xuanzhong ruler that can suppress the flow of energy in the body, but no suitable replacement has been found yet. There's also the earliest automatic cultivation method in the novel world, or the ice bed cultivation method. As long as you gather all these things, even if you don't practice hard, your strength in all aspects will increase significantly. This is simply good news for lazy people. Although he was a little surprised that there was such a practice method, since he really learned it for the purpose of practice and was even very generous in telling him such a magical training method, he naturally would not be stingy. Besides, the thought body is not a very precious magic. It can be said that any magician with S-level strength can basically use it. It's just that the effect of this thought body is relatively general, so few people can use it. After all, this thing is only useful when you're really unable to split yourself into 2 parts, and there's basically no need to use the body of thought at other times. But now, the suggestion raised by Yimeng made him truly realize that this thought body magic actually has such a valuable use hidden. Should I say that he is indeed someone who can apply magic to daily life? Sure enough, his ideas are beyond the reach of these reckless men who only know how to fight. At the same time, Makarov also planned to help find a way to learn gravity magic. After all, Yimeng's favor of saving Li Sana was too great, and because Yimeng inherited the legacy of a powerful force, he basically had everything he needed, so he planned to meet Yimeng's needs as much as possible. Moreover, it was just a gravity magic. Given his status, it wasn't difficult for him to obtain it. Moreover, if Yimeng really realized this idea, he could also try to make it and let the guild members use it. This will also help improve the average strength of everyone in the guild. As for plagiarism, please, since Yimeng expressed his ideas so readily, it naturally means that the other party doesn't mind me imitating Yimeng's ideas to research this method of cultivation. And because they wanted to thank Yimeng, the 3 Mira siblings had approached him when Yimeng was resting. After hearing the conversation between Yimeng and Makarov, they were also amazed. They also didn't expect that there was such a way of exercising. It's just a pity that although Yimeng made a good suggestion, no one, including those in the guild, can use gravity magic, which is very embarrassing. Even if they wanted to use gravity to exercise their bodies like Yimeng, they couldn't do it. Yimeng also shook his head and said, "If there really is nothing, then forget it. Lala should be able to make a gravity room or a gravity bracelet for exercise. Yimeng suddenly remembered that the gravity room was not a very rare proposal. At least it has appeared in Dragon Ball, and Yimeng also believes that with Lala's genius inventiveness, she will be able to make it. I'm just not sure if it will suddenly go berserk or something. There's no way around it. Although Lala is a genius inventor, she's also a careless idiot, so at least 5 or 6 out of 10 of her inventions will go wrong. Meng Meng and Nana have a lot to say on this point. Wendy, who was standing by, said a little embarrassedly, "I can't help you at all. In the future, there will always be a time when I can help." Carla, who has always hoped that her younger sisters could be more stable and mature, also didn't know what to say at this moment. Firstly, these people are already doing hard labor, and they can hardly help. Moreover, judging from the work efficiency of these people, if they go to help, it will be almost the same as being a hindrance. So it's better not to get involved. Yimeng also came over at this time, picked up little Wendy directly, smiled, and said, "You are still young now. When you grow up and become stronger, you can help us in your own way." After saying that, Yimeng took a deep puff as if sucking a cat, adding to the cute element. Wendy, who had been so exhausted from the epic ordeal, blushed a little embarrassedly after being treated like this. When Carla saw her little sister being bullied again, she immediately flew into a rage. She spread her wings and tugged at Yimeng's arm, which was tightly hugging Wendy, wanting to rescue her little sister from being bullied. "What are you doing? You perverted Lolita. Let Wendy go." Hearing Carla's words, Yimeng immediately took action, grabbed Carla, and then refined her in an instant. "Suck hard." Carla, who was attracted by Yimeng's cat-like charm, blushed with shyness for some reason, and was immediately quietly held in Yimeng's arms. Seeing this, everyone didn't think there was anything strange about it. After all, these two little ones are so cute that people can't help but do such things to them. Moreover, Yimeng's current situation is clearly the kind of cat-loving behavior that comes from someone who loves animals too much. It's just that Yimeng is more bold and frank, and he actually did it without any scruples. Although other people have thought about it, they basically don't do it. After all, this kind of thing without any sense of boundaries will not be treated as a pervert if it is done by someone who has a very close relationship with Song. In response, they said they still had to have some shame. However, because Winnie was brought here by Yimeng, and Winnie seemed to be very dependent on Yimeng, everyone basically assumed that Wendy was Yimeng's sister. It is perfectly normal for a family to do such intimate things. However, one thing is for sure, after what Yimeng did, the older sisters whose maternal instincts were overflowing because of Wendy couldn't help but want to dote on little Wendy. After the house was built, Angelica used displacement magic to hide the villa, making it look similar to the world of magical girl Ilia. That's the entrance and exit. Unless the correct entrance and exit are found and permission is obtained, no one can find their home. Even if the entrance is found, the lack of entry permission will result in multiple connections between the entrance and exit, and no one can get in. Everyone in the guild who saw this operation was also shocked. If they hadn't witnessed Yimeng and the others building this large villa with their own eyes, would they have thought they were having some kind of illusion? There were even 960 people who tried to grope and touch the hidden villa, but the result was nothing. It was as if what I had seen before was really an illusion. There was only one entrance, and they could barely touch something like a barrier, but because they had no permission, they could not enter. No one said much about this. After all, they really didn't help much this time and just came to watch the fun. Moreover, they watched Yimeng and his team quickly complete the villa bit by bit, so they basically had a general idea of what the internal structure of the villa looked like, so they were not that eager to visit. Besides, the others had just joined the guild, and their relationship wasn't close enough to allow them to visit each other casually. Since the other party has not invited you, there is no need to try your best to please them. Makarov, who understood the atmosphere, dismissed the guild members. All right, since there's no one here who needs you, then just do what you need to do instead of gathering at other people's doorsteps." After hearing this, everyone left the place. Yimeng suddenly said, "We appreciate your kindness. I'll pay for the banquet tonight." Although they really didn't help much, Yimeng felt it necessary to accept the favor because they really wanted to help him. Not to mention, they will all be members of the same guild in the future, and they will see each other every day. It is a good opportunity to build a good relationship. If Yi Meng needs help in the future, he will not have to be embarrassed to ask. What's more, as a person who has obtained the king's treasure, Yi Meng said that he is not short of money. When everyone in the guild heard Yi Meng's words, they all cheered happily, saying that the boss was generous. Makarov, standing by, couldn't help but whisper, "Is it really okay? Aren't you from another world? Is this the currency of this world?" Makarov did not doubt whether Yi Meng was rich since he inherited an organization that could build magic spaceships with gold. But the question is, does Yi Meng have the currency of this world? Yi Meng also smiled and said, "But gold is a hard currency, isn't it? But I'm not familiar with this place, so I can only ask you for a favor. If it really doesn't work, then I can only ask you, Master, to help me with the cushion first." Listening to Yi Meng's arrangements, Makarov couldn't help but twitch his lips. Forget it. Yi Meng at least rescued Li Sana, so I'll just help cushion her for now. And as Saint Ten, if he exchanges it for gold, it will only be higher than the market price. Maybe he could even take the opportunity to make a small fortune and fill his own coffers. Recently, the destructive power of Natsu's group has gradually increased and has begun to threaten his own small treasury. Afterwards, Mira Jane and Li Sana took Yi Meng and others to the shopping area of Magnolia to buy daily necessities. After all this was done, the Fairy Tale Guild held a banquet to celebrate Li Sana's return and the joining of Yi Meng and others. Enjoying the lively banquet in the Fairy Tale Guild, Mira Jane couldn't help but come to Yi Meng's side again and said gratefully, "Although I have said it many times, I still want to solemnly thank you once again. Thank you for bringing Li Sana back." Yi Meng also smiled and said, "I just happened to receive this commission that came out of nowhere. Besides, it's not like I haven't been paid. As for you, I heard that your magic power was sealed because of Li Sana's incident. How are you feeling now? Have you recovered?" Mira Jane nodded and said, "Well, Li Sana's return has also untied my knot, and the self-seal in my body has also been lifted. My magic power is slowly recovering. It will take a few days to fully recover. If Yi Meng needs any help in the future, please feel free to tell me. As long as I can do it, we will do our best to help you." Yi Meng also smiled and said jokingly, "What if I want you to help me have a child? Will you agree?" Mira Jane couldn't help but be stunned when she heard Yi Meng's words. Obviously, he didn't expect Yi Meng to make such a request. The main thing was that she didn't expect Yi Meng to be so bold. He actually dared to flirt with other girls when he already had another woman, and she was right there with him. However, whether it was because of her devilish nature that she had the idea of playing a prank, or for some other reason, she simply said with a smile, "Okay, as long as you can get Miss Lala and the others to share it with others, I don't mind." Hearing Mira Jane's answer, Yi Meng was also a little surprised to get such an answer. Although it was true that he had feelings for Mira Jane, he would not attack others before Lala and the others were captured. Yi Meng will not change his target so quickly before he actually gets his hands on the meat. Yi Meng doesn't want to lose the watermelon while picking up sesame seeds. So, in fact, Yi Meng just wanted to tease the other person. Isn't it always something that adults like to do, to tease children? Although Yi Meng's body has become younger now, his soul and mind are still that of a 27-year-old adult. Moreover, in addition to having that kind of idea, the people who are trying to pick up girls actually want to see them being shy. They say a girl's blush is better than anything else. But in this day and age, she can look at you silently with a kindergarten-like look when you're making dirty jokes and then drive her car over your face repeatedly. Moreover, in the past few days, Yi Meng has also successfully regained his confidence from the other girls except Lala, who is too naive and does not understand these things at all, Meng Meng, who is not sure whether she is really shy or has a wealth of theoretical knowledge and cooperates with you in the performance, and Angelica, who is still in the puppet personality state at this time. That's why Yi Meng wanted to tease Mira Jane and see her blush. But the result was such a promise, which made Yi Meng a little unsure of what to say for a moment. Did she realize that she was teasing him, or was it because, regardless of Li Liheo's reason, Yi Meng having already decided not to hide his desires, smiled and said, "It's a deal. After I take care of Sure and the others, I'll come to you to give birth to my child." After hearing Yi Meng's words, Mira Jane's smile froze again. "No, you don't even act? Do you have to be so frank?" As an S-class wizard, Mira Jane had some problems before, but now that Lee Sana has returned, except for her magic power which still needs some time to recover, her mentality has almost recovered. Mira Jane has always been a gentle girl, but in order to protect her younger brothers and sisters, to prevent them from experiencing what they had experienced in their hometown again, we have to become strong and powerful. Only if they are strong and powerful enough, no one will dare to bully the three siblings again. However, after experiencing the enlightenment brought about by the loss of her loved ones, she decided not to hold on any longer and continue to maintain her current personality. Of course, if you enter the battle mode, that's when the demon Mira returns. Moreover, it was not unheard of to tease people like Yi Meng, but after she unleashed her powerful strength, no one dared to tease her anymore. Not to mention, except for those despicable hooligans, anyone with any shame would generally sneer and avoid the situation after being retorted to. But Yi Meng actually climbed up the pole directly. For a moment, she felt a little panicked, because she was sure that if Yi Meng really had feelings for her, the possibility of her refusing was very low. The reason is very simple. That is, Yi Meng saved Lee Sana, the family member she cared about the most, but who was killed by her own recklessness. So for this reason, if Yi Meng can give her 980 and a good life for her family, the possibility that she will refuse is very low. As for whether doing so would be too much of a sacrifice for oneself, maybe, but she doesn't mind doing it so that her younger brothers and sisters can have a better life. Not to mention, hasn't she been doing this all along? What's more, given Yi Meng's current conditions, she really didn't know how she would be wronged. If I had to say, it would probably be that it can only be shared with one other person, or that you can only be each other's lover, right? If she was still the demon Mira, she might have gone berserk right now, but after deciding to honestly accept her true self, it is now difficult for Mira Jane to have such an outburst like before. Moreover, if it was for her younger brothers and sisters, and for the favor that was hard to repay, she didn't mind putting herself in a difficult position. Looking at Mira Jane, who was obviously panicking, Yi Meng finally smiled. He raised his hand and gently touched Mira Jane's forehead, then smiled and said, "What a lovely girl. Don't worry, although I do like beautiful women and I do want to start a harem, and I'm determined to do so, I won't resort to asking for favors. I still have my bottom line. After all, we're going to live together for the rest of our lives. We can't let a rift appear in our relationship before we even start being together." Mira Jane heaved a sigh of relief after hearing Yi Meng's words. She smiled and said, "This is the first time I've seen someone like you, Yi Meng. It's obviously not a dream you can openly talk about, but you still face it so frankly." Yi Meng smiled and said, "Maybe it's because I've lived a long time, so I have a clearer view of things. This kind of thing can't be hidden after all. Besides, being unfaithful is unfair to the girls who like me. If I even lie about this kind of thing, then I really don't deserve their love for me. So, I'm a bit of a scumbag, but at least I let them know that I won't lie to them. Besides being a bit fickle, I do take responsibility and treat this relationship seriously." Mira Jane couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and said, "What about little Wendy? You're still too young. Let's talk about it when you're an adult. You really are a dangerous man. I didn't expect Wendy to be targeted by you so quickly. I can't help it. Who made me like this child? And I can't accept that the little cabbage, Kafi, I raised with great effort was finally eaten by another pig. I will go crazy. But don't worry, I will make little Wendy fall in love with me. It seems that if I'm with you, I absolutely can't have a girl. It's too dangerous. But if it's a boy, I feel like a man is trying to steal my woman. I also find it a bit hard to accept. In every sense, you're not suitable to be a father. Thanks for the compliment. I didn't praise you." Mira Jane also gave Yi Meng a displeased look. However, Mira Jane couldn't help laughing in the end, because it was the first time she saw a man who could frankly accept his abnormal behavior and did not hide it, and this man was also extremely principled. This made her feel very novel and interesting. Soon after the banquet ended, looking at the drunken crowd and the mess on the ground, Yi Ming and others didn't know what to say. Yi Ming and his friends were not very interested in drinking, so they hardly touched it and basically just drank beverages. So now, except for Yi Ming and others who didn't drink much, everyone else in the guild was drunk and fell to the ground. Everyone is drunk. What should we do now? Mira Jane also smiled and said, "Don't worry about them. They often get drunk without realizing it. Just leave them here and ignore them. But we have to cover them with blankets, or they might catch a cold." Yimeng also said helplessly, "Forget about boys, they are tough, but for girls, you still have to take care of them a little." As he spoke, Yimeng couldn't help but look at Kana, the only woman at the party who passed out drunk. The other girls were more restrained when drinking, so they went back after drinking almost enough. Only Kana seemed to be addicted to alcohol and would not stop drinking until she was completely drunk. Moreover, Kana alone drank almost as much as everyone in the guild combined. Yimeng had no doubt that if Kana had the talent to become stronger by drinking, this guy would have already reached the Saint 10 level. In the future, you can pay more attention to the entry ability in this area. Mira Jane, do you know where this, Kana lives? In order to avoid making his intentions too obvious, Yimeng pretended to think about the man's name before asking. Only if they are strong and powerful enough, no one will dare to bully the three siblings again. However, after experiencing the enlightenment brought about by the loss of her loved ones, she decided not to hold on any longer and continue to maintain her current personality. Of course, if you enter the battle mode, that's when the demon Mira returns. Moreover, it was not unheard of to tease people like Yi Ming, but after she unleashed her powerful strength, no one dared to tease her anymore. Not to mention, except for those despicable hooligans, anyone with any shame would generally sneer and avoid the situation after being retorted to. But Yi Ming actually climbed up the pole directly. For a moment, she felt a little panicked, because she was sure that if Yi Ming really had feelings for her, the possibility of her refusing was very low. The reason is very simple. That is, Yi Ming saved Li Sana, the family member she cared about the most, but who was killed by her own recklessness. So for this reason, if Yi Ming can give her 980 and a good life for her family, the possibility that she will refuse is very low. As for whether doing so would be too much of a sacrifice for oneself, maybe, but she doesn't mind doing it so that her younger brothers and sisters can have a better life. Not to mention, hasn't she been doing this all along? What's more, given Yi Ming's current conditions, she really didn't know how she would be wronged. If I had to say, it would probably be that it can only be shared with one other person, or that you can only be each other's lover, right? If she was still the demon Mira, she might have gone berserk right now, but after deciding to honestly accept her true self, it is now difficult for Mira Jane to have such an outburst like before. Moreover, if it was for her younger brothers and sisters, and for the favor that was hard to repay, she didn't mind putting herself in a difficult position. Looking at Mira Jane, who was obviously panicking, Yimeng finally smiled. He raised his hand and gently touched Mira Jane's forehead, then smiled and said, "What a lovely girl. Don't worry. Although I do like beautiful women, and I do want to start a harem, and I'm determined to do so, I won't resort to asking for favors. I still have my bottom line. After all, we're going to live together for the rest of our lives. We can't let a rift appear in our relationship before we even start being together." Mira Jane heaved a sigh of relief after hearing Yi Ming's words. She smiled and said, "This is the first time I've seen someone like you, Yi Ming. It's obviously not a dream you can openly talk about, but you still face it so frankly." Yi Ming smiled and said, "Maybe it's because I've lived a long time, so I have a clearer view of things. This kind of thing can't be hidden after all. Besides, being unfaithful is unfair to the girls who like me. If I even lie about this kind of thing, then I really don't deserve their love for me. So, I'm a bit of a scumbag, but at least I let them know that I won't lie to them. Besides being a bit fickle, I do take responsibility and treat this relationship seriously." Mira Jane couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and said, "What about little Wendy? You're still too young. Let's talk about it when you're an adult. You really are a dangerous man. I didn't expect Wendy to be targeted by you so quickly. I can't help it. Who made me like this child? And I can't accept that the little cabbage fee I raised with great effort was finally eaten by another pig. I will go crazy. But don't worry, I will make little Winnie fall in love with me. It seems that if I'm with you, I absolutely can't have a girl. It's too dangerous. But if it's a boy, I feel like a man is trying to steal my woman. I also find it a bit hard to accept. In every sense, you're not suitable to be a father. Thanks for the compliment. I didn't praise you. Mira Jane also gave Yi Meng a displeased look. However, Mira Jane couldn't help laughing in the end, because it was the first time she saw a man who could frankly accept his abnormal behavior and did not hide it, and this man was also extremely principled. This made her feel very novel and interesting. Soon after the banquet ended, looking at the drunken crowd and the mess on the ground, Yi Meng and others didn't know what to say. Yi Meng and his friends were not very interested in drinking, so they hardly touched it and basically just drank beverages. So now, except for Yi Meng and others who didn't drink much, everyone else in the guild was drunk and fell to the ground. Everyone is drunk. What should we do now? Mira Jane also smiled and said, don't worry about them. They often get drunk without realizing it. Just leave them here and ignore them. But we have to cover them with blankets, or they might catch a cold. Yi Meng also said helplessly, forget about boys, they are tough, but for girls, you still have to take care of them a little. As he spoke, Yi Meng couldn't help but look at Kana, the only woman at the party who passed out drunk. The other girls were more restrained when drinking, so they went back after drinking almost enough. Only Kana seemed to be addicted to alcohol and would not stop drinking until she was completely drunk. Moreover, Kana alone drank almost as much as everyone in the guild combined. Yi Meng had no doubt that if Kana had the talent to become stronger by drinking, this guy would have already reached the Saint 10 level. In the future, you can pay more attention to the entry ability in this area. Mira Jane, do you know where this, Kana lives? In order to avoid making his intentions too obvious, Yi Meng pretended to think about the man's name before asking. Mira Jane naturally knew what Yi Meng was going to do and said directly, actually, there's a temporary room in the guild. Just put her in a room below the guild. Afterwards, Mira Jane led everyone to the warehouse below the guild. Looking at the layout here, Yi Meng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and said, this place is not suitable for girls to live in, right? Forget it. Let's put in my house first. I have a lot of rooms anyway. Upon hearing this, Angelica used her spatial displacement ability to transfer the drunk Kana to a room in the newly built villa. Mira Jane blinked her eyes cutely when she saw this, then smiled and said, Kana is really lucky. She got into the big villa so easily. At the same time, Mira Jane was also a little surprised that Yi Meng was surprisingly principled and had a bottom line. But she was sure that this guy's principles and bottom line were quite flexible. Yi Meng also smiled and said, if you like, you can also live in. After all, cute girls are welcome. Hearing this, Mira Jane also smiled and said, in that case, I won't be polite with you. As early as their previous contact, Mira Jane already knew that Yi Meng was interested in her. Moreover, she also wanted to experience such a large and luxurious villa. If it were under normal circumstances, she would definitely not do this. After all, this guy does not hide his desires at all. She even personally understood how good this guy was at climbing up the pole. She had no doubt that as long as she dared to open her mouth, he would come in without hesitation. But this time, because Kana was there as an excuse, she could also experience the feeling of living in a luxurious villa. Moreover, Kana was drunk and might ruin the newly built villa, bed, quilt, etc. It would be convenient for her to take care of Kana after she went there to avoid such a thing from happening. Afterwards, Mira Jane and Lee Sena, who were still sober and persisted until the end of the party, also got the opportunity to live in the large villa that Yi Meng and others had just built. As for Mira Jane and Serena, since they were brought here by Yi Meng before they go back, it is natural that Chu Yi Meng will be responsible for the permanent residence. And now, as Yi Meng's disciple and sister, Winnie naturally does the same. However, Winnie was still too young, so although she didn't drink alcohol directly, as a Sky-type dragon slayer, she was very sensitive to the air and the quality of the air would directly affect her condition. So when he was also drunk by the air filled with the smell of alcohol and went back to bed early. Nana was curious and secretly drank some wine. So she also lay down early and was sent back to her room to sleep. Ming Ming took the initiative to send Wendy and Nana back and never came back. Therefore, the only ones left now are Yimeng, Lala, Angelica, and the Mira sisters. After simply covering the drunken guild members with blankets, Yimeng and the others went back to rest. However, when preparing to go to bed, Yimeng underestimated the initiative of Lala, who was drunk. Yimeng, you smell so good. Although Yimeng did want to eat Lala, because he was a bachelor in his previous life, Yimeng didn't know how to take Lala. At this moment, Yimeng, who possessed the blood of the sky dragon and whose 5 senses were greatly enhanced, suddenly smelled a sweet scent in the air in the room. After inhaling the scent into his body, Yimeng could even clearly feel the heat coming from his body. Someone poisoned me. This was Yimeng's first thought. However, when Yimeng noticed that the smell actually came from a plant that Meng Meng had placed there specifically for decoration, Yimeng couldn't help but laugh. As a person who needs to deliver food to make a living, he has no interest in growing potted plants. Request flowers, 0, and he didn't have the time. However, this was the kindness of Meng Meng's sister-in-law, so Yimeng did not refuse. Although she did say that this plant would bring him the good luck he desired, she really didn't expect it to come in this way. However, he accepted this assist from his sister-in-law. Reward settlement. Join Fairy Tale. B-level random draw of all realms. Reward. Contract Magic Circle. Introduction. From the world of magic teachers, excellent magicians usually have contracted magic partners around them to assist them in battle. After completing the contract, the contracted party can obtain one of the abilities and props that best suits them. 0. Contract Method. The 2 parties to the contract stand on the magic circle and kiss to complete the tentative contract. To form a formal contract, they need to become a real couple. Note, since this entry is only B-level, you can only obtain items related to the magic teacher's world and can only use them in the world with magic power. P.S. When the level is upgraded to A, there are no restrictions on the scope of the world that can be used and the scope of obtaining props. When the level is upgraded to S, the contract card is completely integrated with the holder, so there is no need to worry about losing it, and the host can also directly use the contract ability of the contractor. Help Mira Jane bring Lee Santa from Edolas back to Fairy Tale in S. Landon. Hidden Quest. Mission Level S. Selected Client Talent. Receive Magic Demon Ace, able to receive the power of monsters or animals and use it for oneself. When using the Receive Magic state, all attributes are increased by 1000%. Introduction. Since this entry comes from Mira Jane, who specializes in receiving demon souls, when the receiving object is a demon or dark creature, the mental resistance and receiving efficiency are increased by an additional 1000%. Random Worlds 1. Intuition S. This character uses sensory information to deduce future possibilities and automatically warn of danger. In combat, the body subconsciously and automatically takes the most appropriate action for itself to avoid danger.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.